Chapter 1397. With Yang Feng's order, the Transcendent Lords had no choice but to obediently offer the cultivation secret methods of their race. Yang Feng immersed himself in the cultivation secret methods of the various races and peeked at the laws of the universe. It was constantly evolving every day. With Yang Feng's order, the Transcendent Lords collected all kinds of precious mineral resources and handed them to Yang Feng. The Xiaofan city, in a huge secret room, there is a mechanical sphere with a diameter of 20 kilometers. Countless mysterious runes emerged inside the mechanical sphere. Yang Feng looked at the mechanical sphere, and his eyes flashed with a touch of excitement. I finally succeeded! This level 4 stronghold. A level 4 stronghold with transcendent force as its source is really something to look forward to. The rejection of machinery in this universe isn't strong. However, it is very repulsive to warlock power. The level 4 stronghold rumbled, and one after another, battle robots containing transcendent force walked out of the level 4 stronghold and stood quietly beside Yang Feng. Yang Feng frowned slightly. Resources. Now I just lack resources. But there are superior transcendent gods in this world. There is also the legendary Transcendent Emperor. He is definitely a powerhouse comparable to an Empyrean rank powerhouse. It will be very difficult to collect resources in large quantities. In this universe, superior transcendent gods are comparable to Holy Spirit warlocks in terms of strength, and some are even comparable to great holies and quasi-Empyreans. The Transcendent Emperor is a terrifying existence comparable to an Empyrean rank powerhouse. The level 4 stronghold Yang Feng has refined can already quell a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. Although he is virtually invincible in the secular world, but once he attracts the attention of a superior transcendent, then any superior transcendent can come from the transcendent realm and quell Yang Feng. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then decisively gave up the idea of unifying the secular world. I can't take risks. Anyway, I have endless lifespan, so I have plenty of opportunities. Sir Apostle, are you worried about cultivation resources? In a palace, Yang Feng is sitting on a huge sofa. The sexy black demon flower lady is curled up in his arms and said with a sweet smile. Yang Feng replied unhurriedly, That's right. I have now perfectly absorbed apostle force and become a 1-star transcendent apostle. However, I want to advance to a 9-star apostle. That's the only way to be invincible. A strange light flashed through the black demon flower maiden's beautiful eyes, and she said, Since that's the case, why don't you enter the demon god battlefield? That place was the main battlefield of the Fiend Celestial War. It was filled with all sorts of strange things, corpses of Fiend Celestials, and broken Fiend Celestial weapons. This time, the entrance to the demon god battlefield will open in 10 days. Are you interested? When he heard this, Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly. The transcendent battlefield? Good idea! Each transcendent is an infinity warlock rank powerhouse. The power of their demon gods was even more powerful, and mortals who touched it would die. In order to protect the mortal world, most of the demon gods would choose to fight in the demon god world or in the demon god battlefield. After experiencing the intense battle of countless demon gods, the demon god battlefield also underwent a strange change. There were all sorts of oddities and dangers inside, but there were also many incomparably precious treasures. In the deepest part of the demon god battlefield, there were even terrifying existences with battle prowess comparable to higher demon gods. The periphery of the demon god battlefield became the paradise of many demon god apostles. They were able to collect many precious treasures from the periphery of the demon god battlefield. 10 days later, on the summit of the Demon Spirit Mountain, with flashes of light, one after another, powerhouses exuding demon lord rank fluctuations of power gathered on the summit of the Demon Spirit Mountain. Any demon lord rank powerhouse can dominate a region and destroy a city by themselves. But on this mountain peak, the weakest was a 3-star Fiend Celestial Overlord. A moonlight chariot made of moonlight light galloped over from afar. 4 moonlight celestial horses radiated dazzling moonlight divine radiance. Inside the chariot sat a stunning woman of about 25 or 26 years old, dressed in a moonlight palace dress, with snow-white skin and a sexy figure. She exuded a noble, holy, and elegant aura. Behind the stunning woman stood 4 beautiful women, each of whom had an extraordinary temperament and were extremely beautiful. Li Yuelian was one of the 4. The Moon God Palace's Palace Master. She came in person. The Moon God Palace's Palace Master, who is ranked 5th on the Apostle list, also came in person. How could such a bigwig be alarmed? When the many demon overlords saw the moon deity palace master, their eyes flashed with disbelief as they cried out involuntarily. The demon god battlefield was filled with danger. The slightest carelessness could cause even a demon god to fall. Generally speaking, the various large factions would only send a few demon lords to gather resources. Even if they died, they died. Demon god apostles wouldn't easily enter such a dangerous place. If those demon god apostles died, it would be a significant blow to the demon gods of the demon god world. After all, there weren't many people in the mortal world who could become demon god apostles. The moonlight chariot descended from the sky, and wherever it passed, everyone retreated. Although the moon god palace was only ranked 10th in southern prefecture, the moon god palace's palace master was incomparably powerful. She was ranked 5th in southern prefecture. No one was willing to offend such an expert. A giant crane with a wingspan of over 1,000 meters was riding a gust of wind as it flew over from afar. On the back of the giant crane stood a young man who looked to be in his 20s. A pair of crane wings blossomed with resplendent divine light. The flying crane sect master, ranked 2nd on southern prefecture's apostle list. The flying crane sect master is a terrifying existence who can contend against the blood slaughter sect master, ranked 20th on the central prefecture's apostle list. Why would he come here? Shocked gazes were focused on the sect leader of the flying crane sect. The moon god palace's palace master's pupils constricted. The flying crane sect master was definitely a terrifying enemy. The flying crane sect master descended from the sky and landed on the peak of Demon Spirit Mountain. Wherever he passed, everyone retreated. In the distance, a sun suddenly rose, and a vast and boundless power of the sun spread in all directions. Inside the sun, a demon bull with a pair of wings was pulling a sun chariot, galloping over from afar. Inside the sun chariot sat a burly man dressed in golden armor. He had bull horns on his head, and he looked like a sun that emitted endless power of the sun. The Sun Bull Demon Sect Master. The strongest expert on southern prefecture's apostle list. He's a terrifying existence comparable to a demon god. When the demon god lords saw the Sun Bull Demon Cult Sect Master, their faces changed dramatically, and they retreated in all directions, not daring to appear in front of the Sun Bull Demon Cult Sect Master. When the Moon God Palace's Palace Master and the Flying Crane Sect Master saw the Sun Bull Demon Cult Sect Master, their eyes shimmered with apprehension. The Sun Bull Demon Cult Sect Master was publicly acknowledged as the strongest expert in Southern Prefecture. Unless the Moon God Palace's Palace Master joined forces with the Flying Crane Sect Master, they would have the ability to fight him. Yuli, 9th Crane, since you two are here, you know that thing is about to come into being. Don't fight with me, or I'll have no choice but to kill you. The Sun Bull Demon Cult Sect Master glanced at the Moon God Palace's Palace Master and the Flying Crane Sect Master with killing intent in his eyes, and he spoke coldly. The Moon God Palace's Palace Master and the Flying Crane Sect Master looked at each other and remained silent. The Sun Bull Demon Cult Sect Master was the strongest expert in Southern Prefecture, and he was also extremely overbearing. A single word of disagreement could lead to a fight. The two powerhouses were unwilling to have a meaningless fight here. Black Demon Flower Girl, that's the New Ning City's Yi Cheng. The Apostle of the Goat Swallower Transcendent. When Yang Feng walked out slowly with the Black Demon Flower Girl, he was recognized at once, and the Transcendent Lords discussed. The eyes of many Transcendent Lords shimmered with envy. They believed that Yang Feng gained the favor of the Transcendent, became a Transcendent Apostle, and obtained fearsome power. New Ning City's Yi Cheng, that's you. The Sun Bull Demon Cult Sect Master turned around. His eyes radiated sunlight, and he stared at Yang Feng with killing intent in them and uttered coldly. Yang Feng frowned and looked at the Sun Bull Demon Cult Sect Master. When the Sun Bull Demon Cult Sect Master looked at her, the Black Demon Flower Girl trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with fear, and she uttered, "Sir, this is the first person on Southern Prefecture's apostle list, the Sun Bull Demon Cult Sect Master." Yang Feng replied coldly, "I am Yi Cheng, what do you want?" "A grandson of mine was killed by the Transcendent you serve. Since you are Yi Cheng, then I'll send you to accompany my grandson. Let him no longer be lonely in hell." The eyes of the Sun Bull Demon Cult's church master flickered fiercely, and he suddenly burst out and punched out, and a fearsome sun emerged and barreled towards Yang Feng. "Idiot, since you're courting death, Then I'll fulfill your wish. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and a mechanical armor suddenly flew out and covered him. Countless transcendent runes appeared on the mechanical armor, and vast transcendent force entered Yang Feng in an instant, and he slammed a fist into the sun. The phantom of the goat-eater demon god appeared and opened its bloody mouth, revealing terrifying jagged teeth similar to those of an alien. It swallowed the sun in one gulp. Yang Feng's fist tore through the void in an instant, slammed into the Sun Bull Demon Cult Sect Master, and a fearsome power erupted and blasted the Sun Bull Demon Cult Sect Master into pieces. He was killed. That's the first person in Southern Prefecture. He was killed by Yi Cheng with a punch just like that. How is this possible? The Southern Prefecture's powerhouses looked at the corpse of the Sun Bull Demon Cult Sect Master that was blasted into pieces with incredulity in their eyes. Chapter 1398. A strange distorted light appeared on the Sun Bull Demon Cult leader's body, forming a 100-meter-tall Sun Devil Bull incarnation shrouded in Sun Divine flames. In the secular world, in addition to serving the intelligent transcendent gods, ordinary people would also serve some fearsome beings of the transcendent realm. As long as enough sacrifices were offered, the transcendent realm's fearsome beings would bestow power upon their worshippers, and they wouldn't interfere with the actions of ordinary people too much like the transcendent gods. Therefore, in the secular world, many forces would serve the transcendent realm's fearsome extraordinary life forms. The Sun Bull Demon Sect served a Sun Demonic Bull of the transcendent realm with intermediate transcendent rank battle prowess. Sun Demonic Bull. What's going on? Sun Demonic Bulls are ferocious by nature. Once they descend, they won't rest until they devour enough blood. When the many transcendent lords saw the Sun Demonic Bull, their countenances changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with despair. When the Moon God Palace's Temple Master saw the Sun Demonic Bull, her pretty face flickered. What's going on? Is the plan going to fail this time? The face of the Flying Crane Sect's Churchmaster also flickered. Although he could escape from the Sun Demonic Bull, but in this way, he wouldn't be able to enter the transcendent battlefield again. At this moment, the goat-eater transcendent behind Yang Feng blurred, turned from illusory to real, pounced on the Sun Demonic Bull, and bit it. Feeling the pain, the Sun Demonic Bull erupted with fearsome sun god fire that enveloped the goat-eater transcendent and burned it inch by inch. Every part of the goat-swallowing demon god's body was ignited by the terrifying divine sun flame. It started to burn and a charred smell kept surging out of the goat-swallowing demon god's body. The goat-eater demon god clung tightly to the demon sun bull's body and fiercely bit into it, devouring the demon sun bull's source energy. As the Sun Demonic Bull struggled, fearsome flames intertwined with the demonic power emitted by the goat-eater transcendent, and a fearsome storm of fire swept in all directions. This is a battle between demons and gods. So powerful. This is the war of demons and gods. The goat-eater demon god is actually protecting Yi Cheng. He's really blessed by the heavens. The only apostle. I'm afraid Yi Cheng is the only apostle of the goat-eater demon god. When the transcendent lords saw the two invincible transcendent fighting, their gazes fell on Yang Feng, and their eyes shimmered with envy and jealousy. In the eyes of the demon gods, mortals were merely playthings and food for their entertainment. Only the demon god's most beloved apostles could obtain the demon god's favor, constantly paying attention to them, and even following them. The goat-devourer transcendent followed Yang Feng. In the secular world, apart from the apostles of the superior transcendent gods, no one dared to provoke him. The peak of Devil's Spirit Mountain was covered in flames, and the temperature was over 1,000 degrees. The transcendent lords released a transcendent force field formed from transcendent force to resist the burning of the flames. The two transcendent lords tangled in the void for a while. Then, the Sun Demonic Bull trembled slightly, and eventually collapsed, and everything was devoured and dissipated. In the realm of demon gods, on a flaming mountain on the outskirts of a broken sun, an incomparably terrifying bloody mouth suddenly appeared on the body of a demon sun bull. Like a maggot in a tarsal bone, it bit down on its body and crazily devoured its source energy. The eyes of the Sun Demonic Bull shimmered with fear, and it stimulated the force of the sun, turned it into sun god fire, and shot towards the maw. Black holes emerged from the maw, which devoured the sun god fire and frantically devoured the life force of the Sun Demonic Bull. The Sun Demonic Bull struggled in pain for a while, before it was finally devoured by the maw formed from eternal grade devour origin. The secular world. After devouring the Sun Demonic Bull's origin, A sun imprint appeared on the forehead of the goat devourer transcendent. Fearsome sun god fire revolved around him. An intermediate transcendent rank might spread in all directions. Intermediate transcendent. He actually evolved into an intermediate transcendent. How is this possible? When the many transcendent lords sensed the fearsome might exuded by the goat devourer transcendent, they were stunned, and their eyes flashed with shock. In the secular world, the transcendent gods that most families, churches, and other extraordinary forces believe in are inferior transcendent gods. Only the transcendent gods that first-rate churches believe in are intermediate transcendent gods. In the secular world, an intermediate transcendent god is a virtually invincible existence. In South Province, unless all extraordinary forces unite, use their underlying strength, and beg for a transcendent god to descend, they are not the opponent of an intermediate transcendent. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Having a high realm is really good. If I wasn't an eternal, I wouldn't have been able to advance to an intermediate transcendent by devouring a transcendent. Yang Feng is an eternal by nature. Even if a part of his true spirit enters this universe and loses all his power, he only lacks resources and the key to open the laws of this universe to restore his power. The eyes of the goat devourer transcendent shimmered coldly, and he looked at the many transcendent lords down below. The transcendent lords are scared witless, fearing that the goat devourer transcendent will devour them. Some evil and chaotic transcendent lords are extremely ferocious and unscrupulous. Once they descend to the secular world, they will go on a killing spree. They will even dare to kill the apostles of a superior transcendent. Strange demonic patterns flashed, and the goat-eater demon god's body gradually disappeared in the void. Although the goat devourer transcendent disappeared, but everyone's gazes on Yang Feng have changed. At this time, Yang Feng, who has the blessing of a transcendent, has become the #1 expert in South Province. No one dares to provoke him. Yi Cheng, let me introduce you. This is the Moon God Palace's Palace Master. Li Yuelian's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and a fragrance wafting from her. She came to Yang Feng and introduced him. The Moon God Palace's Palace Master said with a smile. Hello, Yi Cheng, it's an honor to meet you. Yang Feng responded, it's also an honor to meet you. The Moon God Palace's Palace Master hesitated for a while, then gritted her teeth and asked, Yi Cheng, did you go to the transcendent battlefield for the sake of the transcendent flower that is about to appear? Transcendent flower? Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and recalled what the transcendent flower is. The transcendent flower is an extraordinary flower that is born from the corpse of a transcendent. It is almost extinct in the secular world. This flower is a precious treasure even for transcendent apostles. It is a treasure of heaven and earth that can enhance the evolution of a transcendent apostle. According to legend, as long as a transcendent apostle absorbs enough transcendent flowers, they will advance to a true transcendent. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said, yes, my goal is also the transcendent flower. There was a flash of disappointment in the beautiful eyes of the Moon God Palace's Palace Master, and she said with a sweet smile. In that case, if you get the transcendent flower, the Moon God Palace will not make an enemy of you. Besides, if you are interested in selling the transcendent flower, the Moon God Palace is willing to pay the corresponding price to buy it. Yang Feng responded, okay. At noon, sunlight sprinkled down from the sky. Suddenly, the sun suspended in the void trembled slightly, and a huge rift appeared on it. That huge and strange crack extended all the way into the void of this mountain range, as if someone had used a large blade to split the void. With a faint flash of light, the demon overlords present cast mystic arts, transformed into streams of light, and plunged into the huge void rift. Yang Feng also turned into a stream of light and entered the rift. This is the transcendent battlefield. As soon as Yang Feng entered the rift, he appeared in a strange world shrouded in blood and full of chaotic fluctuations. In this strange and chaotic world, even with the goat-eater transcendent Yang Feng created, its perception can only cover an area of about 10 kilometers in radius. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, spatial ripples flickered, and a swarm of fourth-generation battle robots emerged and flew in all directions. Since he obtained the cultivation methods of the Transcendent Lords, Yang Feng has easily analyzed a lot of the laws of this universe from the cultivation methods of the Transcendent Lords. He can now freely use the essence of space, power, and devour in this universe. The essence of time and the essence of fate are the two most mysterious essences. Without the keys, even someone as strong as Yang Feng cannot use them in this universe. These are corpse servants. In other words, there is a transcendent corpse nearby. After walking for hundreds of kilometers on the transcendent battlefield, Yang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked west. In the west, strange monsters made of stone, flesh, and blood appeared. They were about 2 meters tall, with one eye on their heads, a bloody mouth full of jagged teeth, and claws like hooks. Their bodies were covered with demon god tattoos. These weird freaks are corpse servants. They are monsters formed from the transcendent force overflowing from the transcendent corpse and the various existences in this world. These corpse servants will kill all existences that approach them, extract the flesh, blood, and soul of the killed, and pour it on the transcendent corpse to resurrect the transcendent. Chapter 1399. The transcendent of this universe has a formidable undying characteristic. Even if their head is cut off, their heart is dug out, and their blood is drained, they can still survive. Even if a transcendent suffers an injury that is almost impossible to heal and dies, as long as there is a corpse, there is a possibility of resurrection. In this transcendent battlefield, there have been countless transcendent wars. In this transcendent battlefield, countless transcendent gods have died. Similarly, from time to time, a transcendent will resurrect and return to the transcendent realm. The corpse servants are strange existences constructed from the will and power of the transcendent realm. There are strong and weak corpse servants. The transcendent emperor's corpse servants can even easily tear apart a superior transcendent. Kill them all. Following Yang Feng's order, a swarm of fourth-generation battle robots rushed towards the corpse servants like a tide. As for the corpse servants, they immediately pounced towards the fourth-generation battle robots. The alloy armor of the fourth-generation battle robots had astonishing defense. When the attacks of the corpse servants hit them, they could only penetrate their shields and were blasted into pieces by the fourth-generation battle robots. Besieged by the fourth-generation battle robots, the corpse servants that covered the mountains suffered heavy casualties. At every moment, thousands of corpse servants were blasted into pieces. Suddenly, a small mountain that was over 100 meters tall split open. The corpse of a 50-meter-tall extraordinary life-form rock dragon tortoise, which is covered in a layer of giant rocks and bears a 70% resemblance to a black tortoise, suddenly appeared, and fearsome demonic divine force permeated the corpse. An extraordinary life form of the transcendent realm that is about to resurrect? Unfortunately, even if you resurrect completely, you are still not my opponent. Yang Feng smiled coldly and waved his hand, and the goat-eater transcendent appeared behind him and pounced on the rock dragon tortoise. The goat-eater transcendent pounced on the rock dragon tortoise and devoured its transcendent force. The rock dragon tortoise has yet to fully resurrect. When the goat-eater transcendent pounced on it, it struggled for a while, and then was devoured by the goat-eater transcendent and turned into ashes. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with regret. Unfortunately, it still hasn't evolved into a superior transcendent. Superior transcendent realms are terrifying existences comparable to Holy Spirit warlocks, Great Holies, and even quasi-emperor rank powerhouses. It's not that easy to advance. Superior fiend gods were terrifying existences that stood at the pinnacle of the fiend god realm, and they were extremely few in number. Devouring a giant crag dragon tortoise was not enough to make the goat devourer evolve into a greater demon god. After the rock dragon tortoise was killed, countless engineering robots swarmed into the rock dragon tortoise's location and extracted countless precious minerals. A level 4 base that looked like a disc followed behind, absorbing all sorts of minerals and continuously evolving. In the mortal world, the countless transcendent powers were the eyes and ears of the demon gods. It is very difficult for Yang Feng to expand his force in the transcendent realm. Once the superior transcendent notices Yang Feng's base, then even an eternal sovereign like Yang Feng will have to kneel. However, the demon god battlefield was filled with chaotic demon god power. Even the demon god emperor couldn't completely control everything that happened in the demon god battlefield. Although the transcendent battlefield is full of dangers, but it is also the best place for Yang Feng to develop. A month passed in the blink of an eye. After all, it is difficult to collect too many resources in the periphery of the demon god battlefield. It seems that I have to move to the center. Yang Feng took a deep look at the center of the demon god battlefield, frowned slightly, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. During this month, the goat devourer transcendent Yang Feng devoured a total of 3 transcendent corpses. Using the various resources he found, his true body advanced to a glorious Dawn warlock rank powerhouse. However, although the periphery of the demon god battlefield can't threaten Yang Feng's safety, but the resources it can provide him have become scarce. After making the decision, the mechanical army that seemed to be able to destroy everything headed straight for the central area of the demon god battlefield. After the huge mechanical legion advanced for about 300 kilometers, more than 300 battle robots suddenly disintegrated, turned into powder and disappeared. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered gravely. This is the annihilation force field left behind by quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses. The demon god battlefield is really full of dangers. If a lesser transcendent breaks into the annihilation battlefield, they will be killed directly. The demon god battlefield is full of dangers, and there are strange force fields left behind by the fights of powerhouses everywhere. In particular, in the center, the transcendent corpses have given birth to countless strange existences and all kinds of hard-to-detect distorted force fields. Even if it is a superior transcendent who enters the center, they will die if they are careless. Relying on his eternal sovereign immortality and the huge mechanical legion as cannon fodder, Yang Feng dares to break into the center of the demon god battlefield. As the battle robots continued to disintegrate, Yang Feng marked dangerous places and actively avoided them. In a bloody desert, the bloody desert suddenly split open, and a sand giant made of bloody sand flew out and pounced this way. When the attacks of the fourth-generation battle robots slammed into the sand giant, a lot of sand was blasted away. Staring at the tens of thousands of fourth-generation battle robots besieging the battle robots, the sand giant swept towards them. The numerous primary battle robots were drawn into the body of the sand giant and disintegrated, turning into grains of metal sand. A transcendent immune to physical attacks. Unfortunately, I'm your opponent. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he waved his hand, and the goat-eater transcendent appeared behind him and pounced on the sand giant. The goat-eater transcendent pounced on the sand giant, opened its maw, and burst out with fearsome devour force that enveloped the sand giant. Although the sand giant is an intermediate transcendent rank powerhouse, but under the devour force of the goat-eater transcendent, its transcendent force was quickly devoured and turned into a pile of ordinary sand. Sir Yi Cheng, save me, save me. At this moment, a scream of horror came from afar. Yang Feng looked in the direction of the scream and saw the palace master of Moon God Palace, known as the #1 beauty in South Prefecture, riding moonlight and flying this way. Behind the Moon God Palace Master were 6 corpse servants with a pair of wings on their ribs and the head of a bull, exuding energy fluctuations comparable to a lesser demon god. There was also a 100-meter-long corpse servant with a pair of dragon wings and the head of a lion, exuding the energy fluctuations of a lesser demon god. When the 7 corpse servants join forces, they can seriously injure or even kill an intermediate transcendent. The Moon God Palace Master had a Wings of the Moon insignia in her hand. The insignia released a powerful moonlight, allowing the Moon God Palace Master to escape faster than the 7 corpse servants. If it weren't for the Moon Wings badge, the Palace Master would have already been dismembered by the 7 corpse servants. Devour them! Yang Feng's eyes lit up and he ordered. The figure of the swallower goat transcendent fluttered, and he appeared in front of the dragon-winged lion head corpse servant and slammed a fist into the ground. Then the swallower goat transcendent pounced on the dragon-winged lion head corpse servant, bit the corpse servant, and activated devour force. The 6 corpse servants with a pair of wings extended their claws and stabbed at the goat-eater transcendent. Countless mysterious magic runes appeared on the surface of the goat-eater transcendent and strengthened the black scales covering his body. The attacks of the 6 corpse servants barely tore the goat-eater transcendent scales. The goat-eater transcendent frantically devoured the power of the dragon-winged lion head corpse servant. The dragon-winged lion head corpse servant struggled for a while before its transcendent power was devoured. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the 6 minotaur corpse servants as if he was grabbing chicks. He opened his mouth and sucked, turning the minotaur corpse servants into ashes. The beautiful eyes of the palace master flashed with astonishment. So strong! What is the origin of the goat-eater transcendent? How can he be so powerful? This frightening power is far beyond that of an intermediate transcendent. As the 5th strongest expert in South Province, the palace master knew countless secrets, and even the names of many powerful transcendent gods in the transcendent realm. However, she had never heard of the name of the goat-eater demon god. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he uttered, "Palace master, where did you encounter these 7 corpse servants? Take us there." There was a flash of fear in the beautiful eyes of the palace master, and she uttered, "Yi City, I encountered these 7 corpse servants in a transcendent cemetery. The transcendent cemetery is full of dangers. There are even corpses of superior transcendent gods buried there, and there are countless corpse servants and freaks guarding it. Even if the goat-eater transcendent gets there, he may not be able to escape unscathed. Lead the way or die. The goat-eater transcendent turned his head. His eyes flashed with a cruel and ruthless light, and he stared at the palace master as if looking at an ant. Yes, the great goat-eater transcendent. The beautiful eyes of the palace master shimmered with helplessness, and she uttered respectfully. Transcendent gods have no tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. If she disobeys the orders of a transcendent, the transcendent may kill her. After walking for thousands of kilometers, an endless mountain range dyed black and red appeared in front of Yang Feng. That mountain range was filled with all sorts of chaotic and distorted force fields. The huge mechanical legion has just arrived at the mountain range, when thousands of them were crushed. The palace master took a deep look at Yang Feng and said unhurriedly, "This is a transcendent cemetery that I discovered." The palace master's words have just fallen, when the earth cracked, and corpse servants exuding fearsome transcendent force crawled out of the earth and rushed over. Chapter 1400. Devour them. With a thought from Yang Feng, the mouth of the goat devourer transcendent split open, and a fearsome devour vortex emerged and sucked in the corpse servants. The dense crowd of corpse servants was sucked into the mouth of the goat devourer transcendent and turned into dust. A tremendous amount of demonic divine force poured into the goat devourer transcendent and interwove into mysterious and unfathomable transcendent runes. Every time the goat devourer transcendent strength evolves by a fraction, Yang Feng's analysis of the laws of the universe will become a fraction stronger. After the goat devourer transcendent devoured a large number of corpse servants, it rushed into the transcendent cemetery. As soon as the goat devourer transcendent stepped into the transcendent cemetery, 13 mountain peaks cracked open, and the corpses of 7 intermediate transcendent gods and 6 lesser transcendent gods walked out. The goat devourer transcendent's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of a goat-headed and human-bodied intermediate transcendent, opened his maw, and bit off the head of the transcendent, and then devoured the intermediate transcendent. The remaining 6 intermediate transcendent gods and 6 lesser transcendent gods rushed over and attacked the goat devourer transcendent. With flickers of transcendent runes, the goat devourer transcendent waved its hand, and 6 spheres containing sun god fire barreled towards the 6 intermediate transcendent gods. The 6 intermediate transcendent gods unleashed secret methods and blasted the 6 spheres containing sun god fire apart. At this moment, the goat devourer transcendent opened its maw and absorbed the demonic divine force inside the corpses of the 6 lesser transcendent gods. The corpses of the 6 lesser transcendent gods turned into dust in an instant. After the goat devourer absorbed the fiend god power of the 6 lesser fiend gods, strange fiend god runes appeared and formed 6 chains made of fiend god runes. The chains coiled around the 6 fiend god runes and tightly bound them. A fearsome devour force broke out and frantically extracted the demonic divine force of the 6 intermediate transcendent gods. The 6 intermediate demon gods kept struggling, but they were still reduced to ashes inch by inch. When she saw this scene, shock flashed in the beautiful eyes of the moon god palace's palace master. So strong! Fighting 1 against 6, and yet still holding the upper hand, that's too strong. This devil god is too terrifying. Although the 6 demon gods were merely corpses of demon gods, they had recovered more than 80% of their strength after countless years of recovery. When 6 middle-rank fiend celestials joined forces, there were few middle-rank fiend celestials who could resist them. Now that they had joined forces, they were being suppressed by the goat-eater fiend celestial alone. It was simply terrifying. The earth trembled violently, and a vast, almost endless terrifying power that could easily destroy the world spread out from a mountain peak. The moon god palace's palace master's expression changed greatly, and her beautiful eyes flashed with fear. Superior demon god. A higher demon god was about to be born. Ye city, let's escape. Superior demonic gods were invincible. No matter how powerful the middle-level demon god protecting you is, he will not be able to withstand a single blow from a high-level demon god. Superior freak gods were fearsome existences that surpassed the Holy Spirit warlock rank. They were the apex extraordinary life forms of the universe. All existences below the superior fiend celestial level were ants. No matter how powerful an intermediate fiend celestial was, it would be difficult for them to withstand a superior fiend celestial's attack. Excitement flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered unhurriedly, "Superior fiend celestial, that's great. This is a top prey." When the moon god palace's palace master heard this, Her beautiful eyes flashed with consternation, as if she was looking at a madman. The eyes of the goat-eater fiend celestial shone brightly, and 2 bulges appeared on his back. The 2 bulges trembled slightly, split open, and a pair of huge dragon wings emerged. With a flap of the huge dragon wings, the goat-eater fiend celestial teleported in front of a 1,000-meter-tall mountain and smashed the mountain wall with a punch. The moment the mountain wall crumbled, a demon god with a dragon head and a human body and a bronze dagger axe stuck in his chest slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and a vast boundless demon god pressure gushed out and swept in all directions. Kneel! The eyes of the dragon-headed superior transcendent shimmered, and he barked majestically. An incomparably terrifying power of laws surged out, sweeping in all directions. Transcendent Absolute Dragon. A superior transcendent that ranked 19th in the ancient transcendent wars. He's not dead yet? The moon god Palace's palace master trembled slightly, her blood boiled, and she knelt on the ground, unable to budge. Her pretty face fell, and fear and despair surged in her eyes. Demonic god Absolute Dragon was a famous fiendish god among the primordial demon gods. He had once fought and killed 2 superior demon gods by himself. He has slaughtered hundreds of millions of ordinary people. Once such a fierce god appears, the consequences will be unimaginable. This is an order from a superior transcendent god. Even a transcendent apostle can't resist it. How can he resist the order of a superior transcendent god? When the moon god Palace's palace master saw Yang Feng, who is standing proudly as if unaffected, her beautiful eyes flashed with shock. Superior transcendent gods are apex existences in the universe. Each and every move of a superior fiend god contained an incomparably terrifying nomological power. With a single command from them, even the intermediate demon gods had to submit to them. They were unable to resist. As Yang Feng's essence is an eternal sovereign, he naturally won't be affected by the orders of a superior transcendent god. Even though the Absolute Dragon was a top powerhouse among transcendent gods, an existence comparable to a great holy or even a quasi-empyrean, but he still couldn't make him submit. A fearsome pressure emerged from the goat-devouring transcendent's bloodline and tried to suppress him and make him submit. However, a vast, boundless, and peerlessly terrifying eternal essence emerged and suppressed everything. The goat-eater demonic god's body stiffened slightly, and its eyes shone with a fierce light. In an instant, it pounced on the Absolute Dragon demonic god, opened its mouth, and bit the Absolute Dragon demonic god's arm. A mere intermediate transcendent god wants to hurt me. You're overestimating yourself. The Absolute Dragon's eyes shimmered with contempt. There is a glimmer of hope for you to advance to the transcendent emperor realm. Let me go. The demonic god Dragon Extinction let out miserable screams and begged bitterly, but was still devoured by the demon god Eater, his body turning into ashes inch by inch. At the moment when the transcendent Dragon Extinction transcendent turned into ashes, countless transcendent runes appeared on the gobbling transcendent, formed a fearsome superior transcendent body, and slowly spread greater transcendent rank fluctuations of power. Chapter 1401. The Goat Devourer Transcendent inhaled, and a fearsome devour force enveloped the intermediate and lesser transcendent gods. When the intermediate and lesser transcendent gods flew in front of the Goat Devourer Transcendent, he grabbed them and sucked them dry of their origin force. Numerous middle demon gods, lower demon gods, corpse servants, and other transcendent existences of the demon god cemetery flew to the side of the goat demon god and were devoured cleanly, turning into dust. When the moon god Palace's palace master saw the Goat Devourer Transcendent, she trembled all over. So strong! He actually evolved into a superior transcendent. Before this, he was just an intermediate transcendent. How could there be such a powerful existence? To be able to kill even the transcendent dragon Absolute, an ancient fierce god. After the Goat Devourer Transcendent devoured a large number of transcendent gods, he pointed at the level 4 stronghold. Vast transcendent god force entered the level 4 stronghold in the rear. The core of the level 4 stronghold transformed continuously, fused with various metals, and began to evolve frantically. It evolved into a level 5 stronghold. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. Unfortunately, there aren't enough resources. If I want to advance to a level 6 stronghold, I need more resources. The Goat Devourer Transcendent, Yang Feng's true body, and the Shizu stronghold all need massive amounts of resources to evolve. As the battlefield of previous transcendent wars, the transcendent battlefield is full of dangers, but it also has endless resources. It is a good place for Yang Feng to advance. The Moon God Palace's palace master said respectfully, "Sir Yi Cheng, I have brought you to the Transcendent Cemetery. Can I go now?" Yang Feng took a deep look at the Moon God Palace's palace master and uttered with a smile, "Since you have seen my secret, do you still want to leave?" The goat devourer transcendent opened his mouth and inhaled, and the tremendous energy drifting in the world entered him. He pointed at Yang Feng, and a pure force entered Yang Feng. One after another, mysterious transcendent runes appeared on Yang Feng's body, and he evolved into a lesser transcendent in a breath of time. Mysterious transcendent runes appeared on Yang Feng's body, making him exude a mysterious and terrifying temperament. Demon God. A mortal had actually evolved into a demon god. How was this possible? How is this possible? When she saw Yang Feng evolve into a transcendent in a single bound, the pretty face of the Moon God Palace's palace master flickered, and shock filled her beautiful eyes. In this world, some of the strongest apostles of the royal family and aristocratic families could rely on the demonic divine weapons bestowed by the superior demonic gods to contend against some middle and inferior demonic gods. However, there had never been an example of a mortal apostle evolving into a demon god. A demon god was high and mighty. No matter how powerful a mortal was, they had to remain humble in front of a demon god. This was the iron rule of this world. From a mortal, Yang Feng evolved into a transcendent, which was simply heaven-defying. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "It's not that difficult. I could have advanced to become a demon god long ago. It's just that it's easy to advance, but if I want to advance perfectly, I need to comprehend the laws. Otherwise, if you make a mistake in your advancement, you'll need more resources to make up for it." As an eternal sovereign, Yang Feng has seen a lot. With the means of the world of warlocks, he can use bloodline transplantation, reincarnation in a corpse, and many other strange means to advance to a demon god in a single bound. However, once Yang Feng advances to a demon god through such means, not only will he consume a lot of resources, but if he makes a mistake, it will be very troublesome for him to start all over again. If he isn't careful, he will attract the hostility of the universe will. The beautiful eyes of the Moon God Palace's palace master shimmered with astonishment. Advancing to a demon god isn't difficult at all. There's actually such a genius in this world? You're not bad. I admire you very much. From now on, you will serve me. Yang Feng pressed his hand on the shoulder of the Moon God Palace's palace master, and tremendous demonic divine force entered the Moon God Palace's palace master and polluted her demonic divine force. Although the Moon God Palace's palace master is the fifth strongest powerhouse in South Province, but in front of Yang Feng, she is powerless to fight back. The demonic divine force inside her is polluted and converted into Yang Feng's demonic divine force. Mysterious runes appeared one after another, and rays of moonlight condensed around the Moon God's palace master's body, forming a tall, handsome man who gave off an evil aura. She is my apostle, my caretaker. You want to pollute her? Do you want to become enemies with me, the Moonlight Demon God? The Moonlight Demon God's eyes flickered coldly, and he looked deeply at Yang Feng with frigid killing intent in his eyes. Moonlight Demon God. To dare appear here, you're courting death. Kill him. Yang Feng smiled coldly and ordered decisively. The gobbling goat demon god pounced on the Moonlight Demon God's projection and opened its mouth to bite it. The Moonlight Demon God's projection collapsed in an instant. Although he was a superior demon god, and his projection possessed intermediate demon god strength, but compared to the Goat Eater Transcendent, he was still not on the same level. After the Goat Eater Transcendent devoured the Moonlight Demon God's projection, he activated the law of karma, followed the law of karma, and bit the Moonlight Demon God. In a palace constructed from moonlight in the Transcendent realm, there are stunning women dressed in light muslin with extraordinary temperaments everywhere. On a throne in the center of the palace, the Moonlight Demon God's true body sits. A strange bloody maw bit the chest of the Moonlight Demon God's true body and frantically devoured his life origin. It can attack my true body through my projection. What a terrible monster! The Moonlight Demon God's eyes shimmered with apprehension, and he beckoned with his hand, and a tremendous amount of moonlight gathered in his hand and formed a moonlight spear, which he stabbed into the bloody maw. Fearsome moonlight force erupted and blasted the bloody maw apart. There was a flash of killing intent in the Moonlight Demon God's eyes. This direction leads to the Transcendent battlefield. That demon god sure has guts. He actually dared to snatch my pet and even took the initiative to attack me. He really deserves to die. The Moonlight Demon God spread the fingers of a hand, and 2 transcendent runes flew out of his hand, suspended in the void, and formed 2 mirrors. On the other side of one mirror, endless sunlight shone, and Sun God Fire almost broke out of the mirror. On the other side of the mirror, gloomy starlight shone, and gloomy starlight gathered in the mirror. A dignified voice came from the mirror containing Sun God Fire. "Moonlight, what's the matter?" The Moonlight Demon God said slowly, "Brother Sun, Sister Star, do me a favor. Come with me to the transcendent battlefield and hunt a superior demon god." An incomparably sweet voice came from the mirror overflowing with starlight. "Elder Brother Moonlight, with your strength, it is very easy for you to kill a superior fiend celestial. What's different about him?" The Sun Demon God, the Moonlight Demon God, and the Star Demon God were the 3 famous demon god siblings in the fiend celestial world. Each of them was a top-notch superior demon god. In the fiend celestial world, they had their own demon god nation, and their battle prowess far exceeded that of ordinary superior demon gods. The Moonlight Demon God's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. "That demon god can directly attack me through my projection. He is very powerful and cruel. If he is allowed to grow, it will be a terrible catastrophe for the entire transcendent realm." From the other mirror, the Sun Demon God's decisive voice was full of killing intent. "In that case, kill him. We must not give him a chance to rise." The Star Goddess was also very decisive. "Agreed." The 3 demon gods were able to become the 3 giants of the transcendent realm because they were very decisive. They tried not to provoke enemies, but once they provoked an enemy, they would join forces to kill them before they could grow. In the transcendent battlefield. "Greetings, my lord." After the Moon God Palace's temple master was contaminated by Yang Feng's transcendent force, her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she saluted Yang Feng respectfully. She looked calm on the surface, but a storm was set off in her heart. The Moonlight Demon God was a superior demon god. Only the legendary demon god Emperor could contaminate his transcendent force. But now, it was so easily polluted by Yang Feng. It was simply appalling. Yang Feng nodded and looked around. A dense crowd of engineering robots entered the transcendent cemetery and frantically mined all kinds of rare minerals. In this transcendent cemetery, there were many powerful demon gods buried. Irrigated by transcendent force and transcendent blood, all kinds of powerful variant alloys appeared everywhere, many of which were core materials that could allow level 5 strongholds to evolve into level 6 strongholds. If I want to become stronger, then I have to advance to the core area. With a resolute look in his eyes, Yang Feng, with the huge mechanical legion as the vanguard, advanced towards the core area of the transcendent battlefield. A few days later, an intermediate transcendent rank transcendent corpse turned into dust in Yang Feng's hand, and pinnacle intermediate transcendent rank fluctuations of power spread from him. So strong. His evolution speed is really fast. In such a short time, he has already advanced to an intermediate demon god. That's simply heaven-defying. The Moon God Palace's temple master looked at Yang Feng, who emits intermediate demon god fluctuations of power, with shock in her beautiful eyes. In this universe, more than 90% of lesser demon gods could advance to an intermediate demon god. Even lesser demon gods who were lucky enough to advance to an intermediate demon god would have to spend thousands of years to do so. For Yang Feng to evolve to an intermediate demon god in just a few days is simply heaven-defying. Chapter 1402. With the huge mechanical legion opening the way, Yang Feng advanced towards the core area of the transcendent battlefield without any mishap. Along the way, various corpse servants, intermediate transcendent gods, and lesser transcendent gods were easily devoured by Yang Feng and turned into resources for his evolution. Yang Feng avoided many danger zones that could slay a superior transcendent god. He only lost thousands of 4th-generation battle robots. Finally, the Transcendent Blood Sea. According to legend, this is an evil existence formed from the blood of countless transcendent gods, a sea that can corrode a superior transcendent god. After passing through a mountain range, a sea of blood as bright as blood and exuding a strong fishy smell appeared in front of Yang Feng. This sea of blood is the Transcendent Blood Sea, a strange sea of blood that can corrode a superior transcendent god until nothing remains. It is also the most dangerous place around the core area of the transcendent battlefield. According to legend, several transcendent emperors once fought fiercely in the core area of the transcendent battlefield, killing each other until rivers of blood flowed. The transcendent blood sea is formed from their transcendent blood. The moon god shrine's palace master uttered, "My lord, this is the transcendent blood sea that surrounds the core area. Apart from the transcendent emperors who can cross it with their peerless power, only the Star Leaf Transcendent's transcendent treasure Star Leaf boat can cross it. Any other existence will be easily corroded once they enter the transcendent blood sea." With a thought from Yang Feng, a cruiser flew into the transcendent blood sea. The cruiser has just come into contact with the transcendent blood sea, when bloody light flashed, and it was corroded at an astonishing speed. Within a dozen-plus breaths of time, the cruiser was corroded and disappeared. With a thought from Yang Feng, the goat devourer transcendent appeared, pulled out a strand of hair, and stabbed it into the transcendent blood sea. In an instant, the hair, which the lesser transcendent couldn't destroy with an all-out attack, was melted by the transcendent blood sea. Amazing! Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he extended his hand into the transcendent blood sea, and a fearsome devour force erupted and devoured the origin force of the transcendent blood sea. A fearsome corrosive force came from the transcendent blood sea and corroded Yang Feng's flesh and turned him into a pool of pus, leaving only his bones behind. He's dead? No, he's not dead. How could this be? This is a demon god blood sea that can easily melt even a superior demon god. There is a mysterious connection between the moon god's palace master and Yang Feng. She can clearly perceive that not only has Yang Feng not died, but he has become stronger and stronger. One after another, transcendent runes appeared on Yang Feng's body and interwove into a more perfect and powerful superior transcendent body. Terrifying fluctuations of power unique to a superior transcendent spread from Yang Feng and spread in all directions. A greater devil god. He had actually advanced to become a higher fiend celestial. What kind of evolution speed was this? In less than a month, he had evolved into a superior fiend celestial. Is there really such a heaven-defying genius in this world? The moon god's palace master was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe her eyes. Superior demon gods were the most powerful existences in this world. In this world, the top aristocratic families, royal families, and sects only served superior demon gods. Virtually all the existing superior demon gods were the victors of ancient transcendent wars. Ever since the ancient transcendent wars, no superior demon god has been born. In just a month, Yang Feng evolved from a mortal to a superior demon god. This speed is simply heaven-defying. In fact, if it weren't for Yang Feng's essence being an eternal sovereign, it would be impossible for him to evolve so quickly. Even if it were a freakish genius born with level 9 soul aptitude, it would take them hundreds of years to evolve into a superior demon god. Suddenly, the transcendent blood sea churned, and a 1,000-meter-long crimson tentacle engraved with countless transcendent runes emerged from the sea of blood and whipped towards Yang Feng. The goat-eater transcendent blocked in front of Yang Feng and extended a claw towards the crimson tentacle. The crimson tentacle radiated blood-colored light and slammed into the goat-eater transcendent's claw, and a corrosive poison unique to the transcendent blood sea enveloped the claw. Along with a strange distorted sound of corrosion, the goat-eater transcendent's claw was corroded and turned into a pile of pus, and the terrifying poison spread along the goat-eater transcendent's body. After all, the goat-eater transcendent isn't Yang Feng, who possesses eternal origin. It can't resist the attack of the freak in the transcendent blood sea. Stand down! Yang Feng ordered, and the goat-eater transcendent retreated to the rear. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the huge tentacle, extended his claw, and grabbed the huge tentacle. A fearsome devour force erupted and frantically devoured the life force of the huge tentacle's owner. A tremendous amount of transcendent origin poured into Yang Feng, making him stronger at every moment. The demon god blood sea churned, and a huge octopus that was tens of thousands of meters long appeared. It was crimson and had countless demon god runes all over its body, and it looked like a giant mountain with an invisible peak. When the moon god shrine's temple master saw the huge, crimson octopus, her beautiful eyes flashed with shock, and her delicate body trembled. The fierce demon Lujin of the transcendent battlefield. It lives in the blood sea of the demon gods, and once killed 13 superior demon gods. The fierce demon Lujin is the most ferocious fierce demon in the transcendent battlefield. Even if it is a superior transcendent, as long as they run into him in the transcendent blood sea, only death will await them. The remaining 7 tentacles of the fierce demon Lujin flickered slightly and mercilessly whipped at Yang Feng with crimson light. The transcendent blood sea churned, and blood-colored waves swept out from the tentacles and formed blood-colored whirlpools. With the special nature of the transcendent blood sea, even a superior transcendent will be seriously injured or even dissolved by the blood-colored whirlpools. Unfortunately, you're a step too late. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a scornful smile. Countless transcendent runes interwove on Yang Feng's body, and he turned into a 10,000-meter-tall transcendent giant in an instant. Stepping on the transcendent blood sea, he brandished his fists and barreled towards the fierce demon Lu Jin's tentacles. Boom! 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 Huge explosions rang out incessantly. As the two incomparably terrifying existences fought, huge cracks appeared one after another. The goat-swallowing demon god had activated an extremely powerful demon god boundary in front of the moon god palace mistress. Otherwise, the beautiful moon god palace mistress would have been easily torn to shreds by the shockwaves from the battle between the two terrifying existences. After Yang Feng devoured a large amount of the transcendent blood sea's origin power and advanced to a superior transcendent, his resistance to the transcendent blood sea is second only to that of the fierce demon Lu Jin born from the transcendent blood sea. Devour black holes emerged and swept towards the claws of the fierce demon Lu Jin, and the remaining 7 claws were sucked into the devour black holes. The demon god tattoo on fierce demon Lu Jin's body flashed, and a vast and boundless power erupted in an instant, pulling his tentacles out of the devouring black hole inch by inch. The giant Yang Feng incarnated into beckoned with his hand, and transcendent force formed a huge battle axe and slashed at the fierce demon Lu Jin. A layer of blood-colored slippery barrier appeared on the surface of ferocious demon Lu Jin's body. The huge axe was distorted by the barrier and shifted to the side, only leaving a huge crack on ferocious demon Lu Jin's body. Yang Feng stabbed his claw into the fierce demon Lu Jin, and fearsome devour force erupted and extracted the fierce demon Lu Jin's transcendent origin power. The fierce demon Lu Jin writhed and struggled for only a quarter of an hour before he was devoured by Yang Feng and turned into ashes. The beautiful eyes of the moon god shrine's temple master shimmered with incredulity. The fierce demon Lu Jin died just like that. He is a legendary fierce demon. After Yang Feng devoured the fierce demon Lu Jin, transcendent runes appeared on his body. His devour force erupted again and frantically devoured the transcendent blood sea's origin power. The transcendent blood sea, which can easily melt a superior transcendent, disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3 days later, the transcendent blood sea that enveloped the periphery of the core area of the transcendent battlefield and blocked countless transcendent gods disappeared. A basin tens of thousands of meters deep with no end in sight appeared where the transcendent blood sea originally was. Standing at the edge of the basin, the moon god shrine's temple master looked at the huge blood cocoon in the center of the transcendent blood sea with shock in her beautiful eyes. How terrifying! He devoured the entire transcendent blood sea. A drop of blood in the transcendent blood sea can poison a lesser transcendent to death. Even a superior transcendent will be easily melted if they enter the transcendent blood sea. For Yang Feng to devour the transcendent blood sea is simply heaven-defying. The blood cocoon in the center of the transcendent blood sea split open, and Yang Feng walked out. Covered in mysterious transcendent runes, he exudes a bewitching charm. As long as Yang Feng doesn't restrain his bewitching charm, any woman with a cultivation base lower than the Moonlight Warlock rank will become a captive of his charm. Only a few women with a powerful soul can resist the bewitching charm he automatically exudes. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. I'm still one step away. The Transcendent Emperor is indeed a pinnacle existence of the universe. Although I can't compare to an eternal sovereign, but it won't be that easy to advance. Chapter 1403. Yang Feng quickly calculated his current strength. My strength should be at the pinnacle quasi-Empyrean rank now. I'm only one step away from advancing to the Empyrean realm. Someone is coming. Yang Feng suddenly looked up into the distance. In the west, a sun, a moon, and a star tore through the void and flew over here, exuding terrifying transcendent might. After a few breaths of time, the moon god palace's palace master saw that the sun is a sun chariot with countless mysterious transcendent runes interwoven with it. On the sun chariot sits a burly man with long blonde hair and a dignified aura. The moon is a moon chariot that is 70% similar to a sun chariot, and the moonlight transcendent is sitting on the moon chariot. The star was a star chariot, and there was a drop-dead gorgeous peerless beauty in the chariot. She had long pitch-black hair that reached her waist, skin that was crystalline like jade, and wore a star battle robe. She possessed an extraordinary bearing. The moon god palace's palace master is already the #1 beauty in southern province. But compared to the peerless beauty on the star chariot, she is still slightly inferior. Sun transcendent, moonlight transcendent, star transcendent. When the moon god palace's palace master saw the moonlight transcendent on the moon chariot, her delicate body trembled slightly, and she unconsciously knelt on the ground, her beautiful eyes filled with fear. The moonlight transcendent is a transcendent that moon god palace has served for countless generations. The might and terror of the moonlight transcendent is rooted inside the moon god palace's powerhouse. The transcendent force inside the moon god palace's palace master has been polluted by Yang Feng and transformed into his own. Even so, in the face of the transcendent they have worshipped for countless years, they are still powerless to resist. Gong Ling is my apostle, my favorite toy, and my spokesperson in the secular world. To dare pollute her transcendent force, how dare you? You deserve to die. The moonlight transcendent glanced at the moon god palace's palace master with disgust in his eyes, and then his gaze fell on Yang Feng and the goat devourer transcendent, and frigid killing intent flashed in his eyes. In the transcendent realm, a transcendent apostle being polluted by another transcendent is a provocation and an insult to the other transcendent. Even if Yang Feng killed the moon god palace's palace master, it wouldn't have made the moonlight transcendent so angry. Kneel and hand over your demon god soul seals. Otherwise die. On the sun chariot, the sun demon god's eyes flickered with a fierce glint, and a terrifying high-rank demon god power spread out and swept in all directions. The temperature within a radius of 1,000 kilometers rose by 1,000 degrees, and strange flames burned everywhere. The star demonic god frowned slightly and a glint of surprise flashed through her beautiful eyes. She said slowly, "Wait a minute, why did the demonic god blood sea disappear?" Demon god blood sea? Naturally, I refined it and turned it into a part of my power. Since the three of you are here to die, then you shall become my stepping stones. Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and transcendent runes appeared on his body. He spread the fingers of a hand, and fearsome transcendent force gushed out and formed a black hole that suppressed and devoured everything, and then swept towards the three transcendent gods. How dare you attack me? How arrogant! A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the sun demon god. With a flip of his hand, the sun god's sword appeared and slashed at the black hole. 9 suns emerged, formed a straight line, and barreled towards the black hole. The sun god's sword was a demonic divine weapon that the sun demon god had found while traversing the universe and found 36 suns. Then, he had spent countless demonic divine powers and precious heavenly treasures to refine it. Its power was terrifying beyond compare. When the sword slashed out, it contained the terrifying power of 9 suns. Die! A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the moonlight transcendent, and he pointed with a finger, and the moonlight temple appeared. In an instant endless moonlight gushed out of the moonlight shrine, and thousands upon thousands of beautiful female apostles appeared and prayed devoutly. Tremendous power was extracted from their bodies and gathered in the moonlight shrine. Radiating endless moonlight and containing a mysterious charm, the moonlight temple barreled towards Yang Feng. The moonlight temple is a wicked transcendent god armament. The moonlight transcendent refined from 18 moons and the souls of 360,000 transcendent apostle rank mortal women. Even a superior transcendent, if careless, will be affected by the moonlight temple. As soon as the 2 fiend celestials made their move, the beautiful star fiend celestial stretched out her hand, and a fiend celestial artifact with mysterious fiend celestial runes appeared in her hand. Star bow. The star bow was a divine bow refined by the star devil god using 72 stars. Every star arrow was a treasure refined from a star mixed with an incomparably massive amount of demon god power. A single arrow was able to shatter a star. The beautiful eyes of the star transcendent shimmered coldly, and she locked on Yang Feng. Tremendous transcendent force surged, and an arrow containing endless star force tore through the sky and shot towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled faintly and his eyes shimmered coldly, and the devour black hole suddenly opened, and countless transcendent runes interwove and instantly devoured the 9 suns, and then swept towards the sun transcendent and engulfed him. The moment the devour black hole devoured the sun transcendent, it continued to extend outwards and devoured the moonlight temple and the moonlight transcendent. When the star arrow containing fearsome transcendent divine power shot into the devour black hole, it disappeared without a sound. The devour black hole only trembled slightly and stopped expanding. Clearly, the star arrow wasn't useless. In just a breath of time, the devour black hole that can devour everything swept towards the star transcendent. Sir, we 3 siblings are willing to hand over our soul seals and submit to you. I am also willing to serve you as a slave. Please spare the lives of us 3 siblings. The star transcendent's pretty face fell. She decisively gave up all resistance and knelt on the ground. A transcendent soul seal containing her true spirit emerged and radiated endless starlight. You're smart. Fine, I'll spare you 3 siblings. Surprise flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. He looked at the star transcendent, pondered for a while, and pointed with a finger, and countless transcendent runes interwove and entered the star transcendent's soul seal. Now that Yang Feng has control over the star transcendent's soul seal, no matter where she escapes, he can make her beg for death with a thought. This is a means by which superior transcendent can control other transcendent. A fearsome storm blew out from the devour black hole, and the sun transcendent and the moonlight transcendent flew out, their expressions dispirited. If it wasn't for the star transcendent's decisiveness, the 2 transcendents' origin force would have been devoured in just a few dozen breaths of time, and their souls would have been extinguished. Sun transcendent, moonlight transcendent, your younger sister, the star transcendent, has handed over her soul seal and submitted to me. That's how I saved your lives. Hand over your soul seal and submit to me, and you'll live. Otherwise go to hell. Yang Feng looked at the sun transcendent and the moonlight transcendent with a cold look in his eyes and spoke frigidly. Yes, sir. The sun transcendent and the moonlight transcendent looked at each other and smiled helplessly. They never expected to run into such a terrifying enemy as Yang Feng, who easily crushed their alliance of 3. Any one of the sun transcendent, moonlight transcendent, and star transcendent was a terrifying powerhouse in the transcendent realm. When the 3 joined forces, few could match them in the transcendent realm. But this time, the 3 came out together to suppress Yang Feng, yet he easily suppressed them. All of their pride and confidence were shattered in an instant. A sun soul seal formed from countless sun god runes and a moonlight soul seal formed from countless moonlight appeared above the heads of the 2 transcendent. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and transcendent god runes entered the 2 soul seals and suppressed them. When Gong Ling saw this scene, her beautiful eyes flashed with a daze. Yi Qing actually suppressed the 3 transcendent just like that. How is that possible? Who is he? Is he the legendary reincarnation of the Transcendent Emperor? No, even if it's the reincarnation of the Transcendent Emperor, it's impossible to evolve as fast as him. The Sun Transcendent, Moonlight Transcendent, and Star Transcendent were all transcendent gods of ancient mythology. Their deeds were widely spread in mythology. Many superior transcendent gods died under the joint attack of the 3 siblings. But now, the 3 legendary transcendent gods were kneeling in front of Yang Feng's embodiment of Yi Cheng. Gong Ling couldn't believe her eyes. After all, not long ago, Yang Feng's embodiment of Yi Cheng was just an ordinary person with profound martial arts. Gong Ling exuded traces of transcendent apostle aura, and she could poison countless such ordinary people to death. The moonlight transcendent took a deep look at Gong Ling, and his eyes shimmered with resentment. Then, he lowered his head, not daring to look at her. If it wasn't for Gong Ling, he wouldn't have provoked such a terrifying powerhouse as Yang Feng. My only way out is Yi Cheng. If he no longer likes me, then my fate will be very miserable. When the moonlight transcendent looked at her, Gong Ling's heart shook and filled with fear, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with determination. Follow me. Yang Feng turned around and walked towards the core area of the transcendent battlefield. The resources in the periphery of the transcendent battlefield were no longer enough to meet Yang Feng's needs. Only the battlefield of the legendary transcendent emperors might have the resources to tempt Yang Feng. Gong Ling took the initiative to step forward, followed by Yang Feng's side, hugged one of his arms, and stuck her ample twin peaks on his arm. Chapter 1404. Yang Feng glanced at Gong Ling and raised the corners of his mouth. He naturally wouldn't refuse a stunning beauty like her who threw herself at him. The beautiful eyes of the star transcendent flickered. She hesitated for a while, but in the end, she didn't step forward to compete with Gong Ling. The star transcendent was a famous beautiful goddess of war in the ancient mythological era. Over the years, who knows how many young talents and powerful transcendent have longed to win her heart. No matter how handsome a man is, she doesn't fancy him, because she feels that he isn't worthy of her. Even though the star transcendent has sworn to be Yang Feng's slave, but she still hasn't adjusted her mentality so quickly. The three transcendent looked at each other, and then followed Yang Feng towards the core area of the transcendent battlefield. In the core area of the transcendent battlefield, there are spatial rifts and black holes leading to unknown areas everywhere. Once existences below the superior transcendent god rank enter the spatial rifts and black holes, they will be torn to pieces in an instant. In the core area, there is fearsome and chaotic demonic divine force pervading the air. Broken demonic divine armament fragments can be seen everywhere. Gong Ling looked at the demonic divine armament fragments with an enigmatic light in her beautiful eyes. If any of these demonic divine armament fragments were placed in the secular world, they would become treasures that countless ordinary people would fight over. Once ordinary people get a demonic divine armament fragment and know the method to do so, they can use the demonic divine force radiated by the demonic divine armament to evolve into an apprentice transcendent attendant. If a fragment of a demonic artifact was worshipped by a mortal noble family for more than 10 generations, it might transform into a strange demonic artifact, allowing that mortal family to give birth to an extraordinary being comparable to a demonic god's attendant. The devil god artifact fragments here were all top-notch devil god artifact fragments. They were divine weapons of superior devil gods in the past, and any one of them was priceless. As soon as the countless engineering robots entered the core area, they collected all kinds of demonic divine armament fragments, took them to the level 5 stronghold, and reforged them. Boom! Suddenly, the earth shook, and a strange headless giant formed from countless pieces of corpses, stones, and fragments of a demonic divine armament crawled out of the earth and chopped down at Yang Feng with a huge battle axe in hand. In an instant, the whole world seems to have been split open and returned to primal chaos. The star demon god's expression changed drastically. The space-splitting demonic axe. The demonic axe that had killed 135 superior demon gods is actually here. The expressions of the other two high-ranked demon gods changed drastically as well. They could vaguely sense the threat of death from the demonic axe. Even if the three great demon gods joined forces, they would not be able to withstand the headless giant's attack in the core area. This axe is not bad. Demonic god runes appeared on Yang Feng's right hand, and he casually grabbed the space-splitting demonic axe. Die! Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a black hole emerged, swept towards the headless giant, and devoured it. Waves of incomparably terrifying devouring black light flashed. After a dozen breaths, the devouring black hole directly disappeared, and a cloud of dust drifted away with the wind. The star demonic god's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. He died just like that. The solar demon god was also stunned. How is this possible? He's not the demon god emperor. How could he be so powerful? Scram! Die! 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 Distorted sounds came from the core area of the demonic god battlefield. Countless distorted and weird existences flew over. Any one of them could easily tear apart a middle-rank fiend celestial expert, and if countless of them joined forces, they could even kill a high-rank fiend celestial. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a black hole emerged. As soon as the countless distorted existences flew over, they were devoured by the black hole and turned into pure power that poured into Yang Feng. The three demon gods also took action to suppress the endless stream of strange existences and protect Gong Ling. Who is it? Who dares to disturb the sleep of the great barbarian Luo? Suddenly, a 10,000-meter-tall bloody mountain split open, and a demonic claw with an eye covered in black dragon scales and exuding the fluctuations of power of the demon god emperor suddenly appeared. The demon god emperor! When the solar demon god saw the demonic claw, he trembled and knelt on the ground. The moonlight demon god and the star demonic god also trembled. Under the majesty of the demon god emperor, they involuntarily knelt on the ground. In this world, the rank suppression between demon gods was extremely terrifying. Superior demon gods could easily suppress intermediate demon gods and lesser demon gods. On the other hand, the demon god emperor could easily suppress a superior demon god. In the world of warlocks, a Holy Spirit warlock would only be slightly suppressed when facing an emperor. But in this world, when a superior demon god faced a demon god emperor, he could only display about 30% of his power. Only a demon god emperor could contend against another demon god emperor. This was the truth of the universe. Barbarian Luo. Isn't this the demon god emperor who was slain by the demon god emperor Manba during the ancient demon god war? Isn't he already dead? How come he's still alive? Gong Ling collapsed on the ground, her face drained of blood, and her delicate body trembled. If it wasn't for the goat-devouring transcendent's powerful transcendent boundary protecting her, she would have been crushed into meat paste by the demon god emperor's might. The demon god emperor? How could a real demon god emperor stay in such a place? Of course he would occupy the most fertile transcendent realm. You're just a right hand of the demon god emperor Man Luo. If you want to restore your demon god emperor rank strength to its peak, you won't be able to do it even after 10 million years. There was a flash of contempt in Yang Feng's eyes, and he sneered. In this universe, this celestial body was the center of the universe, the only primary material plane. The mortal realm and the transcendent realm were the two great worlds of the primary material plane. The transcendent battlefield was just an incomplete secret realm attached to the mortal realm and the transcendent realm. The reason why there were countless precious resources in the transcendent battlefield was because countless demon gods died in this battlefield. Their corpses coupled with the special environment here gave birth to all kinds of resources. In terms of world grade alone, the transcendent battlefield was far inferior to the mortal realm, let alone the transcendent realm, which was a higher energy level. Any demon god emperor would choose to stay in the transcendent realm. In the transcendent realm, they would have a long lifespan and become more powerful. If a demon god emperor rank powerhouse stayed in the transcendent battlefield for a long time, their strength would degrade bit by bit. And for you to offend the mighty demon god emperor Man Luo, I'll grant you death. The one-eyed demon god emperor's right hand flashed fiercely, and it flew out. The core area of the transcendent battlefield trembled, and tremendous demonic divine force converged on Man Luo's right hand. Countless demonic divine runes flickered on Man Luo's right hand, and it turned into a huge transcendent world that extended towards Yang Feng. In the transcendent world, one after another, bull-headed transcendent exuding superior transcendent rank power shot towards Yang Feng. The combined attack of nearly 100 superior transcendent gods was simply heaven-defying. Besieged by 100 superior transcendent gods, the sun transcendent, the moonlight transcendent, and the star transcendent would be insta-killed in an instant. Unfortunately, the power is too scattered. This power can only be used as nourishment for my evolution. Yang Feng smiled coldly and extended his hand, and a devour black hole emerged and engulfed the transcendent world, and devour force swept towards the transcendent world. The 100 bull-headed transcendent gods as well as the countless transcendent gods of various sizes were engulfed by the black hole. Shock flashed in Man Luo's eyes and he exclaimed, "How can this be? You're just a superior transcendent. How can you resist my transcendent world? The current me is naturally no match for you when you were at your peak. But you want to suppress me with a trifling right hand? How is that possible?" Yang Feng smiled contemptuously, then extended his hand and grabbed Man Luo's body, and fearsome devour force erupted and devoured Man Luo's origin power. "No. I, Man Luo, will not die. I am the sole ruler of this world. I, Man Luo." Along with frantic roars, the right arm of the transcendent Emperor Man Luo turned into ashes inch by inch, and tremendous transcendent emperor force was absorbed into Yang Feng. The star transcendent was stunned. So strong. He actually devoured the right arm of the demon god. There was a flash of shock in the eyes of the sun transcendent, and he trembled. If this guy doesn't die, I'm afraid that he'll become the next demon god emperor. A helpless expression on his face, the moonlight transcendent smiled bitterly. To think that I wanted to kill him, I really brought about my own destruction. So this is the power of the demon god emperor. Sure enough, his energy rank is far beyond that of a superior transcendent god. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and the tremendous transcendent emperor force inside him began to transform frantically and transform into a higher-level demon god emperor force. Not enough. I'm still a step away from becoming a true demon god emperor. Let's continue. Yang Feng took a deep look at the core area of the transcendent battlefield, and then continued deeper into the battlefield. Time elapsed, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Yang Feng devoured dozens of superior transcendent god corpses as well as a part of the remains of the demon god emperor in the core area of the transcendent battlefield. His strength became even more terrifying, but he still didn't advance to the demon god emperor realm. The level 5 stronghold in the core area advanced to a level 6 stronghold. Chapter 1405. Within a huge canyon in the mortal world, a huge crack appeared in the void. Yang Feng slowly walked out of the huge rift, followed by 2 women. They are Gongling and the Star Transcendent. The Sun Demon God and the Moonlight Demon God returned to the demon realm to protect their kingdom. In the fiend celestial world, there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky, and the competition was similarly intense. If the Sun Demon God and the other two superior demon gods disappeared for too long, the hostile superior demon gods would attack their countries and weaken their power. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with regret. Unfortunately, there aren't enough resources. Just a step away from becoming a demon god emperor. By devouring a large amount of origin force from the remains of superior transcendent gods, Yang Feng's essence of devour advanced to the next level. He had already analyzed 80% of the laws of this universe. If he had enough resources, he could definitely advance to become a demon god emperor. However, although there are countless transcendent corpses in the transcendent battlefield, but the resources inside are still not enough for Yang Feng to advance to the transcendent emperor realm. Yang Feng said lightly, "Gongling." Gongling said respectfully, "My lord, please give the order." Yang Feng said, "Go gather all the families and sects in Southern Province and hold a party. I will wipe out all the aristocratic families and sects of the Southern Province in one fell swoop." Gongling smiled sweetly and said, "Yes, my lord. It just so happens that my Moon God Palace holds a Moonlight Fruit Festival every 10 years. A month from now, we will officially host the Moonlight Fruit Feast and invite all the aristocratic families and sects of the Southern Prefecture. They will definitely come." Moonlight Fruit Festival? Yang Feng's thoughts stirred and he recalled the origin of the Moonlight Fruit Association. 500 years ago, the Moon God's Palace Master obtained a moonlight tree seed during an adventure and brought it back to the Moon God's Palace. After 100 years, the moonlight tree would completely mature, and the moonlight fruit it bore would contain miraculous extraordinary power. Each moonlight fruit could extend a person's lifespan by 100 years. In the mortal world, everyone had a short lifespan. The lifespan of a demon god attendant was about 100 to 150 years old. The lifespan of a demon god overlord was 180 to 220 years old. The lifespan of a demon god apostle was between 250 to 280 years old. The moonlight fruit could extend a person's lifespan by 100 years, so it naturally caused the entire southern province to go crazy. After repelling several powerful enemies, the Moon God Palace had no choice but to compromise with the transcendent forces of the southern province. Every 10 years, the Moonlight Fruit Festival would be held to distribute the 36 moonlight fruits that had grown in the past 10 years. The first moonlight fruit could increase a person's lifespan by 100 years, the second one could increase a person's lifespan by 50 years, the third one could increase a person's lifespan by 10 years, and the fourth one could increase a person's lifespan by 1 year. Even so, the leaders of the major transcendent powers still flocked to the moonlight fruit like a flock of ducks. They were willing to pay a huge price in exchange for a moonlight fruit. The moonlight fruit had a special characteristic, and that was that it had to be eaten on the same day it was picked. Otherwise, it would disappear and could not be stored. Therefore, every moonlight fruit feast would attract top experts from the southern province, and even the northern province, the central province, the eastern province, and the western province. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a glint of appreciation, saying, "Good. We'll do as you say." Although Gongling's strength was far inferior to a superior demon god like the stellar demon god, her methods of dealing with various mortal matters were far superior to the stellar demon gods. "Since you're so capable, let me bestow you with even greater power." Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and demonic god runes enveloped Gongling. Vast amounts of demon god power interweaved in Gongling's body, forcibly raising her strength to the lesser demon god realm. What a formidable power! This is the pinnacle of apostle power, which can rival lesser demonic gods. My lord is really powerful and generous. Gongling felt the changes in the power inside her, and her beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. In the secular world, only the old freaks of the top sects, imperial families, and aristocratic families in the central province had demonic god power that could rival lesser demonic gods. Gongling's beautiful eyes flickered with the light of wisdom, and she came up with another sinister plan. "My lord, we can also hold a convention and use some moonlight fruits and demonic god armaments as bait to get more geniuses and powerhouses to gather at the Moonlight Fruit Feast. We'll catch them all in one fell swoop and weaken the resistance to our unification of the world." Yang Feng said with satisfaction. "Good. Let's do that." The Moon God Palace's temple master found 3 demonic god flowers in the demonic god battlefield. She will hold a martial arts convention during the Moonlight Fruit Feast. The winner of the martial arts convention will get a demonic god flower, a moonlight fruit, and a demonic god armament. However, the winner of the martial arts convention must leave his life seed in the moon god palace. A few days later, a piece of news spread in the Great Spirit Empire and the Barbarian Spirit Empire, and the powerhouses of the two empires were tempted. In this world, the more powerful an existence was, the stronger the demonic god bloodline inside them. In order to obtain pure and powerful demonic god bloodline, it was very common for many powerful forces to have close relatives. Some weak families were even willing to pay a high price to purchase the life seeds of powerhouses to breed the next generation. It was not unusual for the Moon God Palace to hold such a high-profile martial arts convention, just to obtain the life seeds of powerhouses. The winner of the martial arts convention can designate anyone in the Moon God Palace to carry their life seed. Even the Moon God Palace's temple master cannot refuse. An additional piece of news came, causing many powerhouses of the two empires to be tempted. The Moon God Palace's temple master Gongling was the Great Spirit Empire's #1 female powerhouse in the southern region. She was high up and holy, and her status was also extremely noble. Many powerhouses were alarmed by this news, and they all walked towards the Moon God Palace in the southern region. Moon God Palace's temple master. She is one of the 10 great beauties of the Great Spirit Empire. Interesting, I haven't had a taste of one of the 10 great beauties of the Great Spirit Empire. Within the Barbarian Spirit Empire, in a palace, there sat a man with a dozen or so braids on his head. His body was covered with many demonic god tattoos, and he wore a skull necklace around his neck. The skull necklace around the man's neck was made up of the skulls of a dozen beautiful young women. Those beautiful young women all had a strange smile on their faces. Great Spirit Empire's Central Region. In a manor filled with beautiful women wearing all kinds of revealing veils, a handsome young man in white gently waved the folding fan in his hand. His eyes flashed with a strange light. Gongling, the third beauty among the top 10 beauties of my Great Spirit Empire, how can I miss it? Demon God Artifact. A complete demon god artifact can let our family regain its glory. Moonlight Fruit. A divine item that can extend one's lifespan by 100 years. I must obtain it. I want to live. Moonlight Fruit is mine. Countless powerhouses of the two empires rushed towards the Moon God Palace for different reasons. A month later, the South Moon City near the entrance of the Moon God Palace was filled with people. Demon God servants and demon god lords could be seen everywhere. These demon god servants and demon god lords were very clear that they could not be the final victor of the martial arts convention. However, being able to see these demon god apostle-level powerhouses contend against each other would be very beneficial to their future growth. Dang, dang, dang. A series of bell sounds came from the Moon God Palace, and the sound could be heard within a radius of 10,000 li. I declare that the Moonlight Fruit auction officially begins. Gongling's voice came from the void. A black handkerchief covered in countless demon god runes flew out of the Moon God Palace and shrouded the sky within a radius of 10,000 li in darkness. A round moon appeared in the void, and beams of bright moonlight sprinkled down from the heavens. A palace formed from moonlight appeared in the sky, and 10 seats appeared in the palace. Following flashes of light, the leaders of the South Province's 10 great forces appeared in the 10 seats. The South Province's 10 great forces are the Furious Lion Cult, the Flying Crane Cult, the Sun Bull Cult, the Moon God Palace, the Scarlet Blood Sect, the Nanching Family, the Lu Family, the Nether Ghost Cult, the Eagle Absolute Cult, and the Shadow Giant Wolf Cult. After the Sun Bull Cult's churchmaster was killed, Yang Feng's Shi Ningyi family took over the Sun Bull Cult's position. The Flying Crane Cult's churchmaster was very cautious. He only stayed in the periphery of the transcendent battlefield and survived. Sitting on the clouds, the leaders of the 10 great forces looked down at the people below like gods. That's the Moon God Palace's temple master. She's so beautiful. She's so beautiful. If I can spend the night with her, I'm willing to die. Many Fiend Celestial attendants and Fiend Celestial overlords below looked at the peerlessly beautiful Gongling, who was sitting in the clouds with a look of infatuation and greed in their eyes. Even several of the South Province's 10 great forces leaders stared at Gongling, hardly able to move their eyes away. After Gongling received Yang Feng's transcendent force, she advanced to the pinnacle apostle realm and reached the lesser transcendent realm. Her charm increased geometrically. Temple Master Gongling, let's begin the martial arts competition. I can't wait to spend a good night with you. The Nether Ghost Cult's churchmaster with a hideous face stared at Gong Ling's sexy body. Greed flashed in his eyes, and he uttered with a wicked smile. The Flying Crane Cult's churchmaster glanced at the leaders of the other 10 great forces, and then his gaze finally fell on Yang Feng, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. Temple Master Gong Ling, let's begin the martial arts competition. I'm determined to get the transcendent flower. The Flying Crane Cult's churchmaster added, Temple Master Gong Ling, only participants can take action in this martial arts competition. The transcendent that anyone serves can't take action, right? Gazes full of apprehension focused on Yang Feng. If the goat-devouring transcendent behind Yang Feng took action, then few people present would be his opponent. Chapter 1406. The goat-devouring transcendent behind Yang Feng even easily devoured the transcendent behind the Sun Bull Demon Cult's churchmaster. No one could resist such a ferocious existence. If the transcendent behind Yang Feng could take action, then the South Province's powerhouses wouldn't have to throw away their lives. Gong Ling smiled sweetly and said meaningfully, His Majesty the transcendent behind Yi Cheng naturally won't participate in this contest. The eyes of the leaders of the other major forces flashed with satisfaction, and they looked at Yang Feng with contempt in their eyes. As veteran transcendent apostles with terrifying strength, they looked down on a nouveau riche like Yang Feng. If it wasn't for the transcendent behind Yang Feng, the leaders of the other major forces wouldn't have agreed to let Yang Feng's Yi family become one of the 10 major extraordinary forces of the South Province. Gong Ling pointed ahead with the moonlight scepter in her hand. Countless mysterious moonlight emerged from the Moon God Shrine and formed a 10-kilometer diameter moonlight arena in the void. In the Moonlight Colosseum, even if one used the power of a lesser demon god, they wouldn't collapse. This was the underlying strength of the 10 major forces of the South Province, the Moon God Shrine. Gong Ling said with a sweet smile, I'll announce the rules of the contest. There will be a one-on-one contest, and life and death will be disregarded. The living can obtain all the wealth of the dead. After 15 minutes, if no one dares to challenge you, then you will be the final winner. The eyes of the leaders of the other major forces flickered. The rules of the contest were simply cruel to the extreme. In order to get the treasures promised by the Moon God Shrine, one had to stake their lives and defeat all the heroes in the world to reach the top. The venue was silent. All the experts were silent as they quietly looked at the moonlight arena. The first person to step into the arena would be the most disadvantaged. Unless they were truly invincible, they would be exhausted to death. Heh. A bunch of good-for-nothings from the Great Spirit Empire don't dare to come up. In that case, I, Bone Eating, will be the first in this martial arts contest. A ferocious-looking man with a dozen braids on his head, many transcendent runes wrapped around his body, and a skull necklace around his neck emerged from the void, appeared in the moonlight arena, and looked at everyone with an unruly expression. Bone Eating. He is ranked 9th among the top 10 experts of the Barbarian Spirit Empire. Bone Eating, the greatest expert of the Tiger Province. He once killed 5 devil god apostles. I can't believe such a savage would appear here. The Moon God's Palace Master's charm is truly great. Many of the experts present turned pale when they saw this. The expressions of the leaders of the top 10 forces in the southern prefecture also changed, turning somewhat unsightly. The sect leader of the Flying Crane sect was the second most powerful expert in the south prefecture. He was on par with the sect leader of the blood-slaughtering sect, who was ranked 20th on the apostle list of the Great Ling Empire. The leaders of the other 10 forces of the South Prefecture all had their own trump cards, and they were confident that they would not lose to the sect leader of the Flying Crane sect. However, he had no confidence against Bone Eating, one of the 10 great experts of the Barbarian Spirit Empire. The surroundings fell silent. Even the cult leader of the Nether Ghost cult, who had always been unruly, remained silent. He stared at Bone Eating with a sunken face and said nothing. A vicious light flickered through Bone Eating's eyes. He overlooked the many experts of the Great Ling Empire below and sneered. Who from your Great Ling Empire is bold enough to come up and fight me? A sliver of fury flashed through the eyes of many young experts of the Great Ling Empire. What's the point of putting on a show at the Moonlight Fruit Festival? If you have the guts, go to our Great Ling Empire Central Province and fight the 10 great experts of our empire. That's right. If you have the guts, go to our Great Ling Empire Central Province and challenge our Sword Emperor. Bone Eating, if you can block 3 strikes from our Great Ling Empire Sword Emperor, I'll kneel and kowtow to you." Many young experts called out loudly as they riled up the crowd below. "The Sword Emperor of your great Ling Empire really is extremely powerful. I'm not his opponent. I admit it. However, none of you pieces of trash are my opponent. If you keep blabbering, I'll find your clans one by one and kill you along with your clans. I'll use your skulls as part of my collection." A vicious light flashed through Bone Eating's eyes. He glared down, and an extremely vicious power of a demon god permeated through his body. Extremely twisted heads appeared on Bone Eating's body, producing bone-chilling wails. The expressions of many fiend celestial attendants changed drastically when they heard that hair-raising howl. Their bodies contorted, and they opened their mouths to spit out blood-colored insects. The demon overlords also unleashed their demon overlord defensive force fields to resist the blood-curdling screams. As soon as the strange wails rang out, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Not a single person dared to criticize Bone Eating anymore. A bunch of trash. Bone Eating stood in the Moonlight Coliseum and smiled provocatively at the leaders of the 10 great organizations of the South Province. The leaders of the 10 great organizations were all wily old foxes. Faced with Bone Eating's provocation, they all fell silent as if they saw nothing at all. "Bone Eating, I'll fight you." A cold voice came from below, and a man dressed in silver armor and holding a green jade-like stick walked into the Moonlight Coliseum step by step. The green snake stick Zhang Tong is a loner in the South Province. According to legend, his strength has surpassed that of the leaders of the 10 great organizations of the South Province. The green snake stick Zhang Tong once killed 3 hostile demon god apostles. He is one of the most fearsome powerhouses of the South Province. "Kill him, Zhang Tong." The powerhouses of the South Province shouted excitedly. "Bone Eating, go to hell." The eyes of the green snake stick Zhang Tong shimmered fiercely, and the green jade-like stick in his hand shone brightly. Green divine runes interwove and turned into a 100-meter-long green jade giant snake. Zhang Tong's figure blurred, and he merged with the green jade giant snake and became a face on the head of the green jade giant snake. Exuding fluctuations of power surpassing that of the Bright World Warlock rank and can even contend against some weak Infinity Warlocks, the green jade giant snake opened its maw and bit at Bone Eating. "So strong! The green snake stick Zhang Tong is so strong. This power is second only to some lesser demon gods. This power is infinitely close to that of a lesser demon god." The eyes of the great Ling Empire's powerhouses shimmered with excitement, and they commented spiritedly. "Is this all you've got? You're too weak." Bone Eating smiled viciously, and demon god tattoos appeared on his body. He immediately turned into a terrifying monster over 100 meters tall, with an alien head, 4 arms, and a strange scorpion tail on his back. The freak took a step, appeared in front of the green jade giant snake, stabbed its 4 arms into the snake, and tore it apart. A fearsome force erupted and tore the green jade giant snake into 4 pieces. The monster opened its mouth and inhaled. A strand of black gas swept towards the huge snake. All of the snake's bones were extracted, condensing into a fist-sized skull that flew into the hand of the monster Bone Eater had transformed into. "Dead! Zhang Tong is dead. How is this possible? This is the 9th peerless powerhouse of the barbarian spirit empire. Too strong." Seeing this scene, the many powerhouses of the Great Ling Empire were dumbfounded, and their eyes flashed with shock. Bone Eating was the 9th powerhouse of the barbarian spirit empire. All the powerhouses of the Great Ling Empire knew that he was very powerful and terrifying. But they didn't expect him to be so powerful and terrifying. Even Zhang Tong couldn't withstand a single blow from him. He can already contend with lesser demon gods. The leaders of the 10 major forces of Southern Province had gloomy expressions, and a trace of understanding surged in their minds. In the mortal world, only the top Fiend Celestial Apostles could contend against a lesser Fiend Celestial. Bone Eating was clearly a top demon god apostle among mortals. To fight against such demon god apostles, the 10 major forces of Southern Province must use their trump cards and even pay a huge price to perform sacrifices and invite the projection of the demon god they serve. Only then can they defeat Bone Eating. Bone Eating looked down at the powerhouses of the Great Ling Empire and revealed a ferocious smile. Who else wants to throw away their lives? The powerhouses of the Great Ling Empire from the various provinces all sank into silence. There were many extremely powerful demon god apostles among these experts, but they were not on the same level as Bone Eating at all. Going up would just be throwing away their lives for nothing. Bone-Eating smiled lecherously and stared at Gong Ling fixedly. Greed filled his eyes. Palace Master of the Moon God Palace, make the announcement. I'm the victor this time. Don't worry, I'll leave my seed of life to you. Even a barbarian like you wants to lay your hands on the third beauty of our great Ling Empire? You really overestimate yourself. With an extremely scornful voice, a pearl carriage carved from a huge pearl flew over from the air under the lead of 8 beauties. In the pearl carriage sat an extremely handsome young man holding a folding fan. The Myriad Flower Prince. The Myriad Flower Prince, who ranks 6th on the apostle ranking of our great Ling Empire. 10 years ago, he once fought against the Sword Emperor. He managed to last until the 5th strike from the Sword Emperor. If it's him, he'll definitely be able to defeat Bone-Eating. Apart from being lustful, the Myriad Flower Prince has no other weaknesses. If it's him, he'll definitely be able to defeat Bone-Eating. When the experts of the Great Ling Empire below saw the handsome Myriad Flower Prince, a smear of excitement flashed through their eyes. Chapter 1407. The 9th powerhouse of the Barbarian Spirit Empire and the 6th powerhouse of the Great Spirit Empire. This time, only 2 big fishes took the bait? However, 2 big fishes are enough. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows, stood up from his seat, looked down, and smiled. Although Yang Feng's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present was an extraordinary powerhouse. When they heard Yang Feng's voice, their hearts shook, and they realized that they have fallen into a huge conspiracy. A premonition welled up inside the Nether Ghost Cult's churchmaster. Transcendent runes appeared on his body, and he turned into a black ray of light and fled outside. Yang Feng smiled contemptuously. It's too late to escape. Exuding intermediate transcendent rank aura, the Goat Devourer Transcendent emerged behind Yang Feng and extended its claw towards the Nether Ghost Cult's churchmaster. No! There was a flash of fear in the eyes of the Nether Ghost Cult's churchmaster. Transcendent runes appeared on his body, and he turned into a 100-meter-tall giant covered in black scales. His eyes flickered with gloomy flames. A cold look in his eyes, the Goat Devourer Transcendent's claw suddenly expanded, grabbed the Nether Ghost Cult's churchmaster, and crushed him. Transcendent! That's a transcendent. So strong. The transcendent behind the Yi family. When the powerhouses present saw the Goat Devourer Transcendent, their eyes flashed with shock, and an unclear premonition welled up inside them. Gong Ling smiled sweetly and pointed down with a scepter in her hand. Countless mysterious runes appeared in the Moon God Palace, and strange murmurs came from them. A beam of light fell on the Moon God Shrine and formed a projection of the Moonlight Transcendent. The Moonlight Transcendent spread the fingers of a hand, and moonlight sprinkled on the ground, completely enveloped the area, and formed a huge moonlight barrier. I am the Goat Devourer Transcendent. Accept my power and submit to me. Otherwise, all of you will die. A wave of middle-rank demon god's power surged out of the goat demon god's body, and the enormous demon god's power swept toward the experts below like an avalanche, polluting the demon god's power in their bodies. The great goat-swallowing demon god. I, Zhou Jin, am willing to submit to you. Our Zhou family is also willing to serve you. I will dedicate everything to you. Great goat demon god, please allow our Shangguan clan to serve you. Our Shangguan clan is also willing to sacrifice everything for you. Excitement flashed in the eyes of those small aristocratic families with diluted bloodlines or those who used demon god weapon shards. They knelt on the ground and allowed the goat demon god's demon god power to contaminate their own. Finding a powerful devil god to worship was the dream of those declining aristocratic families. The leaders of the major forces were bitterly holding on, resisting the erosion of the demon god's power. They were the leaders of forces that worshipped other demon gods. Once they were contaminated by the demon god's demon god power, they would lose the demon god's favor and their positions as leaders of forces. Myriad Flower Prince frowned slightly and said loudly, Great goat-swallowing demon god, the mortal world belongs to the mortal world, and the demon god world belongs to the demon god. This was a promise made by the demon gods during the ancient war of demon gods. Do you want to violate the ancient war of demon gods? The mortal world was too weak. A lesser demon god's full power attack could easily destroy mountains and sever rivers. The ancient war of demon gods almost turned the mortal world into a wasteland. More than 90% of the humans died. It was only after millions of years that the contamination of the mortal world subsided, forming the current flourishing age. The mortals of the mortal world could provide all kinds of toys, high-quality souls, and power of faith to the demon gods of the demon god world. The demon gods of the demon god world also needed handsome men and beautiful women to serve them. Because of this, in order to protect the mortals of the mortal world, the ancient war of demon gods had established a demon god treaty. The demon god treaty stipulated that the demon gods could not massacre the mortals of the mortal world, nor could they personally participate in the war to unify the world. The demon gods controlled their mortal chess pieces in the background, killing each other and fighting for power. It was also an interesting game for the demon gods to pass the time. However, they could not personally participate. Goat-swallowing demon god's eyes flashed with ridicule. He laughed disdainfully and said, "Ancient war of demon gods? So what if I violate it? You're just a mere mortal. What right do you have to speak to me?" Great goat-swallowing demon god, I indeed have no right to speak to you. Then please, great demon god glamorous flower, speak to you. The prince of myriad flowers smiled and pointed at his forehead. A ray of light directly shot into the sky, receiving the existence of the unseen. Demon god glamorous flower. The goat-swallowing demon god turned and locked onto bone-eating. Killing intent flashed through his eyes as he said coldly, "Kneel and submit to me or die." Great goat-swallowing demon god, I have no intention of becoming enemies with you. I am the first apostle under the great demon god wolf devouring. Before bone-eating could even finish, the goat-swallowing demon god took a step forward and slammed his claw towards bone-eating. The bone-eating monster's face changed drastically. He did not dare to block it at all. He twisted his body slightly in an attempt to dodge the claw. The goat-swallowing demon god's attack seemed extremely slow, but it was actually extremely fast. A casual claw was enough to rip the virtually invincible bone-eating demon god in half. Great demon god wolf devouring, please descend here. I will give you an offering you'll be satisfied with. The bone-eating demon god gritted his teeth, and an extremely mysterious demon god imprint flew out, receiving the existence of the unseen and communicating with the demon gods of the demon god realm. You ants dare to defy my will without the protection of a demon god? Dang! The goat-swallowing demon god turned around and glanced at the leaders of the various organizations who were still fighting back. Killing intent flashed through his eyes, and he blew. An extremely terrifying black wind flew towards the leaders of the various organizations. When the black wind blew past them, they were all reduced to corpses that turned to dust. Seeing this, the expressions of many of the leaders changed. They allowed the goat-swallowing demon god's demon god power to corrupt the demon god power in their bodies. Some of the organizations that were favored by demon gods began to communicate with demon gods. The leaders of the 10 major organizations of the South Province began to communicate with the demon gods they believed in. They were powerful pawns of their respective demon gods in the mortal world. As long as they were willing to pay a sufficient price, the demon gods would be willing to send down a projection to assist them when they encountered danger they could not withstand. There was a flash of light, and a piece of jade flew out of the myriad flowers prince's body. Lines of demon god runes interweaved as a beautiful and handsome demon god wearing androgynous clothes descended from the sky and stood in the void. She wore a neutral outfit and had a charm that could kill both men and women. Terrifying fluctuations of a higher-ranked demon god emanated from the demon god's body. This demon god was one of the higher-ranked demon gods of the demon god realm, the gorgeous flower demon god. The goat-swallowing demon god, the mortal world belongs to the mortal world, and the demon god of the demon god realm belongs to the demon god. This is the agreement we ancient demon gods made. Do you want to violate this agreement? The gorgeous flower demon god's beautiful eyes flickered coldly as she spoke. Gorgeous flower demon god, what's the point of saying so much to this person who broke the agreement? Kill him, I want his legs. There was a flash of light, and the projection of a 1,000-meter-tall goat-swallowing demon god with a devouring rune on his forehead appeared. He stared at the goat-swallowing demon god with greed in his eyes. And this? The palace master of the moon god palace colluded with the goat-swallowing demon god. She violated the agreement. I want her. It's been a long time since I've played with such a good toy. There was a flash of distorted light, and a 10-meter-tall higher-ranked demon god, the 10-eyed transcendent, with 10 tentacle-like hair on his head and strange eyeballs all over his body, slowly walked out and stared at Gong Ling with greed in his eyes. Gong Ling was one of the 10 beauties of the Great Spirit Empire and the palace master of the Moon God Palace. She was an exclusive descendant of the Moonlight Transcendent. Even if other Transcendent coveted her, but without the permission of the Moonlight Transcendent, they couldn't do anything to her. But now, with the crime of violating the agreement, even the Moonlight Transcendent couldn't protect her. Leaf City is mine. This mortal exudes a disgusting aura. I'm going to tear him to shreds. There was a flash of light, and a 1,000-meter-tall absolute eagle transcendent covered in golden feathers appeared and stared at Yang Feng with frigid killing intent in his eyes. When the projections of the 4 greater transcendent gods appeared, the projections of the other middle and lesser transcendent gods bowed their heads and stood aside, not saying a word. There was a flash of regret in the eyes of the myriad flowers' young master. It's a pity that Gong Ling is the 3rd most beautiful woman of the Great Spirit Empire. Since the 10-eyed transcendent has taken a fancy to Gong Ling, the myriad flowers' young master can't compete with the 10-eyed transcendent. The transcendent gorgeous Hua will never become enemies with the 10-eyed transcendent for the sake of a mortal like him. 4 greater transcendent gods? That's much less than I thought. However, it's still pretty good. Since you're here, then go to hell. Yang Feng smiled, interwove with transcendent runes, and fearsome transcendent rank fluctuations of power spread and swept in all directions. Virtually in an instant, Yang Feng appeared in front of the Absolute Eagle Transcendent and stabbed with his hand into the head of the Absolute Eagle Transcendent. A fearsome devour force erupted, and the law of karma operated. Along the invisible karma thread, the karma thread appeared on the Transcendent Realm's Absolute Eagle Transcendent. No. How can this be? No. In the Transcendent Realm, a transcendent country, a giant hand appeared on the chest of the Absolute Eagle Transcendent's true body and frantically devoured his life origin, causing him to scream in horror. Within a dozen-plus breaths of time, the power of the Absolute Eagle Transcendent was devoured, turned into ashes, and dissipated with the wind. Superior Transcendent. Leaf City is a superior transcendent. Everyone was struck dumb, their eyes filled with shock and incredulity. Chapter 1408. Countless transcendent runes appeared on the goat swallower transcendent, and shackles collapsed one after another, and he erupted with superior transcendent rank breath. His figure fluttered, and he pounced on the 10-eyed transcendent, opened his maw, and bit the 10-eyed transcendent. Since the 10-eyed transcendent is just a projection here, it cannot resist the attack of the goat swallower transcendent, and was subdued in an instant. In the transcendent realm, within a transcendent country, a 1,000-meter-long transcendent with 10 eyeballs and nearly 100 tentacles, like an octopus, has a gaping maw on its head. The bloody maw devoured the 10-eyed transcendent's origin force. This is a trap. Knowing that he has fallen into a trap, the wolf-devouring transcendent's body turned ice-cold. Transcendent runes appeared all over his body, his aura became chaotic, and he began to detonate himself. The detonation of the projection does no harm to the wolf-devouring transcendent, which can sever all karma. As strong as Yang Feng is, he cannot attack the wolf-devouring transcendent. Self-detonation? As expected of a transcendent. Unfortunately, your reaction is a bit slow. Yang Feng smiled coldly, extended his hand, and stabbed the wolf-devouring transcendent's projection. The self-detonation of the wolf-devouring transcendent's projection stopped. Then, thanks to the law of karma, the karma spread to the true body of the wolf-devouring transcendent. In the transcendent realm, in a country full of werewolves, the wolf-devouring temple, there is a 1,000-meter-long wolf-devouring transcendent covered in mysterious transcendent runes. An arm protruded from the chest of the wolf-devouring transcendent and stabbed into him. You dare to attack me across such a long distance? Break! The wolf-devouring transcendent opened his bloody maw and bit at the arm. Wolf teeth that can pierce through anything bit into the arm. Wisps of transcendent emperor rank force surged, and devour vortexes appeared on the arm and entangled the wolf-devouring transcendent, preventing him from moving. Transcendent emperor rank force. How is this possible? The eyes of the wolf-devouring transcendent shimmered with horror, and he screamed in horror. A tremendous devouring force erupted and frantically devoured the wolf-devouring demon god's life force. Within a dozen breaths, his life force was completely devoured and turned into dust that drifted away with the wind. The demon god emperor was a supreme existence in this cosmos. His power wasn't something that wolf-devouring demon god could contend against. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and revealed a look of joy. This wolf-devouring transcendent has mastered a trace of devour origin force. After devouring him, my essence of devour has advanced further. I have further analyzed the devouring rules of this universe. The wolf-devouring demon god controlled the devouring rules of this universe, and his authority was devouring. After Yang Feng devoured it and analyzed it a little, his core essence of devour advanced further and became more powerful. Just by devouring the wolf-devouring transcendent, Yang Feng has already gained a lot in this universe. Otherwise, if Yang Feng entered secluded cultivation in the world of warlocks, he might not be able to make any progress in the essence of devour even after tens of millions of years. An eternal being was practically an invincible existence in their own universe. But at the same time, it is very difficult for eternal beings to advance further in their own universe. If an eternal being wants to make rapid progress, they can only go to the great universe, engage in a universe-devouring war, gain great benefits from the war, sneak into other universes to obtain fortuitous encounters, and absorb the power of eternal beings of the same rank. The Gamana universe has 3 eternal beings, who keep each other in check, which makes them afraid to go to the other universe and take risks. Otherwise, once they are seriously injured in the other universe, the other 2 eternal beings won't let go of this great opportunity to kill them. You didn't do anything. That really surprises me. As a reward, as long as you can escape from me, I won't kill you this time. In a good mood, Yang Feng looked at the motionless gorgeous transcendent and uttered with a smile. Sir Yi Cheng, I am willing to submit to you. Please spare my life. The complexion of the beautiful gorgeous transcendent, who exudes a strong charm, flickered, and she prostrated herself on the ground and said respectfully. Originally, when a projection of a transcendent descends to the secular world, even if they die, they won't be able to harm their true body in the transcendent realm. However, Yang Feng is proficient in the law of karma. Once he slays a projection of a transcendent, he can trace the true body through the projection, and even devour the life origin of the transcendent realm's true body. This is simply heaven-defying. When the gorgeous transcendent saw the 2 superior transcendent die at Yang Feng's hands, she suddenly realized that today is extremely dangerous. If she is careless, she will die. After weighing the pros and cons, she decisively chose to rely on Yang Feng just to survive. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile. You're sensible. Have your true body come here and offer me your soul imprint. The gorgeous transcendent replied respectfully. Yes, my lord. The transcendent realm, in the central temple of a country full of handsome men and beautiful women, a transcendent sitting on a throne exuding an amazing charm that will attract both men and women at first sight opened his eyes, a look of helplessness in his eyes, and he sighed faintly. What bad luck. After living free and unfettered for hundreds of thousands of years, I didn't expect to be reduced to someone else's slave. A pair of transcendent wings full of holy light appeared behind the gorgeous transcendent. With a flap of the transcendent wings, she turned into specks of light and disappeared. The secular world. The 10-eyed transcendent has some skill. However, since he dares to come, then go to hell. Yang Feng looked at the projection of the 10-eyed transcendent, raised his eyebrows, and stabbed with his hand into the projection of the 10-eyed transcendent. With a flash of the law of karma, a hand appeared on the chest of the transcendent realm's 10-eyed transcendent, and a devour black hole formed from transcendent emperor force appeared and frantically devoured the 10-eyed transcendent's transcendent origin. Transcendent emperor. With a flash of fear in his eyes, the 10-eyed transcendent uttered a scream of horror, and his body turned into ashes. In the secular world, the 10-eyed transcendent's projection collapsed and disappeared. The gorgeous transcendent's heart shook slightly. The 10-eyed transcendent was killed. How savage! This strength has already surpassed that of many higher transcendent emperors of ancient times. It is comparable to that of transcendent emperors. The gorgeous transcendent is a higher transcendent who has lived since ancient times. At the time, she witnessed with her own eyes the fights between several transcendent emperors. Transcendent emperor rank powerhouses possessed terrifying battle prowess. Higher transcendent emperors could only serve as cannon fodder to consume the power of other transcendent emperors. During the fights between the transcendent emperors, the most elite higher transcendent emperors under their command have all died. At the time, the gorgeous transcendent was just an intermediate transcendent. After the ancient war, she obtained the intact corpses of several higher transcendent emperors and plundered their countries before advancing to a higher transcendent. In the eyes of the gorgeous transcendent, Yang Feng has become a terrifying existence second only to the Transcendent Emperors, far surpassing that of higher Transcendent Emperors. Under the attack of the Goat-Eater Transcendent, the projections of the smaller and middle Transcendent Emperors were devoured in practically a breath of time. They couldn't even detonate their projections. Great Sir Yi Cheng, I, Moji, am willing to submit to you and serve you. Please spare my life. Most of the smaller and middle Transcendent Emperors are cowards, and they shouted one after another. Yang Feng glanced at the smaller and middle Transcendent Emperors and uttered coldly, "Maintain the projections. Await your punishment." Not daring to say anything, the smaller and middle Transcendent Emperors maintained their projections and stood quietly in the area. "Greetings, Lord." With a flash of light, the gorgeous Transcendent's true body walked out of the void, bowed to Yang Feng, and a beautiful soul imprint flew out. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, countless transcendent runes entered the soul imprint and took control of the gorgeous transcendent soul imprint. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. "Very good, the next step can begin." In the center of the barbarian spirit empire's Wolf province, there is a 100-meter-tall city called the God Wolf City. The God Wolf City is the capital of the barbarian spirit empire, and it is controlled by the God Wolf race. The transcendent emperor the God Wolf race serves is the higher transcendent emperor Destruction God Wolf. The divine wolf of destruction was also a notorious killing god during the ancient war. At that time, he destroyed a total of 32 higher transcendent emperors. He is one of the most terrifying existences in the transcendent realm. 3 1,000-meter-long warships with wings flew over from afar and stopped above the God Wolf City. The beautiful and devastatingly beautiful star demon god stood on the warship, looking down at the God Wolf City. Behind her were countless battle robots. This is the God Wolf City. This is the God Wolf race's no-fly zone. Anyone who dares to fly here will die. A stern shout came from the God Wolf City. Transcendent runes pervaded the God Wolf City, and an overbearing 100-meter-long giant wolf exuding a fearsome aura appeared. Exuding intermediate transcendent rank fluctuations of power, it opened its maw and bit at the Star Transcendence warship. The 100-meter-long giant wolf is one of the trump cards of the God Wolf City, and it is terrifying. Even an intermediate transcendent will be injured if bitten by it. "You dare to attack me?" Dang! A cold light flashed in the beautiful eyes of the star demon god. She stretched out her hand and grabbed. Countless starlight descended from the sky and gathered into an incomparably terrifying star hand. The star demon god grabbed the giant wolf in an instant and squeezed hard, causing the giant wolf to explode. Chapter 1409. Higher Rank Demon God. A higher rank demon god has arrived. This is the power of a higher rank demon god. When the experts of the barbarian spirit empire sensed the terrifying power, their eyes flashed with shock, and they cried out involuntarily. An upper rank demon god was almost invincible in the mortal world. If the other higher rank demon gods do not intervene, they can sweep the entire mortal world. Even if the most powerful imperial family in the mortal world uses their trump cards, they cannot resist a higher rank demon god. At most, they can only hold on for a moment. Lang Jiu greets the great star demon god. A tall wolf emperor of the divine wolf clan, with a huge wolf tail on his back, a dignified appearance, and a ruthless aura exuding from his body, walked out of the divine wolf city and respectfully bowed to the star demon god. The star demon god is a higher rank demon god, an existence of the same rank as the wolf god of destruction. The wolf emperor of the divine wolf clan, Lang Jiu, naturally does not dare to show the slightest neglect. The star demon god's beautiful eyes flashed with cold killing intent, and she said coldly, "Lang Jiu, make your divine wolf clan submit to me and serve me as lord, otherwise, die." Lang Jiu's eyes flashed with shock, and he said in a loud voice, "Great star demon god. According to the ancient pact of demon gods, the mortal world belongs to the mortals, and the demon god world belongs to the demon gods. The demon gods are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the mortal world. Do you want to violate the ancient pact of demon gods? And what qualifications do you have to question me?" The star demon god's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light, and she pointed at the divine wolf city. Rays of starlight flickered as a meteor suspended outside the mortal domain was attracted by an incomparably mysterious power of the stars and fell from the sky, bringing with it the power to destroy the world, directly falling towards the divine wolf city. Lang Jiu's eyes bulged and he roared madly, No! Stop! In the divine wolf city, a terrifying wolf claw full of ferocious and violent aura stretched out, tore the sky, and grabbed at the meteor in the sky. Rumble! Amidst an earth-shaking boom, the meteor that fell from the sky and the terrifying wolf claw crumbled into pieces. A divine demon weapon in the shape of a wolf's claw shattered into countless pieces. In the secret chamber where the demon divine weapons were enshrined, a dozen demon god apostles of the god wolf clan shuddered and exploded into countless pieces that flew in all directions. Just by blocking a single blow from the star demon god, 1/3 of the top experts of the divine wolf clan had already fallen, and a top-grade demon god weapon had also been shattered. This was the terror of upper-level demon gods. They were invincible existences in the mortal world. Please descend, my lord. Wolf 9 glared at the star demon god with resentment. Countless mysterious runes appeared on his body and connected to the demon god realm. An incomparably powerful force descended upon Lang Jiao, and countless demon god runes intertwined. His body trembled as he transformed into an incarnation of the wolf deity of destruction that was 100 meters tall and exuded a destructive aura. Star Devil God, you actually dared to attack my Devil God Apostle, breaking the ancient Devil God Pact. You're dead. I will join forces with other demon gods to kill you. The wolf deity of destruction swept his gaze below, and instead of being alarmed, he revealed a carefree smile. Once the star demon god violated the ancient demon god pact, he would be jointly attacked by many demon gods. Even the allies and friends of the star demon god could not help him. From ancient times until today, those demon gods who violated the ancient demon god pact have all fallen. Not a single one was spared. For the wolf deity of destruction, the destruction of the divine wolf clan was nothing. If he could devour the star demon god, even if he could only eat a part of it, it would make him stronger. He had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years and had not tasted the flesh of an upper-level demon god for a long time. The star demon god smiled faintly and said, "Kill me? Unfortunately, you won't have that chance." Seeing the star demon god so confident, the wolf deity of destruction suddenly had a premonition. An afterimage flickered, and Yang Feng flew out from the shadows below, appeared behind the wolf deity of destruction in a flash, and stabbed his hand into the wolf deity's body. Caught you! The law of karma was instantly launched. Following the wolf deity's clone, Yang Feng stabbed his hand into the wolf deity of destruction. The demon god realm, in a country full of the breath of destruction, in the central temple, there is a 10,000-meter-tall wolf deity exuding the breath of destruction. There is a giant hand on the wolf deity's chest, and a steady stream of devour force gushed out from the giant hand and devoured the wolf deity's demon god origin force. What a weird demon god! However, if you want to kill me, then die. The wolf deity's eyes flashed fiercely, and demon god runes intertwined and transformed his eyes into the eyes of destruction. 2 rays of destruction shot out from the eyes of destruction and slammed into Yang Feng's giant hand. The light of destruction is the wolf deity's strongest trump card. At the time, many higher demon gods were hit by this move, severely injured, and then torn to pieces. Under the illumination of the light of destruction, Yang Feng's giant hand collapsed inch by inch. This is the force of destruction, as expected of one of the most powerful higher demon gods in the demon god realm. Unfortunately, you're still a little short. There was a flash of surprise in Yang Feng's eyes, and he erupted with the transcendent god emperor's power and poured into the giant hand along the law of the unseen. The demon god emperor. This is the power of the demon god emperor. Curses! How could this be? How could this be? There was a flash of fear and despair in the wolf deity's eyes, and he shriveled up and turned into dust that drifted away with the wind. My lord! How could this be? My lord has fallen. Impossible! Impossible! Wolf 9's face changed dramatically, his eyes flashed with despair and horror, and he shouted at the top of his lungs. In front of Wolf 9, the wolf deity's avatar turned into dust inch by inch. In the barbarian spirit country, the idols of the wolf deity cracked, and the demon god force inside them slowly dissipated. There was a flash of astonishment in the star transcendent's beautiful eyes. So strong! He's getting stronger and stronger. Even the wolf deity was easily killed by him. He should be only half a step away from the demon god emperor. The wolf deity was one of the most powerful demon gods in the demon god realm. Yet Yang Feng crossed countless kilometers and killed him. This is simply heaven-defying. Even the demon god emperor of this universe didn't have such heaven-defying means. After all, Yang Feng is an eternal sovereign. Even though the demon god emperor is stronger than him, but in terms of understanding and application of power, the two sides are not on the same level. Yang Feng said flatly, "I'll leave this to you." The star transcendent responded respectfully, "Yes, my lord." Now that the wolf deity has been eliminated, suppressing the barbarian spirit country, a mortal country, is a piece of cake for the star transcendent. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng disappeared. The divine capital Linghuan City is the imperial capital of the Great Spirit Country, as well as the heart and brain of the Great Spirit Country. The Great Spirit Country's royal family, the Spirit Clan, lives here, and they worship the Sword Battle Transcendent. The Sword Emperor Zhongling Shang is recognized as the strongest powerhouse in the Great Spirit Country, the strongest First Apostle, and the former Emperor of the Great Spirit Country. The current Emperor of the Great Spirit Country is Zhongling Shang's grandson, Zhongling Guang. 3 warships flew over from afar. On the warship in the lead, there is a person exuding sun-like light. This person is the Sun Transcendent. "Greetings, Great Sun Transcendent. May I ask what brings you here, Sun Transcendent?" With a flash of light, a middle-aged man who looks dignified, handsome, and full of charm, wearing a green warrior suit and a sword at his waist, arrived in front of the Sun Transcendent, bowed in salute, and spoke respectfully. Even though the Sword Emperor Zhongling Shang is the strongest powerhouse in the mortal world, but in front of a superior transcendent, he must remain humble. No matter how many powerhouses he has defeated in the mortal world, a superior transcendent can kill him with a finger. The Sun Transcendent uttered lightly, "Zhongling Shang, from today on, your Zhongling clan will submit to me. Otherwise, there is no need for your Zhongling clan to exist." "Great Sun Transcendent, please wait a moment." There was a flash of shock in Zhongling Shang's eyes, and he bowed respectfully to the Sun Transcendent. A mysterious transcendent rune appeared on his forehead and entered the firmament. An incomparably vast demon god power surged out of nowhere and condensed into a 10-meter-tall sword-fighting demon god with 3 giant swords on its back. It was full of majesty and exuded a terrifying upper-rank demon god wave. "Sun Transcendent, you violated the ancient Transcendent Pact and attacked my apostle. Do you want to die?" The Sword Battle Transcendent looked at the Sun Transcendent indifferently. His eyes flashed coldly, and he spoke in a frigid voice. The Sword Battle Transcendent is one of the most powerful transcendent gods in the Transcendent realm. He is even stronger than the Destruction Wolf God. Even if the Sun Transcendent, the Moonlight Transcendent, and the Star Transcendent join forces, they may not be his opponent. There was a flash of pity in the Sun Transcendent's eyes, and he uttered with a smile, "Sword Battle Transcendent, the one who will die this time is you." With a flash of afterimages, Yang Feng appeared behind the Sword Battle Transcendent's projection and stabbed his hand into the projection. Then, he operated the law of causality and stabbed his hand into the Sword Battle Transcendent's body. Fearsome Transcendent God Emperor force erupted and frantically devoured the Sword Battle Transcendent's Transcendent Origin force. Chapter 14:10. Within a palace in the demon god world. An arm appeared on the swordsman demon god's body. The terrifying demon god emperor power condensed into a black hole, frantically devouring the swordsman demon god's source. The war demon god's eyes flickered with alarm. The power of the demon god emperor. Damn it! It was actually the power of the demon god emperor. This power was not the power of the barbaric demon god emperor. Could it be that a new demon god emperor had been born? How was this possible? Why isn't there any phenomenon in the fiend celestial realm? The demon god emperor was the most terrifying existence in the cosmos. Once he was born, the entire cosmos would have a strange phenomenon. The fiend celestial realm would also be filled with strange phenomena, so there was no way to hide it. Even if it's the demon god emperor, wanting to cross such a long distance to kill me, he's looking down on me too much. Break it! The eyes of the Sword Battle Transcendent shimmered fiercely, and he beckoned with his hand, and light poured from all directions and formed a black demonic sword that slashed at Yang Feng's arm. A terrifying black sword ray capable of slicing everything in its path slashed at Yang Feng's right arm, forcibly chopping it in two, which turned into specks of light and disappeared. After cutting off Yang Feng's arm with a sword strike, the Sword Battle Transcendent's face turned pale, and he gasped for breath and trembled. Even though the Sword Battle Transcendent blocked Yang Feng's strike, but a part of the Transcendent's origin was devoured by Yang Feng. It will take him at least tens of thousands of years to recover. The mortal world. Not bad. As expected of the strongest greater demon god, the war demon god. You were actually able to block my attack. Amazing. Yang Feng withdrew his right hand, looked at the healing sword scar on his right hand, and praised. Yang Feng looked at the Sun Transcendent and said flatly, I'll leave this to you. I'm going to kill him. The Sun Demon God replied respectfully, Yes, Master. Zhongling Shang was dumbfounded. He could not believe his eyes. That's Kargalik. New Peace City's Kargalik. Why would a superior demon god like the Sun Demon God address him as Lord? Superior fiend gods were the pinnacle experts of this universe. He was a terrifying existence that no one in the mortal world could contend against. Now that he recognized Yang Feng as his master, it was like an emperor recognizing a beggar as his master. It was unbelievable. Without even looking at Ling Shang, the #1 expert in the mortal world, Yang Feng turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The Sun Demon God's eyes flashed with savagery as he said coldly, Zhongling Shang, the demon god you serve is about to be killed by my master. Will you submit or die? Demon Realm. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in the Transcendent Realm. This is the Demon God Realm. It really is a holy land for cultivation. It's a pity that this is a holy land for demon gods, but for mortals, it's a land of death. Yang Feng scanned the surroundings, and could clearly sense that the Transcendent Realm is filled with formidable transcendent force. The demon god power was a great supplement for ordinary demon gods, but it was a highly toxic existence for mortals. Only transcendent existences who were demon god attendants and above could survive in this environment where the power of the demon god was dense. Greetings, Lord. A moonlight chariot descended from the sky and stopped in front of Yang Feng. The moonlight transcendent standing on the moonlight chariot jumped off the chariot, arrived in front of Yang Feng, and bowed respectfully. Yang Feng boarded the moonlight chariot and said, Take me to the transcendent country of the sword battle transcendent. The moonlight transcendent replied, Yes, Lord. Moonlight shone, and the moonlight chariot, as if it had turned into a moon, flew towards the transcendent country of the sword battle transcendent. The moonlight transcendent's moonlight chariot. What's going on? With the appearance of the moonlight chariot, there's bound to be a war. Who is the moonlight transcendent declaring war on? The moonlight chariot rampaged through the transcendent realm without the slightest scruple. Wherever it passed, no one dared to stop it. If a superior demon god started a war, then in the transcendent realm, only another superior demon god would be able to contend against it. Moonlight Transcendent, this is the transcendent country of the sword battle transcendent. Please leave. On a huge mountain, a 50-meter-tall giant with a huge sword on his back looked at the moonlight chariot and spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. The sword battle transcendent was one of the top superior demon gods in the transcendent realm. Even if the sun, moonlight, and star transcendent joined forces, they might not be his opponent. Although the giant was only an intermediate demon god, but he wasn't afraid of the moonlight transcendent. He didn't show the humility and fear of ordinary intermediate demon gods in front of superior demon gods. The sword battle transcendent's country? From today on, there will be no more sword battle transcendent. The moonlight transcendent smiled coldly and pointed with a finger, and a moonlight beam shot out from the moonlight chariot and hit the 50-meter-tall giant. The eyes of the giant with a huge sword in hand shimmered with fear, and then his body disintegrated inch by inch, turned into dust and disappeared. Enemy attack! Loud alarms sounded in the transcendent country of the sword battle transcendent, and one after another, demon gods and various demon god beasts poured out from different places and flew over. A mountain split open, and a 1,000-meter-tall demon rock giant with a giant axe in hand walked out of the mountain. In a sea, waves surged, and a 10,000-meter-long demon god sea dragon with a pair of wings on its ribs emerged. In a forest, with every step a demonic bear took, its body would grow by 100 meters, all the way to 1,000 meters before stopping. Each of the 3 demon god beasts exuded superior demon god rank fluctuations of power. They were fearsome existences that the sword battle transcendent spent countless resources and energy to train. They were one of the trump cards of the sword battle transcendent's country. I'll leave these small fries to you. Yang Feng glanced at the many demon gods and said indifferently. Although there were many demon gods, but most of them were intermediate and lesser demon gods. Only 3 superior demon god-ranked demon god beasts posed a slight threat to the Moonlight Transcendent. The Moonlight Transcendent glanced at the 3 superior demon god-ranked demon god beasts and gritted his teeth, saying, "Yes, my lord." Yang Feng smiled faintly and took a step forward. Transcendent runes interwove on his body, and 3 devour black holes appeared and swept towards the demonic rock giant, the transcendent sea dragon, and the forest demonic bear. In an instant, the 3 superior demon god beasts were drawn into the devour black holes and struggled. When the Moonlight Transcendent saw this scene, his heart filled with shock. So strong. This power is already comparable to that of the Transcendent Emperor. How can the Leaf City be so powerful? Each superior demon god was a terrifying existence comparable to a great holy and quasi-empyrean step in the world of warlocks. Even a newly promoted superior demon god was comparable to a pinnacle holy spirit warlock rank powerhouse in the world of warlocks. The demon rock giant and the other 2 demon gods were terrifying transcendent divine beasts infinitely close to the quasi-empyrean step. Yet they were devoured by Yang Feng in a flash. This was simply shocking. The 3 superior demon god beasts struggled for a while in the devour black holes, before their demon god origin was devoured and turned into dust that scattered with the wind. Yang Feng took a step, his body distorted, and, as if he was shuttling through different space-time, disappeared from the eyes of the demon gods. The Moonlight Transcendent sighed faintly with a complicated look in his eyes, and then controlled endless moonlight to attack the Sword Battle Transcendent subordinates. The Sword Battle Temple. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared in the temple. Looking at the Sword Battle Transcendent sitting on the throne, he uttered with a faint smile, "You didn't escape, that's really surprising. Even if I wanted to escape, I wouldn't be able to escape your pursuit." The Sword Battle Transcendent sighed faintly. Light shone on his abdomen, and a mysterious imprint appeared. At the moment when Yang Feng's right hand was cut off, he left an imprint on the Sword Battle Transcendent. No matter where the Sword Battle Transcendent fled to, he couldn't escape Yang Feng's pursuit. Yang Feng uttered, "Submit to me or die, choose one." The Sword Battle Transcendent smiled coldly, raised a golden idol, and said, "I already have a master, that is, His Majesty the Mighty Transcendent Emperor Man Ba. If you want me to submit, you'll have to ask His Majesty first." Incomparably mysterious demon god marks interweaved, and a vast and boundless demon god emperor-level aura emerged from the void, descending upon that golden statue. The golden idol twisted slightly, extended, and turned into a 100-meter-tall man with a rough face and an overbearing aura. "Greetings, Your Majesty the Mighty Transcendent Emperor." The Sword Battle Transcendent knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Yi Cheng, kneel." Man Ba swept Yang Feng with a cold gaze and barked. A vast Transcendent Emperor rank might swept towards Yang Feng. Under the might of the Transcendent Emperor, any superior demon god will have their strength weakened by more than 30%. Yang Feng said with a contemptuous smile, "You don't have the qualifications to make me kneel. Then go to hell. I'll keep your head and refine it into a wine cup for my collection." Man Ba's eyes flickered fiercely, countless transcendent runes interwove, and a huge battle axe constructed from transcendent emperor power appeared. When the huge battle axe appeared, the void twisted and collapsed. The battle axe trembled slightly, turned into a fearsome axe ray, and slashed towards Yang Feng. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a devour black hole emerged and swallowed the huge battle axe. When the huge battle axe was swallowed by the devour black hole, it slashed apart the devour black hole, and then slashed at Yang Feng's barriers. One barrier after another collapsed, and a fine line flickered, and Yang Feng's right arm was cut off by the terrifying battle axe. Chapter 14:11. Amazing, as expected of the Transcendent Emperor. Unfortunately, you're not in a good state right now. Let me guess, in the war against the Transcendent Emperors in ancient times, you suffered irreparable injuries. Otherwise, you wouldn't have fought me with just a clone. Yang Feng smiled, transcendent runes interwove on his body, and his severed right hand regenerated in an instant. Man Ba's face sank, and he pointed with a finger. The terrifying giant axe chopped towards Yang Feng once again. "You want to kill me with a trifling clone? You're overestimating yourself." Yang Feng's eyes flickered coldly, countless transcendent runes wrapped around his arms, and transcendent emperor power erupted and slammed towards the giant axe in the sky. Boom! An incomparably terrifying energy shockwave spread out in all directions, and the peerlessly terrifying gigantic axe was shattered into pieces. When Man Ba saw this scene, his eyes flashed with incredulity. Transcendent emperor power. How can you possess transcendent emperor power? In this universe, only powerhouses who have advanced to the transcendent emperor rank can possess a higher level of transcendent emperor power. As a mere superior transcendent god, Yang Feng could not control transcendent emperor power. I am the next transcendent emperor. Yang Feng smiled, took a step, appeared in front of Man Ba, spread the fingers of a hand, and slapped Man Ba on the head, and a devour black hole appeared and sucked Man Ba inside. You're dead. Yi City. I'll exterminate your entire family. Man Ba's eyes flickered fiercely, his body blurred, and he wanted to blow himself up. Countless transcendent runes emerged from the devour black hole and wrapped around Man Ba, preventing him from blowing himself up. After a few breaths of time, Man Ba's body collapsed and turned into dust that scattered with the wind. You can go to hell too. Yang Feng slapped the head of the swordsman transcendent, and a devour black hole appeared and devoured the swordsman transcendent. Two powerful transcendent origin sources pervaded Yang Feng's body, causing his strength to rise again. In the center of the demon celestial realm was a massive palace complex that spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers. In the center of the palace complex was a majestic and mysterious city that surpassed countless miracles. That mysterious giant city that surpassed countless miracles was the Demon God Emperor City, and also the city where successive demon god emperors resided. It was said that in that mysterious giant city, there was a secret that could surpass the demon god emperor. In the ancient era, several demon god emperors fought each other for the right to reside in that mysterious giant city, resulting in their deaths. Leaf City. Yi Cheng, damn you! Convey my orders. In the fiend celestial world, anyone could kill Yi Cheng. I can reward him with a demon god emperor's head. An incomparably enraged voice rang out from the mysterious giant city. A terrifying will spread out from the miracle city towards the entire demon divine world. The head of the demon god emperor. This is the reward issued by His Majesty Man Ba. Once I kill Yi Cheng, my strength will improve further. In the entire fiend celestial world, one powerful superior fiend celestial after another revealed a trace of excitement in their eyes when they heard that command. As the sole victor of the ancient war, the corpses of the demon god emperors fell into Man Ba's hands. A demon god emperor's head was enough to enable an ordinary higher demon god to evolve to the sword battle transcendent rank, which was enough to drive many higher demon gods crazy. 50,000 kilometers west of the huge palace complex, ripples flickered, and a level 6 stronghold emerged from the void. One after another, the interstellar battleships flew out, and beams of light blasted out of the battleships and landed on the palace complex. In the wake of the beams of light, mushroom clouds rose and large swaths of the palace complex were erased. Someone is attacking the miracle city. Someone wants to assassinate the demon god emperor. When the 3 higher demon gods living around the miracle city saw this scene, their hearts filled with shock, yet they didn't take the initiative to step forward to help. This is the transcendent country of the mighty demon god Emperor Man Ba. An intermediate demon god rank stone golem transcendent had just walked out of the palace complex, when a beam of light slammed into the stone golem transcendent and blasted it to pieces. Powerful demon god auras had just risen from the palace complex, when beams of light descended from the sky and blasted into the palace complex, blasting the demon gods inside the palace complex into pieces. How savage! Who is it? This is an irreconcilable enmity with His Majesty the Demon God Emperor. When the 3 higher demon gods around the miracle city saw this scene, their hearts shook. They are all smart people. They naturally understood that for Yang Feng to go this far, he clearly wants to fight the demon god emperor to the death. Ripples flickered above the miracle city, and a huge spirit mountain suddenly emerged. 9 transcendent dragons that look 90% similar to true dragons flew out of the spirit mountain, exuding superior demon god rank fluctuations of power. When the 9 transcendent dragons, which are 90% similar to true dragons, flew out, they fused together, and turned into a transcendent dragon with 9 dragon heads. Another boulder emerged from the ground, and a stone wolf crawled out of it. Its eyes flickered with an incomparably ferocious demonic radiance. A sun flew out from the miracle city, and a sun fury lion also flew out from it. Nine Dragons Transcendent, Sky Wolf Transcendent, Sun Rage Lion Transcendent, the three confidants of the Demon God Emperor are really here. Each of the three transcendent gods is stronger than the Sword Battle Transcendent. With the three of them guarding him, the Demon God Emperor is as steady as a mountain. That person dares to attack the Demon God Emperor. He's courting death. When the three superior demon gods living around the Miracle City saw the three transcendent gods, their eyes flashed with a dignified shade. The Nine Dragons Transcendent, the Sky Wolf Transcendent, and the Sun Rage Lion Transcendent, the three transcendent gods followed the Demon God Emperor Manba on expeditions and made great contributions. Countless transcendent gods have fallen at their hands. They have even slain more than 100 superior demon gods. After the War of Ancient Demon Gods, the number of superior demon gods in the demon god realm declined, and these three transcendent gods played a part in it. The eyes of the Nine Dragons Transcendent flashed fiercely, and he looked at the sixth-generation battle robots and smiled contemptuously. I can finally make a move. Yi City, I'm going to eat his heart and liver. For him to provoke His Majesty the Demon God Emperor, he deserves to die 10,000 times over. The Sky Wolf Transcendent licked his lips and said with a ferocious smile, Then I want his legs. I haven't eaten the flesh and blood of a superior demon god for a long time. The Sun Rage Lion Transcendent showed a ferocious smile. Then I'll capture everyone important to Yi City and burn them alive. I'll let them know the consequences of rebellion. The target has appeared. Destruction cannon is fully charged. Fire. The level 6 stronghold suspended in the void extended a 10-kilometer-long cannon covered in countless transcendent runes. In an instant, a destruction beam blasted out from the destruction cannon, enveloped the Nine Dragons Transcendent, the Sky Wolf Transcendent, and the Sun Rage Lion Transcendent, and then barreled towards the Miracle City. Transcendent runes appeared in the palace complex, and tremendous transcendent force entered the Miracle City and activated a huge barrier around it. The beam of light struck the huge defensive barrier, causing ripples to appear on it. After the destruction beam disappeared, the three transcendent gods turned to ashes, and a large swath of the palace complex disappeared. The Nine Dragons Transcendent, the Sky Wolf Transcendent, and the Sun Rage Lion Transcendent are done for. In an instant, the three of them died. How savage! When the three spectating superior transcendent gods saw this scene, their hearts filled with fear. Any one of the three Fiend Celestials, including the Nine Dragon Fiend Celestials, would be able to kill the three spectating superior Fiend Celestials. But now, the demonic god Nine Dragons and the other two demonic gods were killed in an instant. This was absolutely horrifying. The densely packed battleships shone brightly, and beams of light slammed into the palace complex, destroying it. The palace complex is the energy node that provides the defensive power of the Miracle City. Only by destroying the palace complex can Yang Feng capture the Miracle City in one fell swoop. Metal spheres flew out of the level 6 stronghold, entered the palace complex in the periphery of the Miracle City, and turned into mechanical towers. The mechanical towers shone brightly and frantically extracted the transcendent force around the Miracle City. The transcendent force of the entire Miracle City was extracted by the mechanical towers and poured into the level 6 stronghold to charge the destruction beam. Hiding in a void, Yang Feng quietly commanded the battle between the level 6 stronghold and the Miracle City. The Miracle City is a city that even the Transcendent Emperor fought over, so who knows how many trump cards it has. Yang Feng doesn't want to step forward and be killed by the Transcendent Emperor's trump card. As long as the transcendent force of the entire Miracle City is extracted, the Miracle City won't last long. Tens of thousands of intermediate transcendent rank powerhouses flew out of the Miracle City. They are all Warlock Monarch rank existences. The interstellar battleships floating in the void flickered with light, and beams of light slammed into the intermediate demon god, blasting him into pieces. The 6th main battle robots lunged forward and engaged in a frenzied battle with the Middle Fiend Celestials. The sound of explosions rang incessantly. Countless 6th main battle robots had perished, as well as countless Middle Fiend Celestials. Hiding in the void, Yang Feng's transcendent runes appeared on his body and devoured the scattered transcendent origin of the intermediate transcendent gods, and his aura grew stronger. Chapter 14:12. The intermediate transcendent gods were blasted to pieces by the level 6 robots, and the tens of thousands of intermediate transcendent gods died one after another. The situation shifted in Yang Feng's favor bit by bit. In the Miracle City, transcendent god runes interwove and formed a huge halberd. Countless lightning bolts revolved around the huge halberd, turned into a stream of light, and stabbed towards the level 6 stronghold. In the level 6 stronghold, the mechanical towers shone, and a powerful barrier formed a semicircle. The huge lightning halberd slammed into the semicircle barrier. The semicircle barrier crumbled bit by bit. After absorbing the fearsome power, the outer layer of the level 6 stronghold superalloy armor crumbled bit by bit. Large tracts of armor fragments sputtered in all directions. After the fearsome lightning dissipated, a huge hole was blasted open in the level 6 stronghold, and the stronghold was in ruins. More than 90% of the outer layer of the level 6 stronghold, which originally had a diameter of 1,000 kilometers, crumbled, and its diameter shrank to about 100 kilometers. A swarm of engineering robots flew out from different spaces, entered the level 6 stronghold, and began to repair it quickly. Mechanical spheres jumped out from various places, entered the large holes in the level 6 stronghold, and quickly repaired it. Transcendent god runes emerged on the level 6 stronghold and absorbed the surrounding transcendent god force to repair itself quickly. What a terrifying self-repair speed! How terrifying! When the three transcendent gods saw this scene, a chill welled up inside them. Every transcendent god has a formidable undying characteristic. Even if some transcendent gods are blasted to the point where only a piece of flesh remains, they can still be reborn. However, the attacks of pinnacle transcendent gods contain fearsome law force. Before the law force is dispelled, their fearsome regenerative ability will be suppressed. The self-repair ability of the level 6 stronghold is simply heaven-defying, as if the all-out attack of the Transcendent Emperor was just an ordinary attack. With a flash of light, another beam of light from the destruction cannon shot out and blasted the defensive barrier of the Miracle City. The defensive barrier of Miracle City trembled slightly and crumbled inch by inch. The power of the demon gods in this area had been extracted by the mechanical towers of the level 6 base. No matter how powerful and terrifying the Miracle City was, without enough energy support, it would be difficult to resist the continuous attacks of the level 6 base. At this time, Yang Feng's technology was far superior to that of the Shizu. With the help of top alchemists such as the Magic Note Lord, the level 6 stronghold's performance has far surpassed that of the level 6 strongholds of the Shizu. Yicheng, damn you! An earth-shaking roar came from Miracle City. 100-meter-tall demon god Emperor Man Luo walked out of Miracle City step by step. He was wearing a golden battle armor and had one eye missing. He had long black hair that reached his waist and was surrounded by a layer of distorted demon god Emperor power. Demon god Emperor Man Luo! He actually made a move himself. After the ancient war, he has finally appeared. When the three superior demon gods hidden in the void saw the demon god Emperor Man Luo, they trembled slightly, and their superior demon god power was suppressed by Man Luo's demon god Emperor power. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng slowly walked out of the void. He looked at the demon god Emperor Man Luo with a smile in his eyes. Sure enough, your injuries haven't healed. A terrifying powerhouse like the demon god Emperor Man Luo wouldn't be injured easily. Ordinary injuries could be healed in an instant. However, once he was seriously injured by a powerhouse of the same rank, it would be very difficult to heal. It's enough to kill you. Man Luo's eyes flashed fiercely, and he stepped out with the Emperor Beheader axe in hand, crossed the void, appeared in front of Yang Feng, and slashed down with the axe. I might have been afraid of you when you were at your peak. But now you can't withstand a single blow. Yang Feng smiled faintly, his eyes shimmered with an enigmatic light, and wisps of demon god Emperor power permeated his body. He took a step and time and space distorted. At this moment, Yang Feng seems to shuttle back and forth between the past, the present, and the future. The terrifying power of the Emperor Beheading Axe, which can split the sky, shatter space, and slay everything, slashed into Yang Feng and passed through him. When Man Luo saw this scene, his eyes flashed with shock, and he exclaimed, "What's going on?" Different space-time walk, one of the basic abilities of eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng smiled, recovered in an instant, and smashed all of Man Luo's defenses with a claw and stabbed Man Luo in the heart. Countless transcendent runes shone, and fearsome devour force erupted in an instant and frantically devoured Man Luo's transcendent origin. A fearsome black hole emerged and engulfed Yang Feng and Man Luo. Go to hell! As expected of the demon god Emperor, Man Luo's eyes flickered fiercely, and transcendent runes interwove and formed a chain that entangled the Emperor Beheader axe and pulled it to slash at Yang Feng. Countless transcendent runes interwove on Yang Feng and formed a distorted black light. The distorted black light swept the Emperor Beheader axe aside, and then chopped off Yang Feng's left arm. "This is your last chance to kill me. Unfortunately, you missed it." Yang Feng smiled coldly. Countless transcendent runes interwove on him, and vast demon god emperor aura slowly spread. In the entire demon god world, a massive amount of demon god power gathered from all directions, forming an incomparably terrifying vortex. Boundless demonic divine power poured into Yang Feng. An incomparably dazzling and oppressive star rose from the demon god world, floating above the mortal world. The demon god emperor star. A new demon god emperor was born. Who is it? He actually advanced to a demon god emperor. Could it be Yi Cheng, the Yi Cheng that His Majesty Man Luo wants to kill? Yi Cheng. He's just an ordinary person. How did he advance so quickly? In the Fiend Celestial realm, the superior Fiend Celestial gods stared at the rising Fiend Celestial Emperor star with their mouths agape and eyes filled with shock. The demon god emperor was a top powerhouse in the universe, an invincible existence. In the eyes of the demon god emperor, the superior transcendent gods were just slightly stronger ants. The rise of a demon god emperor meant that the current power structure of the demon divine realm would be broken. Demon god emperor. How is this possible? How is this possible? Man Luo looked at Yang Feng, who exudes demon god emperor rank fluctuations of power, and was struck dumb. His eyes flashed with incredulity, and he cried out. The advancement to the demon god emperor realm was extremely difficult and dangerous. Who knows how many superior transcendent gods failed to take that last step for hundreds of thousands or millions of years. At the time, Man Luo experienced countless dangers and had countless fortuitous encounters before he finally barely took that step and advanced to the demon god emperor realm. Just like that, Yang Feng advanced to the transcendent emperor realm without any suspense, leaving Man Luo on the verge of collapse. "Because I am an eternal." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile, and the devour force of the devour black hole increased by 100 times. Shrouded by the fearsome devour force, Man Luo's body turned into ashes inch by inch. The demon divine realm trembled slightly, and the demon god emperor star representing Man Luo began to collapse. His Majesty Man Luo's star is starting to collapse. His Majesty Man Luo died. How could this be? In the demon divine realm, the countless transcendent gods watched as the demon god emperor star collapsed, and stormy waves set off in their hearts. Since the ancient war, the demon god emperor Man Luo has been the only demon god emperor in the world. All the transcendent gods were his subjects and subordinates. Now that the demon god emperor Man Luo died, it meant that the demon divine realm will have a new master. I am the demon god emperor Yang Feng. From today on, I am the new master of the demon divine realm. Those who obey me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. A domineering voice reverberated in the demon divine realm, causing the hearts of the transcendent gods to shake slightly. The moonlight transcendent looked at Yang Feng with a dazed expression and incredulity in his eyes. The demon god emperor. He actually advanced to a demon god emperor. Besides, he's not Yi Cheng, but Yang Feng. The moonlight transcendent once learned about Yang Feng's growth. He had some doubts about Yang Feng's rapid growth. However, since Yang Feng has advanced to the transcendent emperor, he can only swallow his doubts, not daring to reveal them. Mortal realm. Barbarian empire. The star transcendent looked at the collapsed demon god emperor star in the sky with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes. He actually did it. Man Luo actually died at his hands. Such a person is indeed qualified to be my master. Great Spirit Empire, the capital. The sun transcendent looked at the collapsed demon god emperor star in the sky with an enigmatic gleam in his eyes. That's my master for you. He actually killed Man Luo. Zhong Lingxing looked at the collapsed demon god emperor star in the sky with astonishment in his eyes. The demon god emperor. Even the demon god emperor fell. Not long ago, Yang Feng was just an ordinary person in Zhong Lingxing's eyes. But now, even the demon god emperor died at his hands. It was simply unimaginable. South Province's Moon God Palace. The demon god emperor Man Luo died? How is that possible? That's not good, no, that's great. Dazed, Gorgeous Transcendent looked at the collapsed demon god emperor star in the sky with a complicated look on her face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 14:13. After the Transcendent Emperor Man Luo died, the news that Yang Feng has advanced to a Transcendent Emperor spread in the Transcendent realm. The Sun Transcendent, the Moonlight Transcendent, the Star Transcendent, and the Glamorous Transcendent, the four superior Transcendent gods took action and suppressed all kinds of rebellions in the Transcendent realm. After a few of the most powerful superior Transcendent gods were slain by Yang Feng, they recognized the situation and decisively submitted to Yang Feng. Although the Transcendent realm is in chaos, but the overall situation has stabilized. As soon as Yang Feng took control of the Transcendent realm, the resources of the Transcendent realm poured into his hands from all directions. This miracle city really hides a lot of trump cards. Unfortunately, without energy, no matter how powerful a trump card is, it's useless. As Yang Feng walked in the miracle city, his eyes flashed with admiration. With his experience, Yang Feng can naturally see that the miracle city is in fact an eternal treasure, a flawless eternal treasure to boot. However, although this eternal treasure has both offense and defense, but without the support of powerful eternal force, it can't exert its peerless power. Yang Feng extracted the demonic divine force around the miracle city, depriving it of its energy supply. As a result, the miracle city couldn't exert its peerless might, and Man Ba was forced out of the miracle city and eventually killed by Yang Feng. What's this? As soon as Yang Feng came to the center of the miracle city, he saw a two-finger-sized blue crystal suspended in the void. Countless thin lines connected to the blue crystal and spread out in all directions of the miracle city. A mysterious aura pervaded the blue crystal, making the experienced and knowledgeable Yang Feng unable to figure out its origin. In the Transcendent realm, there are countless treasures of heaven and earth. Even though Yang Feng doesn't know what they are, but with a sweep of his tremendous soul force, he can grasp some of their characteristics. This is the terrifying power of an eternal. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng can't figure out the origin of the blue crystal, let alone its use. It's simply terrifying. I'm afraid that this is a treasure of heaven and earth above the eternal rank comparable to Kunmo Dusk. Yang Feng's heart stirred. Traces of fate force stirred his heart, and his eyes shimmered with a scorching shade. After Yang Feng advanced to the Transcendent Emperor realm in this universe, he became extremely powerful. Coupled with his essence as an eternal sovereign, he has recovered some of the power of eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng glanced at the blue crystal, then turned around and entered Man Luo's treasury. Man Luo's treasury was filled with all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as treasures that were beneficial to demon god emperors. Yang Feng looked at the countless treasures in the treasury with a peculiar glint in his eyes. Now, I have to stabilize the situation and improve my strength. Only then can we proceed to the next step of the plan. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 10 years, Yang Feng has unified the mortal realm and the transcendent realm. With the two worlds firmly under Yang Feng's control, countless treasures of heaven and earth and precious resources were delivered to him. Fiend Celestial World, inside an incomparably large laboratory in the Imperial Palace of the Great Peak. It was a level 7 base with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers and countless demon god runes. The demon god runes interwove and formed a mysterious rune. Standing in front of the level 7 base, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a stream of transcendent origin entered the level 7 base. The mysterious rune on the level 7 base engraved with countless demon god runes absorbed the transcendent origin of dozens of superior demon gods and finally took shape. The moment the mysterious seal was formed, the power of the demon gods in the entire demon god realm surged, forming a terrifying vortex that descended from the sky and poured into the level 7 base. This is His Majesty the Transcendent Emperor's doing. What a terrifying anomaly! What secret treasure did His Majesty the Transcendent Emperor refine? What is that? In the Fiend Celestial realm, all the superior Fiend Celestial gods sensed the changes in the world. Their gazes converged on them from all directions. The anomaly lasted for 7 days and 7 nights before slowly dissipating. Continue! An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he ordered. The mechanical towers all over the transcendent realm shone brightly and frantically extracted transcendent origin force, which turned into specks of light that converged here. The starlight formed from countless amounts of demonic divine force converged from all directions and formed a beam of demonic divine force that entered Yang Feng's body. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and tremendous transcendent emperor force poured into the level 7 stronghold. Time elapsed and another 10 years passed. During these 10 years, Yang Feng absorbed the transcendent realm's transcendent origin force, transformed it into transcendent emperor force, and poured it into the level 7 base. The level 7 base trembled slightly, and mysterious fluctuations diffused from the base. Regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he sighed and stopped channeling transcendent emperor force. This is the limit. Unfortunately, I can't ascend to the heavens in one step and create an eternal sovereign rank powerhouse. At the time, with the help of the universe will, Zero consumed countless resources and a giant Kunmo stone to finally advance to the eternal sovereign rank. Even though Yang Feng used countless precious resources of the universe, but he still couldn't ascend to the heavens in one step and refine an eternal sovereign rank powerhouse. The level 7 base trembled slightly, and then split open. In the center of the level 7 base, there was a peerless beauty with long purple hair, snow-white skin, and a layer of holy luster. She had huge breasts and a wasp waist, and was extremely sexy and beautiful. As soon as the stunning beauty opened her eyes, bursts of purple demonic light surrounded her delicate body, forming a purple dress. Greetings, Lord, I am Violet. The Lord of Sovereigns Violet smiled flirtatiously and bowed to Yang Feng. This performance. It has already surpassed Shadow and Star Concubine. Second only to Zero. As expected of a king of sovereigns refined from the resources of an entire universe. Yang Feng glanced at Violet, and all of her performance appeared in his eyes, causing him to reveal a satisfied smile. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "I'll leave the rest to you." Violet responded with a charming smile. "Yes, Lord, your will be carried out." After chatting with Violet for a while, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a ray of light and disappeared. This universe is far worse than the world of warlocks and the Gamana universe. There are less than 100 celestial bodies with life. It seems that it has been severely damaged. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared on a celestial body with a thin membrane at the edge of this universe. With a wave of his hand, the mystical seed he snatched from the Turan Great Emperor flew out. At the time, Yang Feng was able to advance to the eternal sovereign rank because he ate the extraordinary fruit that the Turan Great Emperor spent a lot of effort to bring from the other universe. When the mystical seed fell into the celestial body, it sank into the earth and frantically absorbed the celestial body's origin force. The celestial body trembled slightly, and a queer fluctuation surged and slowly absorbed the universe's origin force and nurtured the mystical seed. Sure enough, to nurture a divine fruit like the universe fruit, you must absorb the universe's origin force to nurture it. Interweaving with transcendent runes in his eyes, Yang Feng's pupils turned into a pair of terrifying transcendent pupils, and he quietly watched the universe fruit grow. From the memories of the Turan Great Emperor, Yang Feng already knows that the fruit that surpasses the eternal God fruit is the universe fruit. The universe fruit is a fruit born by absorbing the universe's origin force. Every universe can only be planted once after they win a war of universe devouring. If a universe is continuously planted with the universe fruit, it will gradually decline, and the universe's energy level will drop. The universe was the foundation of the Eternal's immortality. Once the universe's energy level dropped, the Eternals would also weaken. Even if they took the universe fruit, and became stronger in a short period of time, it would be like drinking poison to quench their thirst, and their strength would no longer be able to advance. After Yang Feng learned about the effect of the universe fruit, he became apprehensive and didn't dare to plant it in the world of warlocks. The universe where the transcendent world is located isn't branded with Yang Feng's eternal imprint. Therefore, even if the universe's energy level declines, it won't affect Yang Feng. This is why he planted the universe fruit in this universe without any scruples. The bait has been set, now it's time to see when the fish will take the bait. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, and he turned into streams of light and disappeared. Cloud Universe, in the back garden of an eternal temple, there are all kinds of beautiful flowers growing everywhere. A beautiful mist of flowers pervades the garden, exuding a sweet scent. Beautiful girls from different races danced in the garden, their laughter like bells. Waves of incomparably beautiful music surrounded them. A handsome man with long blonde hair, dressed in a silver robe, and a glass of wine in his hand is sitting there, appreciating the dance of the beautiful girls. This extremely handsome man was one of the 9 eternal ones of the Cloud Do Cosmos, Seth. This is the fluctuation of the universe fruit. Onlua and Anna, those two wastes, finally started to plant the universe fruit. However, the dimensional coordinates are wrong. There's been a change. Could it be that the universe has advanced? Seth's eyes lit up slightly as a glint of excitement flashed across his eyes. It was he who sent the Turan Great Emperor and Empress to the universe where the world of warlocks is located. Chapter 14:14. Depending on the energy level of a universe, it will constantly move, and the universe's dimensional coordinates will change over time. After the world of warlocks devoured the Gamana universe, its energy level increased, and the universe's dimensional coordinates changed. Therefore, if the other universe's powerhouses want to invade another universe, the first thing they must do is to obtain the universe's coordinates. Among the universe fruits that the Turan Great Emperor and the others took away, there is a method set up by the eternal sovereign Ringseth. The dimensional flowers are just one of Ringseth's methods. The universe fruit has the mysterious power to make people advance to the eternal realm. If the Turan Great Emperor wants to advance to the eternal realm, he will definitely plant it. However, the Turan Great Emperor and the Turan Empress are peerless geniuses. They found a mysterious place in the whale origin continent and cut off the fluctuations emitted by the universe fruit. This is why the coordinates of the world of warlocks haven't been fully grasped by Ringseth. The Turan Great Emperor and the Turan Empress also had their own selfish motives. They wanted to advance to the eternal realm before contacting the cloud universe. But in the end, they died at Yongfeng's hands, and everything was taken over by him. Should I contact them? Ringseth's heart stirred, and he sank into his thoughts. With 9 eternal sovereigns guarding the cloud universe, the universe's energy level is far higher than that of the Gamana universe. If the 9 eternal sovereigns join forces, they will be virtually invincible. I'll go take a look first. If there's any danger, then I'll contact them. With a thought, Ringseth's eyes shimmered with resolve, and he turned into specks of light and disappeared. Outside the universe wall membrane of the transcendent world. With a flash of light, Ringseth appeared outside the universe wall membrane of the transcendent world. Is this the universe I perceived at the beginning? Ringseth looked at the transcendent world with an enigmatic gleam in his eyes. An eternal sovereign needs to consume a lot of power to maintain the existence of their fleshly body amidst the universe storms of the outerverse. At the beginning, Ringseth discovered the universe of the world of warlocks through various methods. But at the time, he had no time to spare, so he could only send the Turan Great Emperor to manage it. Before entering the universe wall, he couldn't tell whether this universe is the one he found at the beginning. Judging from the energy level of this universe, there are no eternal sovereigns. However, it can give birth to Empyrean step powerhouses. This is the most suitable prey for me. I alone can swallow this universe. A mysterious ray appeared in Seth's eyes, and he glanced at the transcendent world and revealed an excited smile. To an eternal, a universe without the protection of an eternal was extremely fragile. Even if they descended into that universe with their true spirits and adapted to the rules of that universe again, they could quickly return to the peak of the universe. Seth swept the transcendent world with a glance. When he saw the weak point of the crystal wall, he smiled and flew to the weak point. A strange silver snake flew out from behind Seth, gnawing at the weak point of the crystal wall of the demonic divinity realm, easily gnawing a small hole. A bit of true soul flew out of Seth's body and entered the strange snake's body, directly flying into the demon god world. In the demonic god world. As soon as the strange snake flew into the fiend celestial world, it was captured by the mechanical stars floating at the weak point of the fiend celestial world's crystal wall. A foreign object has invaded. According to the database, it's 99% an eternal true spirit. Begin the capture. An eternal true spirit is really a big fish. Violet's beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic gleam, and she smiled sweetly, stepped into a warp gate, and disappeared. As soon as the strange silver snake flew into the transcendent world, it was melted and eroded by the transcendent world's frightening force that repels foreign objects. Seth's true spirit emitted queer fluctuations and analyzed the laws of the transcendent world's universe. I am Violet, one of His Majesty the Transcendent Emperor Yongfeng's direct subordinates. Greetings, Lord Eternal of the other universe. Along with a bell-like laughter, a beam of light from the annihilation cannon descended from the sky and blasted the silver serpent. The silver snake slightly trembled and waves of silver ripples flashed out, giving off a trace of eternal power and forming a strange silver barrier. When the beam of destruction slammed into the silver boundary, it collapsed and disappeared together with the silver boundary. After the silver snake blocked the attack, it disintegrated and condensed into Lindsay's body. Seth's eyes flashed, and he uttered decisively, "I am Seth, one of the Cloud Universe's 9 eternal sovereigns. I apologize for entering this universe rashly. I originally thought that this universe was a masterless world. But since the Transcendent Emperor Yongfeng has become the master of this universe, then I am willing to leave this place and pay the price." Seth is an eternal sovereign. In the Outerverse, he can kill Violet with a wave of his hand. In the Cloud Universe, he can mobilize universe force to kill Yongfeng, who is also an eternal sovereign. But in the Transcendent world, Seth's eternal sovereign body hasn't been brought into this universe. As such, he is not the opponent of an Empyrean. As a wily old fox, he immediately admitted defeat. Violet's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she asked with a sweet smile, "What price are you willing to pay?" Seth smiled and said in a tempting tone, "I am willing to pay the knowledge on how to advance to an eternal sovereign." In any universe, life forms have lifespan. Once their lifespan is exhausted, no matter how powerful they are, their soul will decay and they will turn into a pile of bones. Only by advancing to an eternal sovereign can one exist eternally with the universe. As long as the universe is not destroyed, an eternal cannot die. What a great idea! Violet smiled sweetly, then countless transcendent runes appeared on her and formed a transcendent sword, and she slashed out. In an instant, the transcendent worlds will supported this sword strike. The void trembled, the heavens and the earth crumbled, and the world was destroyed. All sorts of strange phenomena appeared in the sword, and it slashed towards Lindsay with absolute certainty. Damn it! If it wasn't for the fact that my fleshly body can't enter this universe, I could even crush the universe will with one blow. When Seth saw this scene, his eyes flashed with the flames of anger, and he roared, and countless silver streams of light flickered and formed a strange silver light curtain. The silver light screen distorted in a strange manner and blocked the sword. Despite the silver radiance, the sword, which contained the will of the universe, was actually forcefully blocked by Seth. A fearsome force broke out and sent Seth flying for tens of thousands of kilometers, and his body collapsed inch by inch. After all, Seth entered the transcendent world with a bit of his true spirit. Even though he used eternal force to resist Violet's all-out strike, his power consumption is still astonishing, and his origin has been injured. Amazing, as expected of an eternal. Unfortunately, this is my territory, the battlefield of my choice. Lindsay, you're going to die right here and now. A cold voice came from the side, and Yongfeng walked out of the void and grabbed the seriously injured Ring Seth. A fearsome devour force erupted and suppressed Ring Seth. Who are you? How dare you scheme against me? I won't let you get away with this. After I reincarnate, I won't let you get away with this. Seth's eyes flashed with anger, and he roared and struggled frantically. Shrouded by the fearsome devour force, no matter how Seth struggled, his true spirit collapsed inch by inch and turned into pure power that entered Yongfeng's body. Yongfeng uttered with a faint smile, "Unfortunately, by devouring you, I will only become stronger. You will never get a chance to take revenge." Damn it! You damn it, you! Amidst a series of furious roars, Seth's eyes flashed with despair, and he died. Yongfeng closed his eyes. He could clearly sense the joy of the universe will of the transcendent world around him, and tremendous transcendent force slowly entered his body. The true spirit of the Otherverse Eternal is a great enemy of the universe will of the transcendent world. Since Yongfeng killed the great enemy of the universe will of the transcendent world, he naturally won the favor of the universe will, and his strength improved further. The true spirit has died. Now it's time to take over his body. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Yongfeng's figure fluttered, and he came to a weak point in the universe crystal wall. Then, following the passage opened by the silver snake, he quickly headed for the outer universe. As soon as Yongfeng stepped out of the universe crystal wall, a fearsome cosmic storm blew towards him, almost blowing his body apart. A speck of light emerged, and Yongfeng's eternal sovereign body emerged. A wisp of true spirit flew out and entered Yongfeng's eternal sovereign fleshly body, and formidable eternal might emerged from the eternal sovereign fleshly body. Here. Yongfeng's eyes flashed coldly, and he extended his hand into the void, tore open the void, and revealed Seth's eternal sovereign body hidden outside the transcendent world. Invading the other universe with an Eternal's true body is a huge risk. Once the true spirit is captured, the eternal sovereign body hidden outside the other universe will fall into the hands of other powerhouses. Yang Feng grabbed Ling Seth's fleshly body, and fearsome devour force erupted and devoured Ling Seth's eternal origin. Under the nourishment of the powerful eternal origin, Yang Feng's eternal wounds healed quickly. I finally recovered. Now, my strength has finally improved. 7 days and 7 nights later, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, revealing a carefree look in his eyes. His injuries have finally healed completely. Chapter 14-15. The coordinates of the Great Universe have also been obtained from Ling Seth. However, with so many powerhouses in the Great Universe, it won't be so easy. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and sank into his thoughts. In the different dimensions of the outer universe, there are countless universes. The coordinates of many universes are in units of 100 years, and they change along with the energy level of the universe. Only the universe coordinates of the Great Universe remain unchanged. It is the core of many universes, the stage for eternal sovereigns and above. Only in the Great Universe can there be all kinds of eternal grade treasures of heaven and earth. The universe fruit is a treasure that Ling Seth obtained in a fortuitous encounter in the Great Universe. However, there are many powerhouses in the Great Universe. Among them, the Eternal King can trace back to the origin and severely damage the eternal imprint of an Eternal. When eternal sovereigns in the world of warlocks were severely injured by the Eternal King, their eternal imprint collapsed, and they died. Ling Seth, who once traveled in the Great Universe and saw an Eternal die with his own eyes, holed up in his universe, not daring to come out. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade. The Eternal King can trace back to the origin and severely damage the eternal imprint of an Eternal. How terrifying! Eternals are existences who have engraved their eternal imprint into the universe. As long as the universe exists, they will never die. Although Yang Feng devoured Ling Seth's true spirit and body. But in fact, Ling Seth didn't die. It will only take tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years for him to be reborn in the cloud universe. No matter how many times Ling Seth dies in the outside world, as long as his eternal imprint in the cloud universe doesn't collapse, he can be reborn indefinitely. This is the terror of Eternals. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he quietly analyzed, 9th level Eternal Realm. With my current strength, I should be at the 2nd level of the Eternal Realm. With this strength, I won't be considered weak in the Great Universe. I can participate in the competition for resources. In the Great Universe, Eternals are divided into 9 heavens. At the time, both Yang Feng and the Spirit Eyes Eternal were just 1st level Eternal Realm powerhouses. Ling Seth was a 2nd level Eternal Realm powerhouse. After his true spirit and eternal origin were devoured by Yang Feng, not only did Yang Feng's injuries heal, but he also advanced to the 2nd level Eternal Realm. Before entering the Great Universe, I must improve my strength and increase my foundation. Otherwise, if I am not careful, I will die in the universe. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he came to the edge of the transcendent world. He switched to the transcendent emperor's body and stepped into the transcendent world with his eternal sovereign rank body. As soon as Yang Feng's eternal sovereign rank true body entered the transcendent world, a fearsome repulsive force came. That cosmic crystal wall was extremely tough, and even an eternal king rank powerhouse would find it difficult to destroy it. If he wanted to completely destroy the crystal wall of a universe, only a scary being that surpassed an eternal king could do it. Yang Feng's transcendent emperor body twisted and turned into transcendent god runes that entered Yang Feng's eternal sovereign body. A terrifying devouring force erupted and frantically devoured the origin source power of the demon god world. The fearsome decomposition force shrouding Yang Feng disappeared at once, allowing him to step into the demonic divine world. Greetings, Master. Violet stepped out of the void, bowed to Yang Feng, and said respectfully. Yang Feng nodded with satisfaction and uttered, "Guard this universe for me." In the transcendent realm, even if it is a 9th level eternal sovereign rank powerhouse, their true spirit will be suppressed by Violet. As for powerhouses of the eternal king rank, Yang Feng doesn't have much information at present, so he can't deduce them. Violet said with a sweet smile, "Yes, Master." Yang Feng took a step and disappeared from where he stood. The center of the miracle city in the transcendent realm. Yang Feng looked at the crystal in the center of the miracle city with a resplendent look in his eyes. This treasure is really beneficial to my god armor of Twilight. The Twilight God Armor is an Empyrean-grade secret treasure Yang Feng refined using Shizu technology and other top technologies of several universes. It has extraordinary power, and it has helped Yang Feng suppress many powerful enemies. However, after Yang Feng advanced to the Eternal Sovereign rank, the Twilight God Armor has become less useful to him. In the world of warlocks, there are not enough resources to upgrade the Twilight God Armor to an eternal treasure. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the Twilight God Armor flew out, opened, and enveloped the blue crystal. Countless devour runes emerged and began to devour the blue crystal. That blue crystal seemed to fuse with the entire miracle city, eternal and indestructible. No matter how the Twilight God Armor erodes it, it can't devour it. What an amazing crystal! I can't devour it. That's a space wonder for you. However, since you can be refined into an eternal treasure, you can't resist the means of an eternal sovereign. Yang Feng smiled coldly and pointed with a finger, and formidable eternal force poured into the Twilight God Armor. With the support of eternal force, the Twilight God Armor's devouring power increased by more than 100 times, and it devoured the blue crystal inch by inch. After the blue crystal was swallowed by the Armor of Dawn, the Armor of Dawn continued to extend towards the entire miracle city. Time elapsed, and 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the entire transcendent realm trembled slightly, and tremendous transcendent force converged in the direction of the miracle city from all directions. The tremendous transcendent force surged in the void and formed a dark cloud that nearly enveloped the entire transcendent realm. In the dark cloud, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and countless dangers brewed. What's going on? This is the God Extermination Tribulation Lightning. A tribulation lightning that can kill the Transcendent Emperor. His Majesty the Transcendent Emperor has angered heaven. This is heaven's wrath. He's dead. Looking at the dark cloud formed from tremendous transcendent force, the eyes of many transcendent realms shimmered with enigmatic light. Some were worried about Yang Feng, while some were excited, hoping to see Yang Feng turn into nothingness in the tribulation lightning. In a temple, there are 3 people sitting. They are the Sun God, Moonlight God, and Star God. The 3 demon gods looked at the thunderbolts and dark clouds in the void. They could feel the despairing power contained in those dark clouds. Even if a demon god emperor was struck by those tribulation lightning bolts, he would turn into powder and disappear. A look of worry flashed in the sun demon god's eyes. How could the god-destroying tribulation lightning be like this? His Majesty the demon god emperor actually angered the heavens. The moonlight demon god's face was pale. He smiled bitterly and said, "Our soul imprints are in His Majesty's hands. If His Majesty falls, we will also be finished." The star demon god's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she said firmly, "His Majesty will be fine." The moonlight demon god's face was filled with despair. He smiled bitterly and said, "Little sister, that is the god-destroying tribulation lightning. In the ancient era, none of the demon god emperors who attracted the deity extermination tribulation lightning survived. Although His Majesty was incomparably powerful, he might not necessarily be the opponent of the ancient demon god emperor. Once the god annihilation tribulation lightning descended, he would definitely die. We're finished too." The star demonic god gritted her teeth and remained silent. That's right, this is the god-destroying tribulation lightning? It's really a good power. It can be used as nourishment for my treasures. A chuckle came from the void and reverberated throughout the demon god realm. A scene that left everyone in the demon god realm in disbelief appeared. A giant hand as large as the sky stretched out from the direction of Miracle City and grabbed at the god-destroying tribulation lightning in the void. Humanoid, beast-shaped, and ghost-shaped lightning bolts that could kill demon god emperors rumbled out of the god-destroying tribulation lightning and bombarded the giant hand. Black holes appeared one after another, swallowing up the incomparably terrifying lightning. Following that, demon god runes appeared and directly suppressed the godly annihilation tribulation lightning. The god-destroying tribulation lightning that enveloped the entire demon god realm shrank into a ball and disappeared into the giant hand. The god-destroying tribulation lightning was suppressed? How is this possible? That's a terrifying tribulation lightning that can kill a demon god emperor. How can a demon god emperor be so powerful? The eyes of the demon gods in the demon god realm flickered with disbelief when they saw this scene. The god-destroying tribulation lightning was the most terrifying tribulation lightning in the demon god realm. Even if it was a demon god emperor, only death would await him. But now, the god-destroying tribulation lightning was crushed by Yang Feng with a hand. This was simply heaven-defying. The sun transcendent was dumbfounded. It was actually crushed. The moonlight transcendent also had an incredulous look on his face. How is this possible? That was the god-destroying tribulation lightning. No one has ever survived the god-destroying tribulation lightning. The beautiful eyes of the star transcendent blossomed with a dazzling look. That's my lord for you. In the area where the transcendent imperial palace is located, Yang Feng waved his hand, and the god-destroying tribulation lightning entered the god armor of twilight. After the god armor of twilight absorbed the god-destroying tribulation lightning, it transformed again. Countless runes interweaved with mysterious demon god runes, and wisps of eternal aura slowly diffused from it. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. It's finally done. I finally have an eternal treasure to protect me. When the god armor of twilight was successfully refined, Yang Feng's strength increased by a large margin. This time, if a first firmament eternal powerhouse burned their origin and attacked Yang Feng, they wouldn't be able to inflict eternal injuries that are nearly irrecoverable on him. With the god armor of twilight, even if the Gamana universe's 3 eternal sovereigns join forces, they won't be the opponent of the second firmament eternal sovereign Yang Feng. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. It is very difficult and dangerous to attack a universe. But once I succeed, there will be great benefits. I am already strong enough to go to the great universe. Chapter 14:16. Amid the fearsome cosmic storm in the outer universe, ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared at the edge of a boundless membrane. This is the great universe membrane. Only eternal sovereigns can tear the membrane and enter the great universe. Yang Feng looked at the great universe membrane with shock in his eyes. The great universe membrane is almost boundless, measured in units of hundreds of millions of light years. Even though Yang Feng is an eternal sovereign, but he can't see the whole picture of the great universe membrane. Compared to the great universe, the transcendent world is like a speck of dust. Yang Feng took a step and arrived in front of the great universe membrane, and then walked towards the other side. An extremely powerful repulsive force surged out from the membrane of the universe. The powerful repulsive force could even easily crush an emperor to dust. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and vast eternal force erupted and merged with the great universe membrane inch by inch. As soon as the eternal force erupted, the terrifying pressure coming from the great universe membrane disappeared, allowing Yang Feng to easily pass through the membrane. This is the great universe. As soon as Yang Feng entered the great universe membrane, he sensed a higher-level universe law. That was a higher level of the laws of the universe that encompassed all extraordinary powers. Whether it is the world of warlocks or the world of transcendent gods, they are universal in this universe. Yang Feng scanned the great universe with his tremendous soul force and analyzed his power. In this great universe, my strength has been weakened by more than 90%. No, this is the true power that I possess. In the world of warlocks, as an eternal sovereign, even if a 9th-level eternal sovereign powerhouse intruded into the world of warlocks, they would be easily killed by him. However, Yang Feng used the authority of an eternal sovereign to mobilize the power of the entire universe to kill a 9th-level eternal sovereign powerhouse. But now that he is in the great universe, although Yang Feng is an eternal sovereign, but he cannot mobilize the power of the great universe, and his power has been weakened by more than 90%. That is the center of the great universe, the eternal world. Wandering in the great universe, Yang Feng found the center of the great universe, the eternal world, according to Seth's memories. The diameter of an ordinary plane was about 100,000 kilometers, but the eternal world was boundless, measured in billions of light years. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng cannot see the boundary of the eternal world. Outside the eternal world, there are countless stars suspended, forming worlds of different sizes. Among the worlds of different sizes, there are a sun, a moon, and stars suspended, looking like independent worlds. The universe energy level of each independent world is slightly higher than that of the universe before the Gamana universe was devoured, and it can give birth to eternal sovereign rank powerhouses. Only by advancing to the eternal sovereign rank can you break away from these worlds and peer into the truth of the universe and step into the center of the great universe. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and entered the eternal world. God Mountain. A large group of people carrying a sedan chair stopped at the edge of a large green lake. But at this time, the girl's eyes flashed with despair, and her delicate body trembled. Clearly, she is full of fear. A 27 or 28-year-old woman with butterfly-like antennae on her head, snow-white skin, a slim waist, and a pair of huge breasts that almost burst out of her clothes, was crying loudly, her face full of tears. Yun-er. My Yun-er, I'm sorry. My Yun-er. The beautiful eyes of the black-haired girl flashed with despair, and she wept. Mother, I don't want to die. I don't want to be a sacrifice. The face of a 189-meter-tall man with butterfly-like antennae on the head and dressed in a gorgeous robe sank, and moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from him and said frigidly, Shut up! Butterfly Li, Butterfly Yun, do you want us to die here? Butterfly Li trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with fear. She kept silent and just wept. The burly man stretched out his hand and pointed with his finger. Threads immediately enveloped Jaeyun's mouth, sealing her mouth. Great Lord Crocodile God. This is this year's offering. Please protect the blue butterfly race. The burly man knelt on the ground, kowtowed towards the lake, and spoke respectfully. Great Lord Crocodile God. Please protect the blue butterfly race. The blue butterfly race members knelt on the ground and spoke loudly and respectfully. The lake churned, and a 500-meter-tall crocodile with 3 eyes and holy rank fluctuations of power crawled out of the lake. Its gaze fell on Butterfly Yun and Butterfly Li, and greed flashed in its eyes. That's right, I want this pair of mother and daughter. Next year's offering will be waived. There was a fierce flash in the eyes of the crocodile god, and a blue wave of water turned into 2 ropes that wrapped around the mother and daughter. Butterfly Li's beautiful eyes shimmered with despair, her delicate body trembled slightly, and she remained motionless, a distressed expression on her face. The Blue Butterfly Clan's clansmen shivered and lowered their heads even more. Butterfly Li was the #1 beauty of the Blue Butterfly race, and she had countless admirers. But in front of the crocodile god worshipped by the Blue Butterfly race, the Blue Butterfly race didn't dare to say a word. Otherwise, if the crocodile god became angry, the Blue Butterfly race would suffer a miserable fate. A holy rank crocodile. Not bad. A voice came from the sky. A terrifying hand descended from the sky and grabbed the ferocious and insufferably arrogant crocodile god. Who is he? So strong. When Butterfly Yun saw the insufferably arrogant crocodile god, who dominated an area 1,000 kilometers in radius, fall into Yang Feng's hand and shrink to the size of a palm, her beautiful eyes flashed with shock. Stunned, Butterfly Li couldn't believe her eyes. The crocodile god was suppressed by him just like that? How is this possible? Who is he? The crocodile god was the protector of the Blue Butterfly race. Although he demanded offerings from the Blue Butterfly race, but he also sheltered the Blue Butterfly race. Butterfly Li once saw the crocodile god fight an evil god of another race. When the 2 powerhouses fought, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. For Yang Feng to easily suppress the crocodile god, this was simply unbelievable. Let me take a look at your memories. A devour black hole appeared in Yang Feng's hand, devoured the crocodile god, and analyzed its memories in an instant. Yang Feng frowned slightly. What a waste, there's nothing in his memories. The crocodile god was a heaven and earth variant that possessed holy rank cultivation base at birth. The memories in his mind were of eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating, as well as playing with the beauties of the Blue Butterfly race and fighting with the guardian deities of other races. The protector is dead. He killed our protector. Kill him. The countenance of many Blue Butterfly race members changed dramatically when they saw this scene. A dozen-plus Blue Butterfly priests unfolded a pair of wings on the back and attacked Yang Feng with spears in hand. Ants, do you think I don't dare to kill you? Yang Feng glanced at the Blue Butterfly race powerhouses, and Holy Spirit Warlock rank might spread. In an instant, the dozen-plus Blue Butterfly priests flying towards Yang Feng turned into ashes and scattered with the wind. Transparent souls entered Yang Feng's hand and twisted, looking very strange. Sir, please calm down. Sir, please calm down. The blue butterfly race has no intention of being enemies with you, sir. We are willing to offer the most beautiful women of our race, Butterfly Li and Butterfly Yun, to you, sir. Please calm down. The countenance of the Moonlight Butterfly powerhouse in the lead changed dramatically, and he knelt on the ground and kowtowed until his forehead bled. Sir, please calm down. The blue butterfly race members knelt on the ground respectfully, their bodies trembling. Yang Feng devoured the souls of the blue butterfly race members and read their memories. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Blue Butterfly City. This is the foundation of the blue butterfly race. As long as blue butterflies reach adulthood, they will possess great warlock rank strength. But in the great universe, they are still the weakest inferior race without even a Holy Spirit warlock. Sure enough, even in the great universe, eternal sovereigns are at the upper echelon. In any universe, eternal sovereigns are peerless geniuses among geniuses, freaks among freaks. They are eternal, indestructible, and difficult to kill. Even in the great universe, which is the center of myriad worlds, eternal sovereigns are at the upper echelon. Yang Feng said lightly, "Take me to the blue butterfly city." The eyes of the Moonlight Butterfly powerhouse shimmered with enigmatic light, and he responded respectfully, "Yes, sir." The blue butterfly city is the foundation of the blue butterfly race. It is a majestic city. The blue butterfly city has a population of 1 million, and the blue butterfly race inhabits the blue butterfly city. In the great universe, the life magic energy is 100 times richer than in the world of warlocks. However, the area where the blue butterfly city is located is a barren land. As such, the life forms here naturally aren't very strong. Dai Yi. Why did you bring Dai Yun back? As soon as they entered the blue butterfly city, a Moonlight Warlock rank blue butterfly powerhouse came over with a group of people and looked at Dai Yun with shock in his eyes. Dai Yi uttered, "Dai Zhen. This sir has already killed the crocodile god. He saved the blue butterfly race from the crocodile god. Dai Yun and Dai Li are now this sir's female slaves. Take us to see the great elder." Chapter 14-17. The Crocodile God. Dai Zhen inhaled a breath of cold air, looked at Yang Feng with fear in her eyes, and uttered decisively, "Okay. I'll take you to see the great elder." The crocodile god is the guardian of the blue butterfly race. Yet such a fearsome existence was easily killed by Yang Feng. Yang Feng's strength is evident. The entire blue butterfly race can't withstand the wrath of such a fearsome powerhouse. Dai Zhen isn't stupid. Naturally, she doesn't dare to anger Yang Feng. "I am Dai Hua, the great elder of the blue butterfly race. Greetings, sir. How do I address you, sir?" In the city master's mansion in the center of the blue butterfly city, a handsome, tall, middle-aged man bowed to Yang Feng and spoke respectfully. "My name is Yang Feng. I killed the crocodile god you worship." Yang Feng looked at the bright world warlock rank Dai Hua with an enigmatic smile, and holy step might slowly spread from him. "Thank you, my lord, for helping us and getting rid of that evil god, saving our race from being enslaved by the evil god. We are willing to do everything we can to serve you, sir. Please become the new guardian deity of our race, my lord." Dai Hua knelt on the ground, kowtowed repeatedly, and spoke respectfully. "Please become my blue butterfly clan's guardian god." In the city master's mansion, all the blue butterfly powerhouses knelt on the ground and spoke respectfully. In the universe, there were as many elites as there were clouds. There were countless powerful beasts, strange beasts, and god beasts. True spirit-ranked divine beasts such as dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, and black tortoises are very common in the universe. A small race like the blue butterfly race, whose strongest powerhouse is only a bright world warlock rank powerhouse, will face a miserable fate if they don't have the protection of a powerful existence. For a weak race like the blue butterfly race, survival is the top priority. Only after surviving can they consider fighting for power and profit. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Offer me the treasury and ancient books of your race. Let me take a look, and then I'll consider it." Dai Hua replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." The treasury of the blue butterfly race was open to Yang Feng, and all kinds of ancient books of the blue butterfly race were delivered to Yang Feng. Although the blue butterfly clan was only a small clan, their ancestors had once been glorious. The strongest is a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. The eternal world was divided into many realms. The domain lord of each realm was an eternal level powerhouse. Yang Feng is currently in the heavenly domain. The top expert of the desolate heaven domain was the domain master of the desolate heaven domain. Below the region lords were the nations ruled by the various emperors. There were 33 countries in the desolate heaven region, and each of them was presided over by 33 emperors. At the time, the warlock monarch rank ancestor of the blue butterfly race served the ruler of the Feiyang state in the heavenly desolate realm. Later, he offended the bigwigs of the Feiyang state and was banished to this savage land. The blue butterfly clan was far away from the center of the Feiyang kingdom, and they couldn't obtain cultivation resources, so they became weaker and weaker. In the end, the strongest powerhouses of the race degenerated to the bright world warlock rank. In this universe, the highest levels of elites were still saints, emperors, eternal ones, and eternal kings. These blue butterfly beauties are a natural variant. Their special force can increase the odds of a powerhouse stepping into the Empyrean realm. No wonder the crocodile god asked for the blue butterfly beauties. In a beautiful rear garden, Yang Feng sat on a sofa with a beautiful girl of the blue butterfly clan kneeling beside him, Butterfly Yun. Butterfly Li, dressed in a black and white lace-made dress, kneeled on the other side of Yang Feng and peeled fruits with a sweet smile on her face. If it wasn't for Yang Feng, the mother and daughter would have died tragically in the mouth of the crocodile god. After Yang Feng obtained all the treasures of the blue butterfly race, he was surprised to find many good treasures. In this barren land, there are some precious resources that can even increase the odds of saints and empyreans breaking through bottlenecks. The blue butterfly beauties are also a precious resource. Whether it is by copulating with them or by using Devour Secret method to devour their life force, you can absorb the special force inside them and enhance your strength. Of course, even with the power of the crocodile god, devouring 1 or 2 blue butterfly beauties every year is the limit. The Feiyang state's crown prince has arrived. A thunderous voice erupted in the void and swept in all directions. The Feiyang state's crown prince. Why would such a bigwig come here? The blue butterfly great elder Dai Hua was both surprised and overjoyed, and her eyes shimmered with a complicated shade. The crown prince of the Feiyang kingdom was a big shot. If he could curry favor with the crown prince of the Feiyang kingdom, if she can curry favor with the Feiyang state's crown prince, the blue butterfly race will be able to leave this resource-barren land and regain its glory in the future. No matter how talented you are or how tyrannical your secret methods are, without resources, you can't practice cultivation and advance to the next realm. In this barren land, the blue butterfly clan would only grow weaker and weaker until they were finally exterminated. A gold chariot flew over from afar. Inside the gold chariot, there is a handsome young man with waist-length hair and a mysterious mark on his forehead. In front of the gold chariot, there are 9 dragons pulling it. Each dragon has pure true dragon bloodline flowing through them and exudes great holy step fluctuations of power. Beside the golden chariot stood 4 young girls. Each of them was a peerlessly beautiful and stunning beauty. The 4 of them are exuding Holy Spirit warlock rank fluctuations of power. Behind the gold chariot, there is an elite legion of 500 people. Among the elite legion, the weakest is a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, and the legion commander is a pinnacle great holy rank existence. Greetings, blue butterfly great elder Dai Hua, greets the Feiyang crown prince. Dai Hua led the upper echelon of the blue butterfly race to kneel on the ground respectfully and salute the Feiyang crown prince. Among the upper echelon of the blue butterfly race, there are many beautiful girls, each of whom is extremely beautiful and has their own charm. A short-haired and very capable young saint standing beside the golden chariot glanced at the blue butterfly race beauties below, and a look of disdain flashed across her beautiful eyes. A mere girl from a low-class race wants to be loved by the crown prince? She really doesn't know her place. How dare you? Why didn't you kneel before His Highness the Crown Prince? A beautiful young girl with blonde hair, dressed in a gold armor, and exuding a heroic temperament pointed at Yang Feng with a silver spear in her hand and barked coldly. When Dai Hua saw Yang Feng standing proudly, she was scared out of her wits at once, and she gritted her teeth and uttered, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, this is the guardian of my race, Sir Yang Feng. He was also a great saint." There was a look of surprise in the eyes of the Feiyang Crown Prince, and he uttered in an aloof tone, "Holy, I didn't expect to meet a holy in this remote place." "Yang Feng, I appreciate you very much. Are you willing to serve me? The Feiyang Crown Prince is the successor of the Feiyang state. When he steps into the Emperor realm, he will become the ruler of the Feiyang state. In the Feiyang state, many holy step experts have already sided with him. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile. In the eternal world, there may be someone who can make me serve him, but it won't be you. If an eternal monarch appears in front of Yang Feng and asks him to serve him, after weighing the pros and cons, Yang Feng may choose to serve that eternal monarch. After all, it is entirely possible for an eternal monarch to cross the universe and severely damage Yang Feng's eternal origin imprint. How dare you? Let me teach you a lesson. The beautiful eyes of the young girl with blonde hair shimmered coldly, and she stepped across the void, appeared in front of Yang Feng with a gold spear in hand, and stabbed at him with her spear. Yang Feng smiled faintly and flicked a finger at the young girl's gold spear. There was a loud explosion in the sky, and as if struck by lightning, the young girl was sent flying 10,000 kilometers away. So strong. The pupils of many powerhouses constricted when they saw this scene. Amazing. Yang Feng, so you're a great holy step powerhouse. Let me have a taste of what you've got. Aboard the gold chariot, the eyes of the Feiyang Crown Prince shimmered with enigmatic light, and he got up, and quasi-Emperorian rank fluctuations of power spread from him. Long live your highness the Crown Prince. Long live your highness the Crown Prince. The personal guards of the Feiyang Kingdom's Crown Prince cheered. Yang Feng, this is one of the strongest secret methods of the Feiyang Kingdom, the Feiyang Sky Piercer. Be careful. A cold ray flashed in the eyes of the Feiyang Crown Prince, light interwove around him, and the gold spear in his hand released wisps of immortal Empyrean might. In an instant, the Feiyang Crown Prince turned into a gold spear shrouded in sun god fire and stabbed towards Yang Feng. It's over. Seeing this scene, despair flashed in the eyes of Dai Hua and the other upper echelon members of the Blue Butterfly race. The might of the Feiyang Crown Prince's strike is earth-shattering. If Yang Feng dodges, the strike will wipe out the upper echelon members of the Blue Butterfly race. Even if Yang Feng doesn't dodge, the aftermath of the fight between the two peerless powerhouses will be enough to kill the upper echelon members of the Blue Butterfly race. Yang Feng smiled faintly and waved his hand, and a giant hand appeared and slapped the Feiyang Crown Prince. Boom! Along with a loud noise, the previously insufferably arrogant Feiyang Crown Prince was sent flying for tens of thousands of kilometers. He spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and the gold armor he wore cracked inch by inch. Empyrean! You're an Empyrean! I, the Feiyang Crown Prince, greet you, sir. The Feiyang Crown Prince's face changed several times, and he wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. His figure fluttered, and he arrived in front of Yang Feng and bowed respectfully. Greetings, sir. The countenance of the Feiyang Crown Prince's subordinates changed dramatically, and they bowed to Yang Feng. Chapter 14:18. Empyrean. When the experts of the Blue Butterfly clan heard this, they were all dumbfounded. Their eyes flashed with disbelief and a storm was set off in their hearts. An Empyrean is a top powerhouse in the universe. The ruler of a state in a realm can decide the fate of billions of life forms with a thought. In the Heavenly First Realm, there are a total of 33 states. In each state, there are hundreds of billions of intelligent life forms. An Empyrean is a terrifying existence who decides the fate of these hundreds of billions of intelligent life forms. If an Empyrean joins an eternal sovereign, they can basically gain the power to control a state. Although the Crown Prince of the Feiyang Kingdom was extremely talented, he was only a half-martial emperor. If he angered a martial emperor, he would be killed. If he angers an Empyrean, the ruler of the Feiyang Kingdom may not take revenge for him. Yang Feng uttered indifferently, "Since you have a good attitude, I won't kill you." In Yang Feng's eyes, a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse is no different from an ant. He can kill them with a wave of his hand. Even if the Feiyang Kingdom's powerhouses gather, he can easily kill them all with one hand. When the Crown Prince heard this, cold sweat trickled down his back. He knows that he has encountered a peerless person. If he hadn't reacted appropriately, he would have become a corpse by now. The countenance of the Crown Prince's subordinates changed slightly, and cold sweat trickled down their backs. They are all elite experts of the Feiyang Kingdom, and they can suppress a minor race like the Blue Butterfly race by themselves. But in front of an Empyrean, they are still vulnerable. If Yang Feng wants to, he can wipe out everyone here with a casual blow. The Crown Prince uttered respectfully, "Thank you for sparing my life, sir." Yang Feng uttered indifferently, "The death penalty can be spared, but the punishment cannot be forgiven. I've traveled here from other realms, and I need all kinds of secret techniques, ancient books, and rare resources unique to the absolute heavens domain." The Crown Prince heaved a sigh of relief and responded respectfully, "Yes, sir." The eternal world is a vast and boundless world that is measured in units of hundreds of millions of light years. Countless powerhouses and terrifying existences travel the eternal world, looking for opportunities to evolve. Every year, countless experts from other domains would travel to the desolate heaven domain. Similarly, every year, countless geniuses from the desolate heaven domain would head to other domains in search of opportunities. The Crown Prince speculated that Yang Feng is an Empyrean who traveled to the heavenly absolute realm from another realm. Generally speaking, this kind of emperor needed various secret skills, knowledge, and precious resources in the heavenly absolute domain. After all, the Feiyang Kingdom was one of the kingdoms in the eternal world. It was extremely powerful and had countless precious resources, some of which were even effective for emperors. It wasn't strange for Yang Feng to ask for resources. The Crown Prince pointed with a finger, and a crystal flew into Yang Feng's hand. Yang Feng crushed the crystal, and countless secret methods, information on all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth, as well as all kinds of knowledge entered his mind and were instantly scanned into the database. As expected of the eternal world. To think that a mere Feiyang country would have so many treasures. Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly and revealed a trace of excitement. According to the information obtained from the Crown Prince, there are many rare treasures of heaven and earth in the Feiyang country, which are extinct in the universe of the world of warlocks. If he could get those rare treasures of heaven and earth from the Feiyang country, Yang Feng could refine another level, 7 stronghold. Unfortunately, the Feiyang country is a force of the domain master of the heavenly absolute realm. It's not worth it to offend an eternal sovereign for a level 7 stronghold. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly. He pondered for a while, and then gave up the idea of attacking the Feiyang country and plundering its resources. No eternal sovereign should be underestimated. As the domain master of the heavenly absolute realm is an eternal sovereign, Yang Feng doesn't know how strong he is. At this time, Yang Feng is confident that he can easily kill a level 1 eternal sovereign. However, if he encounters a level 6 eternal sovereign or above powerhouse, only death will await him. Once Yang Feng dies in the eternal world, he can be reborn in the world of warlocks. However, if he doesn't have a fortuitous encounter and stays in the world of warlocks, it will take him tens of millions of years to restore his second eternal sovereign cultivation base. Yang Feng asked with a smile, "Crown Prince Feiyang, why did you come to this barren land?" The Crown Prince's eyes shimmered with helplessness, and he smiled bitterly and gritted his teeth, saying, "Sir, I obtained information that an eternal relic site will appear in this area soon. I came here to explore the eternal ruins." The Crown Prince doesn't want to tell Yang Feng this secret. However, he knows that with his strength, it is impossible for him to conceal it from an Empyrean. In particular, the Empyrean in front of him is terrifyingly strong, perhaps even stronger than the ruler of the Feiyang country. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile, saying, "An eternal relic site. Not bad. I'll explore the relic site with you. We'll split the harvest 9 to 1. How about it?" There was a flash of bitterness in the eyes of the Crown Prince, yet he still put on a happy expression. "That's great. It's my honor to travel with you, Sir Yang Feng. Your blue butterfly race is pretty good. From today on, you will be under my protection." With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, a Holy Spirit Warlock rank lightning ruler descended from the sky and landed in the Blue Butterfly Race's temple. In the Blue Butterfly Race, beautiful women are as common as clouds. Moreover, blue butterfly beauties possess mystical powers that can even enhance the power of eternal sovereigns by a negligible amount. Yang Feng doesn't mind taking the Blue Butterfly Race into his pocket and making it his first vassal race in the eternal world. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Overjoyed, Butterfly Fire knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Blue Butterfly Race's people knelt on the ground, wept tears of joy, and spoke respectfully. With an Empyrean protecting them, the Blue Butterfly Race is virtually as stable as a mountain in the Feiyang country. Even the ruler of the Feiyang country won't come to trouble them. Let's go. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a dazzling sun chariot appeared. A quasi-empire rank Great Sun Golden Crow pulled the sun chariot and followed next to the Crown Prince Feiyang's chariot. That's a true spirit rank god beast. What a pure bloodline. As expected of an Empyrean. When the powerhouses next to the Crown Prince Feiyang saw the quasi-empire rank Great Sun Golden Crow, they inhaled a breath of cold air. True spirit-level divine beasts and fierce beasts weren't rare in the eternal world, but those true spirit-level divine beasts and fierce beasts were extremely powerful and arrogant. They wouldn't submit to anyone. For Yang Feng to be able to subdue a quasi-empire rank Great Sun Golden Crow to pull his chariot, this is simply terrifying. The ruler of the Feiyang country is also an Empyrean, but he doesn't have a true spirit rank god beast to pull his chariot. The Crown Prince Feiyang took a deep look at Yang Feng, a look of helplessness in his eyes, and he ordered, "Let's go." In the west of the barren land, there is a place shrouded in the stench of rotting corpses. Rotting corpses, distorted souls, and resentful spirits can be seen everywhere. Above the swamp of resentment, there is a 1,000-meter-long golden scroll. The golden scroll is shrouded in dense purple light, looking very mysterious. Inside the golden scroll, there are hundreds of beautiful women dressed in battle armor. Among the hundreds of beautiful women in armor, the one in the lead had a scarlet lotus tattooed on her forehead. She had long black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall, and her skin was sparkling like jade. Her figure was fiery and sexy, and she was peerlessly beautiful. Compared to the peerless beauty, the hundreds of beautiful women dressed in battle armor appear overshadowed. A gust of wind blew in the distance, and a 10,000-meter-long green rock rode the gust of wind and descended from the sky. There are a dozen-plus people standing on the back of the green rock. The one in the lead has long green hair, a pair of rock wings on his back, and an imposing and handsome appearance. I didn't expect to meet the Crimson Lotus Kingdom's Princess Crimson Lotus here. If Princess is willing to marry me, then I am willing to join forces with Princess to explore this eternal world relic site. Everything we find in the relic site can be offered to Princess. The handsome young man on the back of the green rock looked at Princess Crimson Lotus with a hint of adoration in his eyes. His words are filled with endless adoration and gentleness. Azure Pang, Crown Prince of the Azure Pang Nation. You want to marry me? You're overestimating yourself. My goal is to reach the eternal realm and become an eternal one. Don't bother me in the future, or I won't mind killing you. The painting flashed slightly, and the leading beauty with a scarlet lotus on her forehead walked out with a scarlet halberd in her hand. She looked at the Azure Pang Prince icily as a sense of unruliness flickered in her eyes. The Azure Pang Prince's eyes flashed with a sense of unruliness. The Feiyang Crown Prince is here too. Just as the Azure Pang Crown Prince was about to speak, Princess Crimson Lotus raised her head slightly and looked into the void. She saw the flames of the sun roiling in the void, and a huge caravan flew over from the distance and landed here. Great Sun Golden Crow. A half-emperor Great Sun Golden Crow. To use a Great Sun Golden Crow to pull a chariot, that's a big move. What's the origin of that person? When the Azure Pang Crown Prince and Princess Crimson Lotus saw the Great Sun Golden Crow, shock welled up inside them. The Feiyang Crown Prince smiled and introduced them to Yang Feng. Sir Yang Feng, these two are the Azure Pang Crown Prince and the Crimson Lotus Princess. Interesting. Yang Feng glanced at the supreme geniuses of the two states. Mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and he saw threads of eternity linking the Azure Pang Crown Prince and Princess Crimson Lotus. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Are they both chess pieces of an eternal one? Interesting. Chapter 14:19. The Azure Pang Crown Prince hesitated for a while, and then asked cautiously, Sir Yang Feng, are you an Empyrean? Unable to sense Yang Feng's cultivation base, the Azure Pang Crown Prince has a guess, but he still hasn't confirmed it. If the Soaring Sun Crown Prince found an ordinary person with no cultivation base to deceive them, they will become a laughingstock. Yang Feng glanced at the Azure Pang Crown Prince. An invincible overlord rank Empyrean might swept towards the Azure Pang Crown Prince and Princess Crimson Lotus. Princess Crimson Lotus's pretty face fell. What fearsome Empyrean might! This Empyrean might even surpasses that of Imperial Father. The Azure Pang Crown Prince's face flickered, and he bowed to Yang Feng and uttered, "Sir, please forgive me if I offended you before." Yang Feng looked at the Azure Pang Crown Prince with an enigmatic smile and said coldly, "You dare to question me? Do you think a trifling apology can erase everything?" The Azure Pang Crown Prince suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and he trembled slightly. If an invincible overlord emperor went berserk, it was entirely possible for him to annihilate everyone here. As long as they escape to another realm before the Domain Master finds out, the Domain Master won't break into another realm for such a trifle. Under normal circumstances, Empyreans from other realms won't rashly start a massacre and offend the Domain Master. But there are always exceptions. The Azure Pang Crown Prince doesn't want to die here. The Soaring Sun Crown Prince looked at the trembling Azure Pang Crown Prince with pity in his eyes, but then revealed a smile of schadenfreude. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, "I came from another realm to get the knowledge, secret methods, and resources of the Heavenly End realm. As long as you come up with knowledge and resources that satisfy me, I'll let this matter go."
"Yes, sir."
The Azure Pang Crown Prince heaved a sigh of relief and pointed with a finger. Countless rays of light shone, and a cyan crystal flew towards Yang Feng. When Yang Feng crushed the cyan crystal, countless secret methods and knowledge entered his database. Yang Feng looked at the countless secret methods and sighed. The Azure Pang Kingdom's secret methods are not bad. Unfortunately, they don't have much effect on my eternal path. Eternal sovereigns are the strongest powerhouses of the world of warlocks. Yang Feng doesn't know anything about the path beyond the eternal path. Yang Feng was able to advance to the second firmament eternal realm because he forcibly devoured an eternal sovereign and obtained formidable power. Yang Feng used Seth's eternal origin to forcibly break through to the second firmament of the eternal realm, not by practicing a secret method. As such, it is very difficult for him to continue advancing. If Yang Feng wants to get a secret method that eternal sovereigns can cultivate, he can only deduce it directly. He collected all kinds of secret skills. He wanted to use those secret skills to analyze the rules of the universe. He wanted to create a skill that even eternal people could practice. Yang Feng mused quietly. It would be great if I could get a secret method that eternal sovereigns can cultivate. In this universe, there were as many elites as there were clouds. In fact, terrifying experts like the Eternal King exist. Secret magics above the Eternal Realm should also exist. Princess Red Lotus hesitated for a while, then gritted her teeth and asked, "Sir Yang Feng, can we enter the Eternal Relic Site?" Princess Crimson Lotus hesitated for a while, then gritted her teeth and asked, "Sir Yang Feng, can we enter a relic site?" Normally speaking, if any emperor discovered an eternal ruin, then their only choice would be to monopolize the entire eternal ruin and not allow others to encroach on it. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Hand over enough resources and I'll let you in." Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Hand over enough resources and I'll let you in."
Okay.
Princess Crimson Lotus waved her lily-white hand, and a spatial ball flew into Yang Feng's hand. The Azure Pang Crown Prince silently handed a palm-sized silver spatial ball to Yang Feng. Yang Feng scanned the spatial ball with his tremendous soul force and revealed a look of satisfaction, saying, "You can go in with us. But after you go in, you are responsible for your own safety." Princess Crimson Lotus and the Azure Pang Crown Prince looked at each other and smiled bitterly. At noon, a sun appeared above the swamp of resentful souls, and rays of sun god flames rained down on the great emperor. Under the burning of the sun god flame, the entire resentful soul swamp instantly turned from a strange swamp into a lake of fire shrouded in endless flames. Burned by the sun god fire, any existence below the glorious dawn warlock rank will be burned to ashes. Layers of strange shields appeared around the experts, resisting the burning of the divine sun flame. In the center of the sun, stars appeared strangely. As soon as the stars appeared, they twisted and turned into star stairs leading to the deepest part of the sun. In the deepest part of the sun, there is a distorted black hole, from which distorted and chaotic spatial fluctuations spread. So this is an eternal sight. It's really extraordinary. Azure Pang Crown Prince, you go in first. Yang Feng glanced at the distorted and chaotic spatial fluctuations. His eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he ordered the Azure Pang Crown Prince.
"Yes, sir."
The Azure Pang Crown Prince smiled bitterly, responded, and waved his hand. A saint-rank powerhouse stepped onto the stellar staircase and entered the distorted black hole. After a quarter of an hour, the holy rank powerhouse didn't return to report, causing the Azure Pang Crown Prince's face to turn gloomy. He was about to send people to continue exploring. No need to probe. This is a spatial gate that teleports randomly. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he stepped into the distorted black hole. A fearsome spatial force enveloped Yang Feng and teleported him out. The Azure Pang Crown Prince, Princess Crimson Lotus, and the Soaring Sun Crown Prince looked at each other, and then turned into streams of light and entered the black hole. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared in a vast world filled with powerful energy. Is this life magic energy? No, according to the eternal world, this is a higher grade of source energy. It's far more powerful than life magic energy. This eternal sight doesn't seem to be simple. Yang Feng took a deep breath and analyzed the energy contained in the air in a split second. Source energy is a unique energy of the eternal world. In the eternal world, except for some extremely barren places, as long as it is covered by source energy, any adult intelligent life form will possess level 1 warlock rank strength without the need to practice cultivation. If it is a human born in the eternal world, under the nourishment of source energy, their soul aptitude will be at least level 4. In the eternal world, powerhouses are as common as clouds. Eternal sovereigns can even practice cultivation to the eternal monarch rank because of the tremendous amount of source energy. Suddenly, the earth cracked, and a 10,000-meter-long giant earthworm engraved with strange patterns and exuding quasi-empyrean rank fluctuations of power emerged, opened its chrysanthemum petal-like maw, and bit towards Yang Feng. A fearsome devour force came out of the giant earthworm's maw and swept towards Yang Feng. What a fool! Yang Feng casually pointed at the giant earthworm, and a gray magic radiance swept towards it. Enveloped by the gray light, the giant earthworm trembled slightly and turned into ashes inch by inch, and all its life force was devoured by Yang Feng. Ripples shone, and Zero walked out from behind Yang Feng. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Zero, I'll leave this to you." At the time when Yang Feng fought the Gamana universe's 3 eternal sovereigns, Zero was also severely injured. After Yang Feng took control of the transcendent world, he used many rare resources to repair Zero, allowing her to recover more than 70% of her strength.
Yes, my lord.
Zero saluted Yang Feng. The level 8 stronghold covered in scars appeared behind him, and he landed on the eternal relic site. Countless mechanical spheres flew out of the level 8 stronghold, landed on the ground, and formed mechanical towers. Strange ripples emerged from the level 8 stronghold and spread into the surroundings. If an eternal sovereign didn't come here, it would be difficult for them to discover what happened here. Next, it's time to go to the center of the relic site. I hope that this eternal relic site, which even an eternal sovereign set up, won't let me down. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, ripples emerged on his body, and he disappeared. A few days later, within the eternal relic site, Yang Feng walked leisurely in a desert. In the desert, countless fist-sized dragon-winged fire ants with dragon wings rushed towards Yang Feng. These dragon-wing fire ants have a trace of true dragon bloodline, and each of them is comparable to an infinity warlock rank powerhouse. Under the command of the 5 great holy steppe dragon-wing fire ants in the lead, tens of millions of dragon-wing fire ants can even devour a quasi-empyrean rank powerhouse. When the dragon-wing fire ants flew to Yang Feng's side, they strangely turned into ashes. The dense swarm of dragon-wing fire ants released strange fluctuations and formed a true dragon made of dragon-wing fire ants, exuding empyrean rank might. These dragon-wing fire ants can form an empyrean rank life form. That's the eternal world for you. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with admiration when he saw this scene. In the world of warlocks, there is no extraordinary life form that can exert empyrean rank power when they join forces. Only in the eternal world can such a powerful and strange life form be born. However, it's still too weak. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a devour black hole emerged and devoured the true dragon formed by the dragon-wing fire ants. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, dust flew out of the devour black hole and drifted away with the wind. Chapter 14:20. After wiping out the dragon-wing fire ant colony, Yang Feng strolled to the dragon-wing fire ant nest, reached out with his hand, and a terrifying hand stabbed into the earth, tore the earth apart, and dug out a huge scarlet stone. With a flash of black light, the scarlet stone peeled off and revealed an ore that looks like a small sun. Dragon Fire Sunstone. This is a gem that has been nurtured for countless years after the sun fused with a true dragon. With this ore, Zero's injuries will be completely healed. Just this piece of dragon flaming sunstone alone made this trip worthwhile. As expected of the eternal world, there are so many treasures. Admiration flashed in Yongfeng's eyes. He pointed with a finger, and spatial ripples flickered and teleported the dragon fire sunstone into Zero's hand. In the world of warlocks, treasures such as dragon fire sunstone are completely extinct. Even if there are any, they are hidden in the depths of the universe. Only during a great tribulation like the universe war of Devour may they emerge and create another universe child. Only in the center of the universe, the eternal world, can there be so many treasures. Regardless of the strength of the eternal sovereigns who can take root in the universe, but their wealth is definitely above that of other eternal sovereigns. They have all arrived at the core area. Has it started? Yongfeng's eyes flickered, ripples appeared on his body, and he disappeared. In the core area of the eternal relic world, there is a towering mountain peak. The towering and majestic mountain was enveloped by layers of extremely dense fog, and it emanated a mysterious, unfathomable, and extremely dangerous aura. With a flash of green light, the Azure Pong Crown Prince appeared at the foot of the mountain peak and looked at the summit with a scorching shade in his eyes. This is the eternal relic site of the legendary eternal sovereign Gutaili, which records Gutaili's inheritance. At the time, Gutaili was a bigwig of the seventh firmament eternal realm, and even the heavenly end realm's domain master was not his opponent. If I can obtain his inheritance, I may even surpass the heavenly end realm's domain master in the future and become the new domain master. The Azure Pong Crown Prince's eyes flickered, various thoughts revolved in his mind, and he walked towards the mountain peak. The Azure Pong Crown Prince has just set foot on the mountain peak, when a fearsome haze swept towards him. The Azure Pong Crown Prince's face changed slightly, and an ancient shield appeared around him. The terrifying haze rolled towards the ancient shield, causing it to dim and lose its luster. The barrier collapsed and turned into powder. The Azure Pong Crown Prince waved his hand, and a mirror, a jade bowl, and a belt flew out, forming one defensive barrier after another. As soon as the gray haze rolled in, the barriers of the three treasures collapsed and turned into dust that drifted away with the wind. This is the power of the eternal ruins, so strong. With my strength, I can destroy this mountain. However, it won't be that easy to obtain the inheritance within it. Hidden in the void, Yongfeng quietly watched this scene, a pensive look on his face. As a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse, Gutaili can kill Yongfeng head-on at this time. However, since he has already died, the relic site he left behind naturally cannot kill an eternal like Yongfeng. However, although it was easy for Yongfeng to destroy the mountain peak, but it was very difficult for him to obtain the inheritance inside. After all, Gutaili is a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse, and the barrier he set up has integrated with his inheritance. Destroying the mountain peak will destroy the inheritance. A flame flew over from afar, landed here, and burned. Within the flames, a burning crimson lotus bloomed and a person walked out. It was Princess Crimson Lotus. Princess Red Lotus glanced at the Azure Pong Crown Prince, smiled coldly, took out a jade scepter in her hand, and walked towards the mountain peak. A large amount of haze gushed out of the mountain peak and surged towards Princess Red Lotus. Mysterious runes appeared on the jade scepter and green light emerged, dispersing the haze gushing out of the mountain peak. Princess Red Lotus strode into the mountain peak. The Azure Pong Crown Prince's eyes flickered a few times. He hesitated for a while, and then a look of pain flashed in his eyes. He took out an ancient bronze lamp and lit it. The ancient lamp burned, the lamp oil crackled, and the ancient lamp emitted a strange fragrance that surrounded the Azure Pong Crown Prince and formed a transparent barrier. A large amount of haze swept towards the Azure Pong Crown Prince, but was immediately blocked by the transparent barrier protecting him. The Azure Pong Crown Prince strode into the mountain peak. Just 10 breaths of time after the Azure Pong Crown Prince stepped into the mountain peak, the void split open, and a handsome man with long green hair and dressed in a green feather robe walked out of the void. Exuding eternal rank fluctuations of power, he walked towards the mountain peak. A haze tens of millions of times larger than the Azure Pong Crown Prince's gushed out of the mountain peak and swept towards the handsome man. Gutaili, even though you are a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse. But since my people have already entered and analyzed your secret method, how can this barrier stop me? The handsome man smiled coldly, Mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and he pointed at the mountain peak. A jade-green ray of light entered the mountain. Wherever the green light passed, the terrifying haze would disperse one by one. Inside the mountain peak, a feather flew out of the Azure Pong Crown Prince's bosom. Under the horrified gaze of the Azure Pong Crown Prince, the feather burst out with eternal light and entered the mountain peak. The mountain peak trembled slightly, and the haze that enveloped it dissipated, revealing the mountain peak. The mountain was 5,000 kilometers tall, completely constructed from white profound jade, and its body was inscribed with countless profound talismans. At the top of the mountain peak, there is a sphere with countless mysterious runes on it, exuding vast and boundless eternal might. Mother of Myriad Lotus, come out. I know you're here. If you don't come out, I'll kill your caretaker. Princess Crimson Lotus has the potential to attack the Empyrean realm. She is one of the best among your caretakers. If she dies, won't you feel a little heartache? The incomparably handsome man glanced at the void and said with a faint smile. Princess Crimson Lotus's pretty face was pale, and her body trembled. Even though she is a quasi-emperor rank powerhouse, but in front of an eternal sovereign, she is just a slightly more powerful ant. Feng Juechen, if you dare to attack my caretaker, I'll kill all your caretakers. A lotus filled with a divine aura appeared in the void. Within the lotus sat a peerless beauty dressed in black. She had black hair that draped over her shoulders, a slim waist, and a perky bottom. She had an extremely sexy figure and exuded a pure and holy aura. Feng Juechen said with a smile, Mother of Myriad Lotus, Gu Taili's inheritance is an incomplete secret method left behind by the eternal King Beijiang monarch. I'm determined to get it. If you are willing to leave, I can open the treasury of the Absolute Wind domain and let you choose 10 treasures. What do you think? Mother of Myriad Lotus said indifferently, Gu Taili's inheritance can enable us to cultivate to the 7th layer of eternal realm in the eternal world. Apart from that, we can only find an opportunity to advance in the universe-devouring war. I'm also determined to get this inheritance. Feng Juechen, if you let me go this time, I'll owe you a favor. In the future, as long as my life isn't in danger, I'll help you once if it's within my power. Eternal sovereigns are powerhouses in the eternal world. In the eternal worlds, the secret cultivation magics of eternal sovereigns were things that the eternal sovereigns wouldn't pass on to others. They were extremely precious and difficult to find in the world. Most Eternals used the accumulation of resources and relied on time to improve bit by bit. Dripping water would wear away a stone, and they would progress bit by bit. If Eternal Sovereigns want to make rapid progress, the best way is to win the universe-devouring war, gain the favor of the universe will, and have a fortuitous encounter. Next is to use Eternal Sovereign's cultivation secret methods to improve your strength. The worst way is to rely on resources and time to make progress bit by bit. Gu Taili's inheritance secret method can be cultivated to the 7th layer of Eternal Realm, which is enough to drive Eternal Sovereigns crazy. In that case, we can only fight. The winner can get Gu Taili's inheritance. Feng Juechen's eyes shimmered coldly, and he took a step forward, and a fearsome storm enveloped him. Countless laws of wind intertwined and formed a huge rock exuding eternal breath, and the rock extended its claw towards the Mother Myriad Lotuses. Let's see if your rock or my sky lotus is stronger. The Mother Myriad Lotuses snorted coldly. Countless runes shone on her body, and mysterious lotus flowers emerged. Countless lotus flowers fused into one, forming a heavenly lotus that was as large as the sky, constructed from countless lotus flowers. In the center of the sky lotus, there are bolts of lightning exuding fearsome breath. One lightning bolt after another shot towards the rock from the center of the sky lotus. Fearful of the lightning bolt, the rock controlled countless storms and formed wind blades that slashed at the lightning bolt. In the wake of the lightning bolt, the wind blades were blasted apart. Fearsome storms and destructive lightning intertwined in the mountain peak and blasted open huge holes in the void. If it weren't for the fact that the mountain peak contains eternal power, it would have been destroyed by the aftermath of the fight between the two eternal sovereigns. Whether it is Feng Juechen or the Mother Myriad Lotuses, neither can do anything to the other within a short period of time. The Azure Pong Crown Prince and Princess Crimson Lotus looked at each other, then their figures fluttered, and they flew towards the mountain peak. Chapter 14:21. This is a secret method left by an eternal sovereign? Not bad, this secret method is mine. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared on the summit and looked at the inheritance bead with admiration in his eyes.
Yang Feng.
When the Azure Pong Crown Prince and Princess Crimson Lotus saw Yang Feng in front of the inheritance bead, they were shocked at once, and their eyes shimmered with astonishment. Princess Crimson Lotus's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she turned into a stream of fire and disappeared from the summit, fleeing towards the outside. The Azure Pong Crown Prince's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "Sir Yang Feng, this inheritance bead is a treasure that the two eternal sovereigns have taken a fancy to. Please leave this place. This is not a treasure you can lay your hands on."
Stupid.
You're much more stupid than Princess Crimson Lotus. Yang Feng smiled faintly and flicked a finger, and a black ray swept towards the Azure Pong Crown Prince, turned into a black hole, and swallowed the Azure Pong Crown Prince. Countless runes flickered, and a horrified expression on his face. The Azure Pong Crown Prince turned into dust and disappeared inside the black hole.
So scary.
When Princess Crimson Lotus saw this scene, a chill welled up inside her, and she rejoiced. As soon as she saw Yang Feng appear on the summit fearlessly, she knew that things are far from good, and so she chose to escape.
How dare you?
How dare you kill my men?
Go to hell.
Feng Juechen's eyes flashed with anger, and he roared and thrust his hand. The essence of storm interwove, and the rock exuding fearsome fluctuations of power descended from the sky and extended its claw towards Yang Feng. The beautiful eyes of the mother of 10,000 lotuses flashed with a cold light. She stood quietly in the void and controlled the huge lotus to remain still. The lightning gathered but didn't erupt.
Oh, you want to kill me?
If that's the case, then go to hell and become a stepping stone for my evolution. Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and transcendent runes appeared on his body. He turned into a handsome transcendent engraved with countless transcendent runes, with a huge horn on his head, and exuding a fierce aura. The eyes of Yang Feng's incarnation of the transcendent shimmered fiercely, and he suddenly erupted and tore apart the storm with a punch, slammed into the storm rock, and blasted it into pieces. Enveloped by time force, Yang Feng's speed suddenly increased sharply. As if teleporting, he appeared in front of Feng Juechen and punched him. A tyrannical eternal energy instantly exploded, and with a single strike, Feng Juechen was blasted into pieces. A terrifying devouring black hole appeared and engulfed Feng Juechen, frantically devouring his eternal essence.
Yang Feng, you dare kill me?
How dare you kill me?
I'll remember you. You're dead.
I will definitely tear you into pieces. Destroy everything you have. Inside the devouring black hole, Feng Juechen's eyes flashed with incredulity. He roared wildly, and his body disintegrated inch by inch. Surprise flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. This Feng Juechen is much weaker than the Gumana universe's three eternal sovereigns. Originally, Yang Feng thought that Feng Juechen, an eternal born in an eternal world, would be very tricky to deal with. But he didn't expect Feng Juechen to be so weak. Regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Unfortunately, this is not the universe where Feng Juechen's eternal imprint is located. Otherwise, I would have been able to kill him for real. After Yang Feng devoured Feng Juechen, his gaze fell on the beautiful mother myriad lotuses, and his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. The mother of 10,000 lotuses was also an eternal being. If she is devoured, Yang Feng's eternal essence will be strengthened a lot. If he can obtain a secret method to practice cultivation in the future, Yang Feng will be able to make rapid progress. For Yang Feng, who takes the essence of devour as his core path, eternal sovereigns are great tonics. If he can devour enough eternal sovereigns, Yang Feng's strength will continue to improve until he reaches the 9th level of the eternal realm. The mother myriad lotuses uttered with a sweet smile. Yang Feng, I am the mother myriad lotuses, a member of the eternal organization 9-Color Alliance. If you kill me, the 9-Color Alliance won't let you off. I give up on Gu Taili's inheritance. In this world, it is better to have one more friend than one more enemy. We can exchange knowledge with each other and make progress together. Yang Feng pondered for a while, then the killing intent in his eyes slowly dissipated, and he uttered with a smile. Okay. In that case, Mother Myriad Lotuses, please leave this place. I want to accept this eternal inheritance.
Okay.
You can contact me through this. Finally, I'll give you a reminder. Feng Juechen has a way to resurrect. If I'm not mistaken, he will be able to resurrect soon. The mother myriad lotuses waved her lily-white hand, and a jade-like lotus flower flew into Yongfeng's hand. Light flickered, and the lotus flower disappeared. He will be able to resurrect soon? In that case, he must have a huge amount of resources. Only in this way can he resurrect quickly. Standing quietly in place, Yongfeng looked into the distance, and an eternal might spread in all directions. He's finally gone. After a quarter of an hour, Yongfeng smiled faintly, and his gaze fell on the bead containing the mysteries of eternity. Boom! Boom! The sun above the eternal world swamp of resentment trembled slightly, then quickly distorted and collapsed, turned into a black dot, and disappeared. What is the origin of that person? How can he be so powerful? Even Feng Juechen couldn't withstand a blow from him. Could he be a fourth firmament eternal powerhouse? The mother of 10,000 lotus was in a space of nothingness. As she watched the sun disappear, her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of fear. This time, the mother myriad lotuses didn't attack Yongfeng, and thus barely escaped. He can sense that if he were to attack Yongfeng, he would definitely die. The mother myriad lotus's beautiful eyes flickered, and she guessed Yongfeng's origin. This unscrupulous style of killing other eternal sovereigns. Is he an eternal who just entered the eternal world from another universe? Absolute Wind Realm. In a mysterious palace shrouded in eternal force. Inside the palace, in an eternal origin force pool, an eternal imprint emerged, and a tremendous amount of eternal origin force entered the eternal imprint and formed Feng Juechen's body. Damn it, Yongfeng, you dare to kill me. I won't let you get away with this. Feng Juechen walked out of the eternal origin force pool, looked at the dried-up eternal origin force pool with a flash of madness, and roared wildly. With Feng Juechen as the core, an incomparably terrifying eternal origin energy spread out in all directions. The eternal origin energy within the eternal origin energy pool was a resource that Feng Juechen had spent 100,000 years to gather. Now that the eternal origin force pool has dried up, it means that he will have to spend another 100,000 years to collect resources before he can get another chance to resurrect. If Feng Juechen doesn't pour eternal origin force pool into the eternal origin force pool, then once he dies, he will have to start all over again. By spending hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years using the eternal imprint to absorb universe energy, he will be born from nothingness step by step, and then set foot on the peak again. Within the eternal relic site, Yongfeng extended his hand towards the bead containing the mysteries of eternity, and mysterious eternal imprints entered his eternal soul sea. Suddenly, in Yongfeng's sea of knowledge, a powerhouse with the head of a snake and the body of a human, 4 arms, and covered in a layer of golden scales emerged. Strange, distorted gray gas emerged from the snake-headed powerhouse and polluted Yongfeng's soul. I am Gutaili. And from now on your body and soul are mine. I will use your body to resurrect again. Come, merge with me and become a part of the great Gutaili. The distorted gray gas spread into the surroundings and eroded Yongfeng's eternal soul sea. Gutaili, your eternal imprint has broken. You are already a dead man. If you're a dead man, then go to hell. I will make good use of your soul and memories. A cold voice sounded in Yongfeng's eternal soul sea, and a devour black hole emerged, devouring and suppressing everything. The gray gas was frantically devoured by the devour black hole and transformed into pure soul force, which entered the devour black hole and became nutrients for Yongfeng's evolution. A perfect second firmament eternal realm powerhouse. How can this be? How can your foundation be so solid? Damn it! Damn it! I don't want to. When the snake-headed Gutaili's remnant soul saw the devour black hole, despair flashed in its eyes, and it was swallowed by the devour black hole. His soul, memories, and inheritances were all devoured by Yongfeng. Time elapsed, and 3 years passed in a flash. Inside the eternal relic site, Yongfeng slowly opened his eyes, and they shimmered with joy. Fortunately, I advanced to the second firmament eternal realm, and it was a perfect advancement. Otherwise it would have been troublesome. Even if the eternal imprint wasn't polluted, this body would have been eroded and become a tool for Gutaili's resurrection. Sure enough, it is extremely difficult for eternal sovereigns to die completely. Even if the eternal imprint is broken, 7th firmament eternal realm powerhouses still have various means of resurrection. The so-called perfect advancement is to advance to an eternal sovereign in a universe with the four essences of time, space, fate, and power as the foundation. Such an eternal is a perfect advancement to an eternal, with strength far exceeding that of powerhouses of the same rank. The Spirit Eyes Eternal, the Wing Eternal, and the Frost Eternal used eternal treasures or other universe treasures to break through and advance to the eternal realm. Their foundation is unstable, and it is 10,000 times more difficult for them to advance than for powerhouses like Yang Feng. Chapter 14:22. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. However, as expected of the eternal world. In addition to the perfect advancement and the eternal treasure as the foundation to advance to the eternal realm, there is also a method to advance to the eternal realm using faith. The eternal world is vast and boundless, and powerhouses are as common as clouds. There are a variety of methods to advance to the eternal realm, which is far beyond Yang Feng's understanding. In some realms, there are some gods who unify the faith of the entire realm's intelligent life forms and advance to a soul god. Then, through secret methods, they can advance to the eternal realm as a soul god. In Gu Taili's inheritance, there is a secret method to advance to the eternal realm as a soul god. Yang Feng ordered, this Taili heaven-severing method can be practiced to the 7th level of the eternal realm. However, this is a secret method that fits Gu Taili's path. It can be used as a reference for me. I should use this secret method to deduce my own secret repair method. 0. Start the deduction. In terms of computing power alone, 0, who has a level 8 optical computer, has 1,000 times the computing power of Yang Feng. Only after Yang Feng advances to the 4th level of the eternal realm and undergoes a tremendous transformation can his computing power surpass 0. Initiating the deduction. Initiating the establishment of the Devour Heaven Method Eternal Volume. Initiating the deduction. Time to complete the deduction of the 1st level of the Devour Heaven Method Eternal Volume. 376 days. Zero's eyes flickered, and he began to mobilize all his computing power to deduce the 1st level of the Devour Heaven Method Eternal Volume. The secret method cultivation knowledge Yang Feng obtained from the countless powerhouses of the world of warlocks in the Gamana universe, as well as the secret methods he obtained in the eternal world, was analyzed and began to deduce the eternal heaven method with his own path as the core. Time passed, and 10 years passed in a flash. The 3rd level of the Devour Heaven Method Eternal Volume, deduction complete. Zero's voice sounded, and a powerful and mysterious secret method poured into Yang Feng's mind. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes. Like small black holes, runes appeared on his body, giving him a mysterious and dangerous feeling. Yang Feng's aura began to rise little by little, growing frantically for 10 days and 10 nights before stopping. The secret methods cultivated by eternal sovereigns are really extraordinary. According to this progress, as long as I find a place with rich life source energy in this grand cosmos and cultivate in seclusion for 10 million years, I can advance to the 3rd heavens of the eternal realm. Yang Feng has advanced to the eternal sovereign realm perfectly. Furthermore, he has devoured several powerful eternal sovereigns. Moreover, the world of warlocks in which his eternal imprint resides is still advancing, and has already surpassed the Gamana universe. Yang Feng's accumulation is enough, and he has deduced an eternal sovereign cultivation secret method, which is why he can advance to the 3rd firmament eternal realm. Yang Feng frowned slightly, but after advancing to the 3rd firmament eternal realm, it won't be that easy to advance to the 4th firmament eternal realm. Of the 9 heavens of the eternal realm, every 3 heavens was a huge checkpoint. It was extremely difficult to break through. It is only a matter of time before Yang Feng advances to the 3rd firmament eternal realm. But at present, there is no hope for him to advance to the 4th firmament eternal realm. The 4th level of the eternal chapter of the Devouring Heaven Art. Estimated time to succeed. None. Yang Feng looked at the progress of the deduction of the 4th level of the Devour Heaven Method Eternal section, and his eyes shimmered with helplessness. Gu Taili is really hateful. In order to achieve rebirth, I need to absorb his remnant soul to break through to the 4th level and the 7th level. The true mysteries of the breakthrough have already been concealed. The Taili heaven/secret method can indeed be practiced to the 7th firmament eternal realm. However, the prerequisite is to absorb Gu Taili's remnant soul traveling in the universe through various strange secret methods. Once someone practices the Taili heaven/secret method to the 4th level, Gu Taili will be able to pollute the cultivator's eternal imprint with his huge remnant soul, and then use the polluted eternal imprint as the core to reconstruct Gu Taili's eternal imprint and achieve rebirth. Yang Feng has gone through countless wars and all kinds of conspiracy step by step from an ordinary person. Seeing through Gu Taili's arrangements in the Taili Heaven/Secret method at a glance, it is naturally impossible for him to practice the Eternal Heaven method. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with determination. The Taili Heaven/Secret method is flawed. It seems that I can only find a way to find other Eternal Heaven methods and find a way to establish the fourth level of the Devouring Heaven method. If it doesn't work, I can also find a way to launch a universe-devouring war to devour weaker universes, and then use the precious resources that emerge from the universe-devouring war to break through the bottleneck and advance to the fourth level of the Eternal Realm. In the universe-devouring war, the universe wills of the two universes will produce countless precious resources for the sake of the survival of their respective universes. At the time, Yang Feng was able to advance to the Eternal Realm and refine Zero into a level 8 stronghold because of the universe will's favor and all kinds of fortuitous encounters. After the universe-devouring war ended, the universe energy level of the world of warlocks increased, and the treasures useful to eternal sovereigns became scarce. Yang Feng willed, Zero, start transforming this eternal relic site. The Eternal Relic Site is one of the treasure troves of the 7th Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouse Gu Taili. It is a holy land for cultivation in itself. As long as Zero completes the transformation of this Eternal Relic Site, Yang Feng will get a foothold in the Eternal World. As long as there are no powerhouses above the 4th Firmament Eternal Realm besieging him, Yang Feng is confident that he can suppress the enemies who come to attack him with this stronghold.
Yes, my lord.
From the level 8 stronghold that has been silent for many years, countless battle robots and engineering robots poured out, rushed towards the Eternal Relic Site like a tide, and began to transform the world. Countless rays of light flashed, and Yang Feng disappeared from this world. In the Absolute Heavens domain, on a mountain peak. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a jade box engraved with countless seals opened, and a white lotus flower appeared and radiated resplendent light. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, there was a flash of light, and a beautiful woman in white appeared in the lotus flower. This peerlessly beautiful woman in white was the mother of all lotuses. Mother Myriad Lotus uttered with a sweet smile, Yang Feng, long time no see. What can I do for you? Yang Feng responded with a smile, I want to invite you to a drink, would you like to? Let me invite you to a drink. The Myriad Lotus Immortal Wine I brewed is a first-class wine even among eternal sovereigns. These are the coordinates. Come here. Mother Myriad Lotus smiled sweetly, and a speck of white light flew out of the lotus flower, fell into Yang Feng's hand, and transmitted the coordinates into his mind.
Okay.
Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into specks of light and disappeared. The Moon Lotus Star is a star floating above the Myriad Lotus Immortal Domain with an area of 13.65 million light-years. Following flashes of light, Yang Feng appeared above the Moon Lotus Star, stepped into the star, and came to the Moon Lotus City in the center of the star. What a beautiful woman land! As soon as Yang Feng entered the Moon Lotus City, he saw that there are beautiful women everywhere. The beautiful women exude a mystical lotus fragrance. Each beautiful woman is a moonlight warlock powerhouse. Strange and distorted light emerged from Yang Feng. As if they didn't see him, the beautiful women in the Moon Lotus City didn't cause a sensation. It is simple for an eternal to distort the perception of other people. Unless it is a powerhouse above the holy step, an eternal can change the perception and memories of intelligent life forms on a celestial body with a thought. I am Mu Qinglian. Greetings, sir. Mother invites you in. Dressed in an emerald green leather armor, with large patches of snow-white skin exposed, a green lotus on her head, a fiery and sensual figure, and an indescribably beautiful young girl, who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, walked over with a smile on her face and bowed to Yang Feng.
Okay.
Yang Feng smiled faintly and followed Mu Qinglian towards the Moon Lotus City's City Master's mansion. After passing through winding corridors, Yang Feng came to a pavilion in front of a lotus pond. In the pavilion sat a white-robed beauty. She was beautiful beyond compare, and her style was unmatched. It was none other than Mother Lotus. As soon as Yang Feng came to the pavilion, he sat opposite Mother Myriad Lotus without a trace of politeness. This is the Myriad Lotus Immortal Wine I brewed. Have a taste. As if she and Yang Feng are old friends for many years, Mother Myriad Lotus smiled and pointed with her lily-white finger. In a jade cup in front of Yang Feng, light shone, and a lotus seed inside the cup suddenly took root, sprouted, grew rapidly, and turned into a green lotus flower. The lotus flower bloomed, and a pool of tempting immortal wine exuding sacred light and a fragrant aroma appeared in the center of the lotus flower. Yang Feng plucked the lotus flower and inhaled, and an indescribable delicacy spread from the tip of his tongue to his limbs and bones. Traces of warmth pervaded Yang Feng's body, nourishing his fleshly body and soul, giving him a feeling of being on cloud nine. Good wine, really good wine. This is the best immortal wine I have ever drunk. After a long time, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes and praised sincerely. The myriad lotus immortal wine is not only the most delicious immortal wine Yang Feng has ever drunk, but it also has a miraculous effect on improving soul aptitude. It doesn't lose out to eternal god fruits. If a warlock with superior level 8 soul aptitude can drink a mouthful of myriad lotus immortal wine, they can break through the godman boundary and obtain inferior level 9 soul aptitude. And the most precious thing is that this myriad lotus immortal wine can also improve the soul aptitude of eternal sovereigns. Of course, it can only improve it by a trace. There are very few treasures that can improve the soul aptitude of eternal sovereigns. For this myriad lotus immortal wine to have a trace of effect on Yang Feng's soul aptitude, it is definitely a heaven-defying treasure. Chapter 14:23. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with an enigmatic gleam, and he uttered with a smile, "This myriad lotus immortal wine is really delicious. Mother myriad lotuses, can you sell me 2 tons? The myriad lotus mother choked and looked at Yang Feng speechlessly, feeling that Yang Feng's skin was incredibly thick. The myriad lotus immortal wine is not only delicious, but it can also improve the soul aptitude of eternal sovereigns. For Yang Feng to ask for 2 tons of such a heaven-defying treasure, if it wasn't for her self-restraint, she would have already started cursing. Yang Feng uttered leisurely, "I can give you the first 3 levels of the greatly heaven / left by Gu Taili. Eternal heavenly art." Mother Myriad Lotus's beautiful eyes burst out with dazzling light, her delicate body trembled slightly, and she exclaimed, "The eternal heavenly art that eternal sovereigns can cultivate is a rare treasure in the eyes of a first firmament eternal realm powerhouse like Mother Myriad Lotus's. If she can get the first 3 levels of Gu Taili's greatly heaven / then she won't need to participate in a dangerous battle like the universe war of Devour. She only needs to get enough rare resources in the eternal world to advance all the way to the 3rd firmament eternal realm. 4 first firmament eternal sovereigns in the eternal world. A peerless heavenly art that can be cultivated to the 3rd firmament eternal realm is priceless. Far more valuable than 2 tons of myriad lotus immortal wine." There was a flash of regret in Mother Myriad Lotus's beautiful eyes, and she said with a bitter smile, "Although I would like to agree, but I can't. It takes 10,000 years to brew 1 stalk of myriad lotus immortal wine. 2 tons of myriad lotus immortal wine. All the myriad lotus immortal wine I brew add up to less than 2 tons. Yang Feng asked, "How much myriad lotus immortal wine do you have?" Mother Myriad Lotuses replied, "I can only take out 1,000 stalks for exchange." Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "I can give you the first 2 levels of the greatly heaven / in exchange for your myriad lotus immortal wine. However, you have to swear that you will never spread the Taili heaven severing skill. Also, I have to remind you. Also, I want to remind you that there is a contingency plan set up by Gu Taili in the greatly heaven / If you practice it step by step, you may become a tool for Gu Taili's rebirth." Mother Myriad Lotus smiled sweetly and waved her lily-white hand, and a jade box appeared in her hand. She handed the jade box to Yang Feng. Every Eternal was an incredibly intelligent individual. If Yang Feng hadn't exposed the secret of the greatly heaven severing method, then the Mother of Myriad Lotuses might have been fooled. However, after Yang Feng pointed out the secret, it was basically impossible for Gu Taili's contingency plan to deceive the Mother of Myriad Lotuses. Yang Feng took the jade box, scanned it with his soul force, and revealed a look of satisfaction. He pointed with a finger, and a crystal containing the knowledge of the first 2 secret methods of the greatly heaven-splitting method flew into the hand of the Mother Myriad Lotuses. Mother Myriad Lotus crushed a crystal and absorbed the knowledge within the supremely heaven-severing method. Not long after, she revealed a trace of satisfaction. At the time, Yang Feng received the level 7 cultivation method of the Tyli Heaven/method and devoured Gu Tyli's remnant soul, which took him a few years. The mother of 10,000 lotuses only needed to receive knowledge, so it was naturally very simple. Vow monarch, please bear witness. The mother of myriad lotuses waved her lily-white hand, and a piece of gold parchment flew out and radiated gold light that interwove in the void. 9 black characters appeared, and within those 9 characters, a vast and terrifying aura was emitted. It was as if there were 9 people reciting oaths one after another. I, the mother of myriad lotuses, swear that I will never teach the greatly heaven-severing method to anyone without Yang Feng's permission. Otherwise, let my eternal mark collapse. As soon as the mother of 10,000 lotuses' words fell, the golden scale directly entered between her eyebrows. In the eternal world, the pact monarch and the vow monarch wield the authority of contracts and oaths. They are the strongest eternal monarchs. They are infinitely close to the legendary eternal god emperor. There are treasures that can crack the authority of the pact monarch and the vow monarch, but they are very rare. Generally, only powerhouses above the 7th firmament eternal realm can possess such treasures. The mother of myriad lotuses smiled slightly, and her beautiful eyes radiated an enigmatic gleam. Yang Feng nodded. No matter what kind of secret method, it is possible to crack it. The pact monarch and the vow monarch may be the top eternal monarchs in the eternal world, but their authority can also be cracked. After the transaction was completed, the two felt a little closer. The mother of myriad lotuses asked tentatively, Yang Feng, are you a guest from another universe? Yang Feng replied, that's right. The mother of myriad lotuses winked at Yang Feng and said with a charming smile, in that case, do you want to join the Rainbow Alliance? There are a total of 5 eternal sovereigns in the Rainbow Alliance, 3 of which are beautiful women. Yang Feng asked curiously, in the Rainbow Alliance, what is the strongest eternal sovereign? The mother of myriad lotuses hesitated for a while, then the light in her beautiful eyes changed several times, and she uttered unhurriedly, First Firmament Eternal Realm. Yang Feng's eyes showed a look of understanding. Sure enough, even in the eternal world, it is very difficult for eternal sovereigns to advance. In the eternal world, powerhouses are as common as clouds. Eternal sovereigns are not rare, but it is also very difficult for them to advance. Most eternal sovereigns have only the first firmament eternal realm cultivation base. The mother of myriad lotuses said with a sweet smile. Although the strongest powerhouse in the Rainbow Alliance is only the first firmament eternal realm, but with the 5 of us joining forces, we can even contend against a 3rd firmament eternal realm powerhouse. Each eternal sovereign is an invincible and tyrannical existence. 3rd firmament eternal sovereigns are naturally far stronger than 1st firmament eternal realm powerhouses. However, as long as there are enough 1st firmament eternal realm powerhouses, they can also contend against 3rd firmament eternal realm powerhouses. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said, let me think about it. The mother of myriad lotuses said with a smile, the Black Spirit Ring's Feng Juechen has been reborn and has now regained his full strength. The Black Spirit Ring has 7 eternal sovereigns. Feng Juechen has invited friends to besiege and kill you. The Black Spirit Ring's wanted posters have already spread throughout the Flame Ju heaven. In the eternal world, states form a realm controlled by eternal sovereigns. Hundreds and thousands of eternal sovereigns form a heaven. Yang Feng's position belongs to the Flame Ju heaven. Yang Feng frowned slightly. How did he recover so quickly? The mother of myriad lotuses said with a smile. Naturally, it's because he built an eternal source energy pool in his realm. I also have the knowledge of the eternal source energy pool. What do you have to exchange for it? Yang Feng asked curiously. In the eternal world, what is the currency used by eternal sovereigns? In the world of eternal sovereigns, the currency used is Eternal Source Stone. It is a crystal stone containing a trace of eternal origin. You can also make this kind of Eternal Source Stone. The mother of myriad lotuses flipped her lily-white hand, and an Eternal Source Stone containing a trace of eternal origin aura appeared in her hand. She flicked her finger, and the Eternal Source Stone flew into Yang Feng's hand. Yang Feng took the Eternal Source Stone and looked at it, and then frowned slightly. This Eternal Source Stone is the manifestation of an eternal sovereign's eternal origin. If Yang Feng refined such an Eternal Source Stone, he would need to practice cultivation for 100 years to recover. If he absorbed the power of this eternal source stone, he could improve his strength by a bit. As long as there are 1,000 such eternal source stones, a pinnacle quasi-Empyrean powerhouse can break through the bottleneck and advance to the Empyrean realm. If Yang Feng has 10 million eternal source stones, then with the current universe energy level of the world of warlocks, he can cultivate another eternal sovereign. But Yang Feng will never use his eternal origin to refine such an eternal source stone. It would take him 100 years of bitter cultivation to refine an eternal source stone. He won't do such a stupid thing. The mother of myriad lotuses said with a smile. In addition to eternal source stones, a higher level currency is the eternal source energy pool. In some top auctions that only eternal sovereigns can participate in, the equivalent items are eternal source stones and eternal source energy pools. Apart from the latter, the exchange between eternal sovereigns is basically barter. Yang Feng nodded and continued to communicate with the mother of myriad lotuses. 10 days later, Yang Feng left the mother of myriad lotuses, feeling very satisfied. As an eternal sovereign, the mother of myriad lotuses is experienced and knowledgeable. Her understanding of the eternal world is far from what the Azure Pang Crown Prince and Princess Crimson Lotus can compare to. After coming into contact with the mother of myriad lotuses, Yang Feng took a big step into the circle of eternal sovereigns in the eternal world. The world of warlocks, the extreme west of the Zhongji Plain, in the world of ice and snow all year round, there is an ice palace. Yang Feng stepped into the ice palace. Greetings, mighty edge of eternity. Inside the ice palace, Ice Feng Huang, who has already advanced to the Empyrean realm, bowed respectfully to Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a scorching shade. It is the man in front of her who quelled the Gamana universe's 3 eternal sovereigns. In the world of warlocks, he is a living legend and is recognized as an invincible powerhouse in this universe. It was with Yang Feng's help that Ice Feng Huang took the last step and advanced to the Empyrean realm. Yang Feng nodded and stepped into the deepest part of the ice palace. In the deepest part of the ice palace, there is an exquisite ice coffin. Inside the ice coffin lies a peerless beauty. She is Shi Shui. After the decisive battle with the Gamana universe, Yang Feng, Shi Shui, and Ling were all seriously injured. As Shi Shui's foundation is inferior to Yang Feng's, she was the most seriously injured. She can only sleep in the ice coffin and quietly repair herself. If nothing unexpected happens, Shi Shui will be able to heal her injuries after sleeping for tens of millions of years. For eternal sovereigns, origin injuries are the most troublesome. At the time, Yang Feng didn't have any good way to deal with them. You can finally wake up, Shui. Yang Feng looked at the beautiful Shi Shui in the ice coffin, showed a gentle smile, pointed with a finger, and a ray of light entered the ice coffin. Chapter 14:24. The lid of the ice coffin flew away, and a lotus flower opened, and the myriad lotus immortal wine in the center of the lotus flower entered Shi Shui's cherry lips. After drinking the myriad lotus immortal wine, Shi Shui's fair face gained a trace of color. Sure enough, it's effective. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with joy, and he pointed with a finger. One lotus flower after another appeared above Shi Shui, and the myriad lotus immortal wine in the center of the lotus flower entered Shi Shui's cherry lips. Wisps of eternal fluctuations slowly diffused from Shi Shui's body, which originally had no aura, as if she was a dead person. When there were only 49 stalks of myriad lotus immortal wine left, Shi Shui finally opened her eyes, and the terrifying aura of an eternal slowly diffused from her body. Big brother, my injuries are healed. Shi Shui gave a sweet smile, looking extremely beautiful. With a light leap, she jumped out of the ice coffin and into Yang Feng's bosom. Yang Feng embraced Shi Shui, and a fragrance wafted from her. It's soft, cold, and comfortable. Shi Shui asked curiously, Big brother Feng, my injuries healed so quickly. Did you go to the legendary universe? Yang Feng smiled and began to tell Shi Shui about his experiences while she was asleep. This is my Devour Heaven method and Gutaili's Greatly Heaven Severing method. You can use these 2 eternal heavenly methods as a reference to create a secret method of your own. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a knowledge crystal suddenly formed, and the 2 eternal heavenly methods, which can drive many first heaven eternal realm powerhouses crazy, flew into Shi Shui's hand. I'm going to analyze the 2 eternal heavenly methods first. Call me if you need anything. When Shui crushed the knowledge crystal, she was deeply attracted by the two eternal heavenly methods. She kissed Yang Feng on the face, and then turned into specks of ice and disappeared. Yang Feng smiled bitterly when he saw this. For Shui to be able to advance to the Empyrean realm at the time, she is a cultivation madman. In fact, the 8 warlock emperors of the universe where the world of warlocks is located are all cultivation madmen. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to stand out in a universe and advance to the Empyrean realm. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. The transcendent world is guarded by Violet, and the warlock world is guarded by Shui. I no longer have any worries and can develop towards the eternal world. The 2 great cosmoses already had guardians. As long as it wasn't an eternal king rank powerhouse, any eternal who entered the 2 cosmoses would be killed by ZG and the others. As long as the universe of the world of warlocks is not controlled by other eternal sovereigns, even if Yang Feng dies in the universe, he can be reborn in the world of warlocks. Of course, once Yang Feng dies in the universe, the Twilight God armor, the treasures he carries with him, and the eternal sovereign fleshly body will fall into the hands of other powerhouses. Therefore, in the world of warlocks, he opened up several treasure troves and set up countless contingencies so that he can quickly return to his peak after his rebirth. Yanju Tian Floating Domain. Below Yanju Tian's floating domain was a dark and silent world filled with a rotting aura. All kinds of ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere. Waves of black aura filled with deathly stillness and decay floated up, forming white clouds in the air that exuded a holy aura. On the white clouds there were many countries. The entire floating domain was formed by the countries floating above the white clouds. In the center of the floating domain, on the largest white cloud, there was a huge city called Huiwei City. Huiwei City is the center of the floating domain. It is a place where many eternal sovereigns in Yanju Tian like to conduct transactions. The floating domain's domain master is a second firmament eternal realm powerhouse. He also made friends with 3 first firmament eternal realm brothers. The 4 eternal sovereigns joined forces to maintain the order of transactions in Huiwei City. Even if it was an eternal sovereign, if they provoked a fight in Huiwei City for no reason, they would be quelled by the floating domain's domain master and his 3 brothers. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, several eternal sovereigns have stirred up trouble in Huiwei City. In the end, they were quelled by the floating domain's domain master. After paying a huge price, they were able to leave. So this is Huiwei City. As expected of a city where eternal sovereigns reside, powerhouses are as common as clouds. Walking in Huiwei City, Yang Feng saw that there were powerhouses of various races everywhere. Holy sovereigns, who are rarely seen in other places, can be seen everywhere in Huiwei City. Yang Feng even saw a dozen Empyreans at random. In Huiwei City, shops can be seen everywhere, which display treasures of heaven and earth from various universes and realms. The common currency in Huiwei City is credits. People who come to Huiwei City can directly convert goods into credits through banks, and then use the credits to make purchases. A standard unit of inferior magic stones can be exchanged for a standard unit of credits in banks. As for precious metals such as gold and silver, they can't be exchanged for credits. In the world of warlocks, Yang Feng has already discovered several gold stars full of gold mines. In the eternal world, gold is just a currency used in the mortal world. It cannot be exchanged for credits. As expected of the eternal world, there are treasures of all civilizations. Along the way, Yang Feng's horizons were broadened. He saw the extraordinary treasures of the mechanical civilization, the biological civilization, the wizard civilization, the cultivation civilization, the martial arts civilization, and other civilizations. However, with just a glance, Yang Feng was able to analyze more than 90% of the treasures in the shops, leaving him with no desire to buy them. Sure enough, eternal sovereigns have to go to places exclusive to eternal sovereigns to gain something. After strolling around Huiwei City for several days and seeing countless treasures, Yang Feng came to a conclusion and walked towards the center of Huiwei City. In the center of Huiwei City, there is a beautiful and luxurious auction house that looks like a heavenly palace. In front of the door of the auction house, there are 2 guards, each of whom exudes quasi-Empyrean rank fluctuations of power. Halt! This is the Huiwei auction house. Only those who have an invitation letter or great eternal sovereigns can enter. When a guard saw Yang Feng approach, he raised his eyebrows slightly and stepped forward to stop him. Yang Feng glanced at the guard, and a faint eternal might spread from him. Greetings, Great Eternal Sovereign. Chapter 1425. Kung Fu Yun's eyes flashed and he said, "My Hua Yu auction house has 2 incomplete eternal heaven techniques that can be cultivated to the second heavens of the eternal realm. Can I trade with you?" In the long history of the Hua Yu auction house, they had obtained 2 incomplete eternal heaven techniques. Those 2 incomplete eternal heaven techniques could also be cultivated to the second heaven of the eternal realm. However, they were different from the complete eternal heaven technique. Those 2 eternal heaven techniques were extremely difficult to cultivate. The city lord of Huai City had used an extremely precious treasure to barely break through to the second heaven of the eternal realm. Those 2 incomplete eternal heavenly arts couldn't even be mentioned in the same breath as the complete one. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "The 2 incomplete eternal heavenly methods, plus 5 million eternal origin stones, in exchange for an opportunity to cultivate the second firmament of the greatly heaven-severing method." Floating Cloud frowned slightly and bargained with Yang Feng, "Your price is too high." After some haggling, Floating Cloud used 2 incomplete eternal heaven skills and 3 million eternal source stones as the price to exchange for the secret cultivation method of the second heaven of the supremely heaven-severing skill. So that's how it is. This is the eternal heaven art. It truly lives up to its name. My previous path was wrong. As soon as Floating Cloud absorbed the knowledge of the supremely heaven-severing technique, his eyes flashed with excitement and he let out a long sigh. 4 eternal beings, if they didn't have the eternal heaven technique, the difficulty of advancing from the first heaven of the eternal realm to the second heaven of the eternal realm was comparable to advancing from a mortal to an eternal being. Many Eternals advanced to the eternal realm at the age of hundreds of thousands of years. But after they advanced to the eternal realm, they spent millions or even tens of millions of years stuck at the first heaven of the eternal realm. That was because Eternals were already existences that stood at the pinnacle of the universe. It was extremely difficult to advance any further. All Eternals knew that the universe-devouring war could allow an eternal being to advance. However, the battle of universe-devouring was extremely dangerous, and even eternal sovereigns might perish. Thus, unless it was absolutely necessary, no eternal sovereigns would take the initiative to participate in the battle of universe-devouring. It was precisely because of this that the eternal heaven art was so precious. As long as an Eternal acquired an eternal heaven art, then all they had to do was gather enough resources and spend a lot of time to advance to the next level. To an Eternal, time was the most worthless thing of all. Any random Eternal had a lifespan of over 10 billion years. As long as the universe was destroyed, they would never die. There was a flash of gratitude in Kung Fu Cloud's eyes, and he uttered with a smile, "Yang Feng, you helped me a lot. This time, your Tyli heaven-severing technique will definitely fetch a good price." Floating Cloud had obtained the cultivation method of the second heaven of the supreme separation heaven skill. With the resources at his disposal, he could advance to the second heaven of the eternal realm in 50,000 years at most. Flames of ambition burned in Kung Fu Floating Cloud's eyes. If he could advance to the second heaven of the eternal realm in the future, he would definitely become the Lord of Huai City and control it. Yang Feng and Kong Floating Cloud talked for a while, and obtained a lot of precious information from him, before leaving, satisfied. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 months, the news that Hua Yu City was about to auction a second heaven of the eternal heaven technique had spread throughout Yanju Tian. Hua Yu City is actually auctioning an eternal heaven art? Who could it be? They're actually auctioning the eternal heaven art? How is this possible? A complete eternal heaven art was enough to drive anyone crazy. Who would be so generous as to actually auction off an eternal heaven art? Tyli heaven-severing technique. Could this eternal heaven art be the eternal heaven art created by the legendary Eternal Gu Tyli? Not long ago, Feng Juechen had a great opportunity snatched away. According to legend, it was the eternal heaven art that was snatched away. It seems to be true. The Eternals in Yanju Tian were alarmed, and they inquired about the eternal heaven art through various channels. On the day of the auction, one eternal being after another came from all directions and gathered in Huai City. Hua Yu Auction House. "Sir, I am Ao Jia, please come with me." As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the Hua Yu Auction House, a holy rank dragoness dressed in green, with a sexy figure and a pair of dragon horns on her head walked towards him gracefully with a touch of familiarity. Yang Feng nodded slightly and followed Ao Jia towards the VIP seats.
Yang Feng, it's really you.
A voice full of resentment came from the side. Yang Feng turned his head and saw Feng Juechen staring at him with a gloomy expression on his face. Next to Feng Juechen, there are 3 people, each of whom exudes eternal rank fluctuations of power, looking coldly at Yang Feng with malice in their eyes. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with contempt, and he said coldly, Feng Juechen, since you resurrected, behave yourself. Be careful not to die again.
Yang Feng, it's you who's going to die.
Feng Juechen smiled sinisterly, then suddenly pointed at Yang Feng and said loudly, Everyone, this is Yang Feng, who killed me and stole my treasure. He was the one who snatched away Gu Taili's 7 levels Eternal Heaven Art. 7 levels Eternal Heaven Art.
He's Yang Feng.
The complete 7 levels Eternal Heaven Art.
He's Yang Feng.
In the auction house, the Eternals were alarmed, and their eyes filled with greed focused on Yang Feng. The complete 2 levels of the Eternal Heaven Art have already attracted more than 70% of the Eternal Sovereigns in Yanju Heaven. The complete 7 levels Eternal Heaven Art is enough to drive Eternal Sovereigns crazy. As for killing people and seizing their treasures, this is quite common among Eternal Sovereigns. Except for some second-generation Eternal Sovereigns who have deep backgrounds and no lack of cultivation resources and cultivation methods, more than 80% of the other Eternal Sovereigns have killed people and seized their treasures. That's right. I took Gu Taili's Eternal Heaven Art from Feng Juechen. However, I was a little slow when I took action. Gu Taili's Eternal Heaven Art has a total of 7 levels, and I only seized 5 levels. The 6th and 7th levels were obtained by Feng Juechen. If you want the 6th and 7th levels of the Eternal Heaven Art, you can ask Feng Juechen for them. Under the gaze of more than 100 Eternal Sovereigns, Yang Feng smiled and spoke frankly with assurance. As soon as Yang Feng's words came out, gazes full of malice focused on Feng Juechen. 4 Eternal Sovereigns, the 6th and 7th levels of the Eternal Heaven Art are extremely precious references. Even if Eternal Sovereigns have no use for them, they can exchange them with other Eternal Sovereigns. Even the complexions of the Eternal Sovereigns beside Feng Juechen flickered, and their eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Feng Juechen's face fell and he shouted, You're slandering me! I didn't get Gu Taili's Eternal Heaven Art. Yang Feng glanced at Feng Juechen contemptuously, then turned and strode into the auction house. Feng Juechen, I have already admitted that I obtained the 5th level of the Eternal Heaven Art, so why would I frame you? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it. You're really a good-for-nothing. I really didn't get Gu Taili's Eternal Heaven Art. Sensing the doubtful gazes of his friends, Feng Juechen hurriedly defended himself. A man with a horn on his head and countless mysterious runes engraved on his face said with a smile, Juechen, don't worry, why would we doubt you? Juechen, we've been friends for millions of years. If you really obtain the Taili Heaven Slash, we can study it together. How about it? Feng Juechen has just heaved a sigh of relief, when a voice transmission entered his ears, causing his face to darken. Yang Feng, I'm very interested in the Taili Heaven Slash. Name a price. An Eternal with the head of a goat and the body of a human, a pair of wings spread open on the back, for black bone spurs, and a thick tail exuding a fierce aura blocked in front of Yang Feng. Strange runes appeared in his eyes and radiated strange light. That's the leader of the Sheep of Destruction Alliance, the returning spirit goat. A second Heaven Eternal Realm powerhouse. The Sheep of Destruction has always been fierce and overbearing. There's going to be a good show this time. Seeing this scene, many Eternal Sovereigns showed looks of schadenfreude. Yang Feng uttered with a smile. An Eternal Heaven Art that can be cultivated to the 5th level of the Eternal Heaven Art. In exchange for an opportunity to cultivate the 5th level of the Taili Heaven Slash. The eyes of the returning spirit goat shimmered with ridicule, and he sneered, I don't have it. However, I have a treasure that is absolutely more valuable than the 5th level of the Eternal Heaven Art. You'll definitely like it. Yang Feng asked curiously, What treasure? It's your fate. As long as you offer me the Taili Heaven Slash, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, once you leave Huaiyue City, you'll die. The eyes of the returning spirit goat shimmered fiercely, and second Heaven Eternal Realm aura diffused from him. The eyes of the 4 Eternal Sovereigns following behind the returning spirit goat shimmered with killing intent, and they exuded Eternal Sovereign rank aura.
Scram, a bunch of paupers.
Yang Feng showed a provocative and contemptuous smile, turned around, and walked towards the VIP seats. The eyes of the returning spirit goat shimmered with anger, and his body trembled slightly. Resisting the desire to attack, he enunciated each syllable. Yang Feng, you dare to speak rudely to me, you're dead. Huaiwe City is the territory of the floating space domain's domain master. In the floating space domain, the domain master can mobilize the power of a realm and possess unfathomable power. Coupled with the help of several eternal sovereigns, the returning spirit goat doesn't dare to behave atrociously here. He can only watch helplessly as Yang Feng enters the VIP seats. Yang Feng dares to provoke the destruction goat. It seems that the news that he killed Feng Juechen is true. Yang Feng seems to be a tyrannical eternal sovereign. I'm afraid that his strength has already surpassed the first heaven eternal realm. When the eternal sovereigns in the auction house saw Yang Feng provoke the returning spirit goat without fear, their eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and they weighed the pros and cons. Chapter 14:26. You can leave now. After entering the VIP seat, Yang Feng glanced at Aojia and said flatly,
Yes, sir.
Aojia's beautiful eyes shimmered with joy and a little disappointment, and she left the room. Yang Feng, you're really daring to auction the greatly heaven-severing art. Do you know how many people outside want to kill you? With a bell-like smile, a lotus bloomed in the VIP seat, and the mother of myriad lotuses walked out of the white lotus and sat aside with a smile on her face. Yang Feng responded calmly, Of course I know, but I lack eternal origin stones. I can only auction the greatly heaven-severing art. The world of warlocks and the world of transcendent are under Yang Feng's control, and the rare resources of the two universes are under his control. It's not that he can't take out treasures that can tempt other eternal sovereigns, but it's more cost-effective to auction the greatly heaven-severing art. The mother of myriad lotuses took a deep look at Yang Feng, and then no longer questioned him. Instead, she talked to Yang Feng about the local customs and practices of Flame Absolute Heaven's realms. Ladies and gentlemen, I now announce that the auction officially begins. Floating Cloud walked to the center of the auction house and smiled faintly. He didn't waste any time and flicked his finger. With a flash of light, a transparent crystal box appeared in front of him. Within the crystal box, there was a little girl with long crimson hair, skin that was snow-white like jade, and a pair of beautiful eyes that were like rubies. She seemed to be around 12 or 13 years old, and she wore a revealing crimson leather dress that exposed a large portion of her snow-white skin to the air. She was a peerlessly beautiful little girl. Floating Cloud said with a faint smile, This is a pure-blooded Feng Huang. She has peerless talent. She is less than 1,000 years old, but she already possesses Empyrean rank cultivation base. The starting price is 10,000 eternal origin stones, and each increment must be no less than 1,000 eternal origin stones. 11,000. 13,000. The entire auction house boiled up, and the sound of bidding rose incessantly. Although Empyrean rank Feng Huang can be found in the eternal world, and there are even pure-blooded Feng Huang races in the eternal world, but in Flame Absolute Heaven, the number of Feng Huang is very small. There are less than 50 pure-blooded Empyrean rank Feng Huang. That pure-blooded phoenix that was less than 1,000 years old but had already reached the Emperor realm was priceless. Naturally, the eternal sovereigns would fight over it. After the price of the eternal source stones reached 100,000, the increment slowed down. 100,000 eternal source stones was already a huge fortune. If it was used to nurture those quasi-emperors who were on the verge of breaking through and had heaven-defying aptitude, it would be enough to nurture dozens of emperors. Of course, for eternals, their own strength was the most important, and few would use precious eternal source stones to nurture other emperors. A voice came from the 7th VIP seat. Kung Fu Yun, will this phoenix be in trouble? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. The Phoenix clan was a big clan in the eternal world. In the Yenju heavens, the power of the Phoenix clan wasn't that great. But in the other heavens, the Phoenix clan even had great figures in the 9th heaven. The eternal sovereigns weren't willing to provoke the phoenixes with powerful backgrounds. Floating Cloud faintly smiled and said, This phoenix's origin is clear. It isn't a phoenix from Phoenix heaven. She is a heaven and earth variant that was born when the West Capital Region's realm was born. She has nothing to do with Phoenix Heaven's phoenixes. In the eternal world, new realms were born from time to time, just like the birth of a new universe. When new realms were born, just like when the universe was born, many heaven and earth variant species would be born. True dragons, phoenixes, and many other true spirit divine beasts would be born at this time. 130,000. After getting an affirmative answer, a voice came from the 7th VIP seat. There was silence in the hall, and no one continued to bid. 4 Eternals, 100,000 Eternal Source Stones to buy a female Empyrean slave is a very extravagant thing. 130,000 is already beyond the budget of many Eternals. 150,000. Yang Feng's voice came from the box and echoed in the hall. Feng Juechen's eyes shimmered coldly, and he provoked Yang Feng. 200,000. Yang Feng, if you have the guts, keep bidding. A contemptuous voice came from the box Yang Feng is in. Idiot. Floating Cloud uttered with a smile. If no one bids, this little phoenix is yours. Feng Juechen's face flickered. He didn't expect Yang Feng to give up so decisively. He could only clench his teeth and pay 200,000 Eternal Source Stones to buy the little phoenix. The other Eternals glanced at Feng Juechen with ridicule in their eyes, as if they were looking at a fool. If you go to a slave market, 200,000 Eternal Source Stones can buy dozens of beautiful Empyrean rank female slaves. The next item is the universe coordinates of a place where Eternals have yet to be born. Please state in advance that there are other Eternals who have already sneaked into that universe. Moreover, the universe coordinates have a time limit. Our auction house can only guarantee that the coordinates will be valid for 10 days after the auction. Starting now, the starting price is 1,000 Eternal Source Stones. Each increment must be no less than 100 Eternal Source Stones. 1,300. As soon as Floating Cloud's words fell, the price of the universe coordinates rose until it finally reached 4,000, and it was bought by an Eternal. Universe coordinates, true dragons, phoenixes, eternal fruits, and other treasures of heaven and earth appeared one after another, which broadened Yang Feng's horizons. He also bid for some eternal fruits that the world of warlocks doesn't have, as well as all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth useful to Eternals. Kunmo Stone, a peerless mineral used to refine eternal treasures. The starting price is 500,000 Eternal Source Stones. Each increment must be no less than 10,000 Eternal Source Stones. Light flashed in Floating Cloud's hand, and a fist-sized Kunmo Stone appeared in his hand. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and flashed with excitement. 600,000. 800,000. The Eternals are obviously knowledgeable people. The price of Kunmo Stone quickly rose and exceeded 9 million. This high price forced Yang Feng to give up competing. In Flame Absolute Heaven, eternal treasures are extremely rare and precious. An eternal treasure may be one of the trump cards of an eternal alliance. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the returning spirit goat, and he uttered coldly, 13 million. Hearing that voice, the Eternals present fell silent. If there is a universe with a high energy level, then 13 million Eternal Source Stones plus other resources can push an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean who is on the verge of breaking through to the Eternal Sovereign Realm. Only the Eternal Ones of the Eternal Alliance like the Sheep of Destruction could fork out 13 million Eternal Source Stones. Floating Cloud waited for a moment, and then revealed a smile and said, "Since no one else is bidding, then this Kunmo Stone is yours." After the returning spirit goat paid 13 million Eternal Source Stones, he took the Kunmo Stone with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Once the Kunmo Stone is in his hand, it can be used to refine a new eternal treasure or to enhance the power of an eternal treasure. Now, let's welcome the most precious item of the day. The first 2 levels of the Greatly Heaven Slash method created by Gu Taili. This is a complete eternal heavenly art. This is the first time such a complete and powerful eternal heavenly art has been auctioned in Flame Absolute Heaven. Although you can only cultivate it once, and you must swear not to teach it to others, weakening the value of this eternal heavenly art. But this is definitely the most precious secret treasure of Flame Absolute Heaven. Now, the starting price of the opportunity to cultivate this eternal heavenly art is 9 million Eternal Source Stones, and each increase must be no less than 1 million Eternal Source Stones. The returning spirit goat's voice was full of passion, and it carried a trace of charm that spread in the hall. 11 million. 13 million. In the auction hall, there was only a moment of silence before the entire hall exploded. Eternal sovereigns bid one after another, competing for the right to cultivate the greatly heaven/method. The complete eternal heavenly art that can be cultivated to the second heaven of the eternal realm is too precious for eternal sovereigns. Even some experts who have already advanced to the second heaven of the eternal realm are eager to obtain the eternal heavenly art to repair their foundation, enhance their heritage, and have the opportunity to attack the third heaven of the eternal realm in the future. 27 million. After a cold voice came from box number 7, the auction house fell silent. For eternal sovereigns, the burden of cultivating the greatly heaven/method for 27 million eternal source stones is too heavy. With so many eternal source stones, it is enough to cultivate 2 eternal sovereigns. Enigmatic light flashed in Kung Fu Floating Cloud's eyes, and he uttered with a smile. Since no one else is bidding, then the right to cultivate the eternal heavenly art belongs to you. The auction price of the greatly heaven/method is far beyond Kung Fu Floating Cloud's expectations. If he had known that the eternal heavenly art could be sold for such a high price, he would have spared no expense to buy the opportunity to cultivate it. With that, Kung Fu Floating Cloud took the knowledge crystal and walked into box 7. Shortly after, he left box 7 with a satisfied look on his face, entered Yang Feng's box, and handed Yang Feng the eternal source stone. Mother Myriad Lotus' beautiful eyes flickered with an enigmatic light, and she said with a sweet smile, "Yang Feng, you made a lot of money in the Huayu auction house this time. Once you leave the Huayu city, you're bound to be chased by many eternal sovereigns. As long as you teach me the last 5 levels of the greatly heaven/method, the Rainbow Alliance is willing to advance and retreat with you. What do you think?" "No need. It's impossible for them to track me down with just them." Yang Feng smiled indifferently, then turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the box. Chapter 14:27. It won't be that easy to escape. Brother Ao, I'm counting on you. When Feng Juechen saw Yang Feng turn into a stream of light and disappear from the box, his eyes shimmered coldly, and he said to an eternal with the head of a dog and the body of a human, 9 noses, a pair of eyes like whirlpools, and a pair of dragon wings on the back. The eternal with the head of a dog and the body of a human is a heaven and earth variant 9-nosed divine mastiff of the eternal world. It can smell the soul fluctuations of eternal sovereigns, and its tracking secret method is the best. The 9-nosed divine mastiff nodded, and mysterious runes appeared on its 9 noses. The whirlpools in its eyes rotated and locked on a direction. This way. The 9-nosed divine mastiff flapped its wings, turned into a stream of light, and soared into the sky. The figures of Feng Juechen and the other eternal sovereigns fluttered, and they turned into streams of light flying into the void. In another box, with a flash of killing intent in its eyes, the returning spirit goat turned to an eternal with an alien head, 1 eye on the head, and countless eyeballs on the body, and said, "Brother Ji, I'm counting on you." The eternal with countless eyeballs on the body nodded, and his eyes flickered. Countless whirlpools appeared in his single eye and flickered with mysterious light. "Found him." The eternal with many eyeballs uttered a hoarse voice, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the void. The eternal sovereigns of the destruction goat set out one after another and flew in Yang Feng's direction. In the Huayu auction house, the eyes of many eternal sovereigns shimmered with frigid killing intent, and they turned into streams of light and chased after Yang Feng. Yang Feng has Gu Taili's greatly heaven-severing method, which can be practiced to the 7th firmament eternal realm, and it is enough to make many eternal sovereigns go crazy. Big brother, why don't we quell Yang Feng in the Huayu city? He has the 7th firmament eternal heaven method. In a secret space in the Huayu auction house, a man with a dragon horn on the head asked the Floating Sky Domain's domain master with an unwilling expression. In the Floating Sky Domain, the Floating Sky Domain's domain master can mobilize a portion of the domain's power and display 3rd firmament eternal realm power. Coupled with the cooperation of the other eternal beings and their various trump cards, they could even easily suppress a 2nd heaven of eternal realm expert. The Floating Domain's domain master uttered unhurriedly, "Yang Feng is not a simple person. Besides, he has Gu Taili's inheritance. Even if we manage to suppress him, as long as he kills himself, we won't gain anything. Instead, we'll offend an eternal one with limitless potential. That's not a very wise decision." The man with a dragon horn on his head was silent for a while, Then he sighed and said no more. The most frightening thing about Eternals was their undying bodies. As long as the mark of eternity was not destroyed, Eternals would not die. Defeating an Eternal was easy, but killing an Eternal was extremely difficult. Only powerhouses at or above the Eternal King level or some Eternal treasures with special powers could kill an Eternal being and then cross the distance of an entire universe to destroy the Eternal mark of that Eternal being. In the starry sky outside the Eternal world.
Yang Feng, you have nowhere to run.
Feng Juechen's carefree and cold voice rang out from the vast starry sky. In front of an asteroid belt, 6 rays of light flashed, and 6 Eternal sovereigns, including Feng Juechen, blocked in front of Yang Feng. Feng Juechen stared at Yang Feng with a look of resentment in his eyes, but there was a look of pleasure in his eyes. When the 6 Eternal sovereigns join forces, they can even contend against and even defeat a third heaven of Eternal Realm powerhouse. Greatly Heaven/Method. Let's have a taste of the power of this move. After insta-killing Feng Juechen, Yang Feng teleported and appeared in front of the giant lizard walking like a human. With a cold smile, he joined his hands, and a copious amount of Eternal force gathered and formed a terrifying sword that slashed towards the giant lizard. After the lizard Eternal Sovereign blocked the destruction cannons, 9 layers of its scales collapsed, and its right hand disappeared. It could only clench its teeth and raise its left arm to block. The heavenly blade formed from Eternal force descended from the sky and slashed at the lizard-like Eternal. In an instant, it was cut in two, and a devouring black hole appeared, enveloped the lizard-like Eternal, and swallowed it. Under the bombardment of the destruction cannons, the 4 Eternal sovereigns who were also seriously injured turned into 4 streams of light and fled in 4 different directions. Originally, when Feng Juechen and the other 5 Eternal sovereigns joined forces, they could even defeat a second heaven of the Eternal Realm. But now that they were ambushed, 2 Eternal sovereigns died, and the remaining 4 were injured. They lost their fighting spirit. Since you're here, then don't leave. Since I set up this trap, if I don't kill you, wouldn't it be a waste of my previous performance? Yang Feng smiled, his eyes flashed with killing intent, and he took a step forward and disappeared. In the Eternal Relic site, Ling opened her beautiful eyes, and streams of data emerged in her eyes. The countless mechanical towers shrouding the Eternal Relic site frantically extracted the power of the Eternal Relic site and poured it into the Level 8 stronghold. The Level 8 stronghold bloomed like a flower and revealed countless functional units engraved with mysterious runes. Mysterious threads shrouded the void and formed a huge seal barrier that sealed the void. When the 9-nosed Divine Mastiff slammed into the seal barrier set off ripples and sent him flying back. So you can lock onto my position? Sure enough, Eternal sovereigns with tracking secret methods are the most annoying. However, thank you this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hunt 6 Eternal sovereigns. A cold voice sounded behind the 9-nosed Divine Mastiff, making him feel a chill. Yang Feng appeared behind the 9-nosed Divine Mastiff, slammed a fist into him, and blasted him apart. A devour black hole appeared, swallowed the 9-nosed Divine Mastiff, and devoured his life force origin. A look of horror on his face, the 9-nosed Divine Mastiff pleaded for mercy. Yang Feng, I am an undying Eternal Sovereign. You killed me once, but I won't let you off. Let me go. We can form an alliance. With my help, no matter where your enemies hide, they won't be able to escape our pursuit. Although an Eternal Sovereign won't truly die as long as their eternal imprint isn't extinguished. But once they die, they need to rebuild their eternal body, which consumes a huge amount of resources and endless time. Chapter 14:28. That's a good proposal, but unfortunately, I don't trust you. With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng willed, and the Devour Black Hole erupted with Devour force and frantically devoured the 9-nosed Divine Mastiff's eternal origin. The 9-nosed Divine Mastiff stopped breathing in an instant. The eyes of the Eternal with an ogre horn on the head shimmered coldly, and he brandished his sword, which shone with countless mysterious runes, and slashed at the seal barrier. Boom! The sealing barrier shook violently, and a crack appeared on it. There was a flash of joy in the eyes of the ogre horn Eternal. But in the next moment, his face changed dramatically. The crack twisted and healed. A terrifyingly huge hand appeared behind the Ghost Horn Eternal and slammed into the Ghost Horn Eternal's body, blasting him into pieces. The Devour Black Hole emerged, devoured the Ogre Horn Eternal's eternal origin, and frantically devoured it.
Yang Feng, since you're so ruthless, then let's perish together.
The eyes of the wolf-headed Eternal shimmered fiercely, countless runes flickered on his broken body, and the eternal origin burned. A blood-colored spear emerged from the back of the wolf-headed Eternal. Countless souls intertwined with each other, emitting a bone-chilling wail of ghosts and wail of gods. As soon as the bloody spear emerged, the body of the wolf-headed Eternal turned into ashes bit by bit. Distorting space and time, the bloody spear, which contains karma, pierced through the sky and stabbed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng frowned slightly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a tremendous amount of eternal force condensed in front of him and formed a 360-layered barrier. When the blood-colored spear stabbed into the 360 layers of barriers, it pierced through the barriers and stabbed into Yang Feng's right arm. Drops of eternal blood dripped from Yang Feng's right arm. Once these Eternals go all out and burn their eternal origin to launch an attack, it's really troublesome. Yang Feng looked at the drops of eternal blood dripping from his right arm, frowned slightly, and a dignified shade flashed in his eyes. In terms of strength, Yang Feng's second firmament eternal cultivation base is far above that of the wolf-headed Eternal. However, it was easy for him to defeat the wolf-headed Eternal. Once the wolf-headed Eternal ignited its eternal essence, it could also injure him. Any eternal being was a peerless genius of the universe, and definitely could not be underestimated. Yang Feng, you killed me once. I'll remember this. I, the Lord of Giant Hill, will never let you off. A voice filled with resentment came from the 1,000-kilometer-wide, broken, and hollow ball. Mysterious runes appeared, preparing to self-destruct. The Lord of the Giant Hill? Unfortunately, your decision was a step too late. Yang Feng's cold voice came from below the huge sphere the Mound Lord has transformed into, and a huge heavenly blade slashed at the Mound Lord and cut him in two. A black hole appeared and swallowed the Lord of the Giant Hill in one gulp. After devouring 5 eternal sovereigns in one go, a steady stream of eternal origin poured into Yang Feng, causing his aura to soar and become even more terrifying.
They're all dead.
Feng Juechen and the others went to besiege Yang Feng, yet they all died.
How is this possible?
So strong. The Eternals hidden in the surroundings were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They couldn't believe their eyes. When Feng Juechen and the other 5 eternal sovereigns joined forces, they could defeat a second firmament eternal realm powerhouse. If the 6 of them went all out and burned their eternal origin, they could even seriously injure and kill a third firmament eternal realm powerhouse once. The 6 eternal sovereigns were all killed by Yang Feng. This is simply shocking. In the void, ripples flickered, and a gigantic ram, tens of thousands of kilometers long and white jade in color and surrounded by black destructive light, stepped through the void, directly colliding with Gutaili's eternal ruins. The Ram of Destruction, this is the eternal treasure of the Sheep of Destruction Alliance. The Ram of Destruction, the Sheep of Destruction Alliance actually used this eternal treasure. It seems that they want to kill Yang Feng. Yang Feng has 27 million eternal origin stones on him. Coupled with his eternal body and various treasures, even if he can't get the Tylee Heaven Severing method, he can still get tremendous wealth. That's right. As long as we can kill Yang Feng, we can get various traces from his eternal body and deduce some traces of the eternal heavenly art. The eyes of the surrounding eternal sovereigns shimmered with enigmatic light. Eternal sovereigns are terrifying existences that are almost impossible to kill. As long as Yang Feng isn't willing, the returning spirit ram can't get the complete eternal heavenly art from him. However, as long as Yang Feng is killed, the returning spirit ram can get traces of the eternal heavenly art from Yang Feng's eternal body and gain great benefits. In addition, the 27 million eternal origin stones are enough to drive many eternal sovereigns crazy. What a powerful force! When Yang Feng saw the Ram of Destruction rushing towards Gutaili's eternal relic site, a dignified shade flashed in his eyes. The Ram of Destruction is an eternal treasure. Moreover, it is operated by several eternal sovereigns and possesses tremendous might. Even if he stood in front of the Ram of Destruction, he would still be trampled by the Ram of Destruction and be seriously injured. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he disappeared from in front of the Ram of Destruction. Carrying the breath of destruction, the ram of destruction slammed into Gu Taili's eternal relic site. In front of the power of the ram of destruction, destroying an eternal relic site is a piece of cake. Activate the self-detonation system. When the ram of destruction was about to hit in front of Gu Taili's eternal relic site, countless mechanical towers inside the eternal relic site flashed and triggered the core of the eternal relic site. Boom! Gu Taili's eternal relic site self-detonated in an instant, and the fearsome explosion swept the ram of destruction inside. Amid the fearsome explosion, the ram of destruction's body shattered inch by inch. Inside the shattered body of the ram of destruction, 5 circles of light shone, and the returning spirit ram and the other 4 eternal sovereigns flew out. Yang Feng, you dare to destroy the eternal treasure of my ram of destruction alliance. I, the ram of destruction, am absolutely irreconcilable with you. The returning spirit ram beckoned with a hand, and the half-collapsed ram of destruction shrunk to the size of a palm and entered his hand. He looked at the cracked ram of destruction with a look of pain in his eyes, stared at Yang Feng with endless killing intent in his eyes, and roared angrily. Yang Feng swept the returning spirit ram and the other 4 eternal sovereigns with a glance, and his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he uttered frigidly, "The 5 of you dare to destroy my residence, do you want to die? Yang Feng, you only relied on that trap, which has now been destroyed. What other ability do you have to be an enemy of the ram of destruction? As long as you hand over Gu Taili's Taili Heaven Severing Method, the ram of destruction can become your ally, help you seize the Absolute Wind Realm, and let you become the domain master of the Absolute Wind Realm. How about it?" The returning spirit ram's eyes shimmered with resentment, and his expression flickered and he revealed a smile. The eyes of the other 4 eternal sovereigns flickered slightly, and greed shimmered in their eyes. The second level of the Taili Heaven Severing Method can be sold for 27 million Eternal Origin Stones. Who knows how many Eternal Origin Stones the complete 7th level of the Taili Heaven Severing Method can be sold for. If the ram of destruction gets the Taili Heaven Severing Method, it can sell it again and again like Yang Feng and exchange it for a large amount of precious resources. Since you've destroyed my residence, then all of you can die. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and a tremendous amount of eternal force poured out of him. He joined his hands together and unleashed a secret method recorded in the Supremely Severing Heaven Method, and a huge sword slashed towards a sexy and beautiful female eternal sovereign dressed in flowery clothes from the Sheep of Destruction Alliance. Among the 5 eternal sovereigns, this beautiful female eternal is the weakest. The complexion of the beautiful eternal flower moon empress flickered, and flowers formed from moonlight appeared on her. Moons emerged from the flowers and blocked in front of the celestial sword. Countless intelligent life forms living in the moons prayed and gathered the power of a world to form powerful defensive barriers. When the celestial sword slashed down, everything was destroyed. One by one, the moons exploded, and the living beings in the moons were all annihilated by the blade. The peerless blade slashed towards the flower moon empress with a fierce breath. "Yang Feng, you're courting death." With a flash of anger in his eyes, the returning spirit sheep appeared in front of the flower moon empress with a huge bronze goat horn shield in his hand and raised the shield to block. When the heavenly blade slashed on the bronze goat horn shield, a terrifying goat horn demon god appeared, opened its jaws full of jagged teeth, and bit down on the huge heavenly blade. Crack! When the goat horn transcendent bit down, it was cut in 2 by the celestial sword, and half of the celestial sword was bitten off. An eternal with a tortoise head and a human body, 70% similar to the black tortoise, appeared, raised its tortoise shell, and blocked in front of the celestial sword. When the remaining power of the celestial sword slashed into the tortoise shell, it blurred and collapsed. With a flash of an afterimage, an eternal with a dragon head and mantis arms strangely appeared behind Yang Feng and slashed his mantis arms at Yang Feng with green light. The eyes of an eternal that looks like a huge chunk of meat but has 9 pairs of eyes flashed, and distorted rays barreled towards Yang Feng. Chapter 1429. Eternal force surged in Yang Feng's hand and formed a great sword. The great sword turned into a shooting star, slashed at the dragon-headed, 6-armed eternal mantis, and sent the dragon-headed, 6-armed eternal mantis flying. When the strange rays hit Yang Feng, they pierced through his defensive barrier, gave him a sharp pain in his head, and threw the eternal force inside him into disorder. Devour runes appeared one after another, and a huge devour black hole appeared behind Yang Feng.
Black devour light swept out and extracted and devoured the strange black gas inside him, and the sharp pain disappeared.
With a flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng appeared 10,000 kilometers away. Eternal sovereign rank powerhouses are really tricky. One-on-one, they aren't my opponent. But with the 5 of them joining forces, it's a bit tricky. Yang Feng looked at the 5 eternal sovereigns and frowned slightly. If it was one-on-one, Yang Feng would have already slain the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden. But with the 5 eternal sovereigns joining forces, Yang Feng suffered a small loss. Amazing, Yang Feng's strength is really terrifying. The Greatly Heaven-Severing Method, this eternal heavenly method, is really powerful. To think that Yang Feng can fight 5 eternal sovereigns by himself. It's simply heaven-defying. Unfortunately, he isn't a member of the Eternal Alliance after all. He has too few friends. This time he's dead meat.
Gazes of regret focused on Yang Feng, while the eyes of some eternal sovereigns flickered with enigmatic light, waiting for an opportunity to attack.
Do it. Kill him. We'll divide his body and treasures equally.
A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the returning spirit goat, and he erupted with eternal force.
Circles of destruction revolved around him, and he turned into a 10,000-kilometer-long monster. With a huge wolf-tooth club in hand, he slammed the club towards Yang Feng. Runes emerged from the wolf-tooth club, and light of destruction emitted by the world's destruction interwove, locked the void, sealed the past, present, and future, and barreled towards Yang Feng. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden took a deep look at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. Eternal force surged and formed a large bow. An arrow appeared on the bow, and one after another, moonlight flowers bloomed on the arrow. As soon as the arrow appeared, Yang Feng's mind was filled with alarms. He sensed that the arrow possessed a frightening power that threatened his life. An eternal with a tortoise head and a human body, 70% similar to a black tortoise, slashed a large axe at Yang Feng. The eternal with a dragon head and mantis arms appeared above Yang Feng with a teleport, then waved his mantis arm and slashed towards Yang Feng, leaving afterimages behind. The eternal sovereign evil eye, which looks like a huge chunk of flesh, flickered, and strange evil light shot towards Yang Feng. Fine, I'll use your lives to test out my eternal heaven art. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he operated the 2nd level of the Devour Heaven method. Runes of Devour appeared around Yang Feng and formed a set of rune armor. Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he appeared in front of the returning spirit goat.
With a wave of the sword in his hand, a fearsome Devour vortex swept the returning spirit goat into it.
Shatter! The returning spirit goat roared and slammed the huge wolf-tooth club into the Devour vortex. At this moment, Yang Feng jumped over the returning spirit goat and appeared in front of the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden. The eternal that looks like a black tortoise fluttered, and then blocked in front of the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden. A tortoise shell appeared on its back and activated a powerful barrier. Although this eternal that looks like a black tortoise only has a first firmament eternal realm cultivation base, but its defense can be rated as number 1 among the destruction sheep. This tortoise shell is really annoying. However, I can use it to test the power of my Devour Heaven method's Devour Heaven thrust. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and the Devour rune suddenly flew out, formed a 10-kilometer-long spike, and turned into a stream of light that stabbed into the tortoise shell. The eternal that looks like a black tortoise smiled coldly, and his eyes filled with confidence. If you want to pierce through my defense, you'll have to practice cultivation for another 100,000 years. When the spike stabbed into the tortoise shell, it forcibly pierced through the tortoise shell and stabbed into the eternal that looks like a black tortoise. No, how can this be? How is this possible? Even if a 3rd firmament eternal realm powerhouse wants to break my tortoise shell, they can only exhaust my power. How can this be? The eternal that looks like a black tortoise shriveled, its eyes flashed with fear, and it screamed miserably. The great black tortoise's defense was destroyed with a single blow. What a strong offensive power. So this is the eternal heavenly method. This is the eternal heavenly method Yang Feng created, so strong. The great black tortoise's tortoise shell can defend against the attacks of 3rd firmament eternal realm powerhouses. Yet it was destroyed by Yang Feng with a single blow. That's simply heaven-defying. A look of shock flashed in the eyes of the Eternals who were spectating. Although Lord Great Black Turtle was only an eternal being at the 1st heaven of the Eternal Realm, His defensive power ranked in the top 10 in the Yen Absolute Heaven. For such a powerhouse to have his defense broken by Yang Feng with a single blow, this is simply terrifying. Regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. The power of this move is not bad, but unfortunately, it consumes too much energy. If I don't use the Armor of Dawn, I won't be able to use it a second time within a short period of time. The Heaven Devourer thrust is an offensive secret method that gathers Yang Feng's eternal force. Although it is extremely powerful, but it also consumes a lot of energy. With Yang Feng's second firmament eternal realm cultivation base, using it once consumes a large amount of eternal force. At this moment, the strange evil light slammed into Yang Feng and gave him a splitting headache. When the two mantis arms slashed at Yang Feng, they smashed his defensive boundary and opened two huge wounds, and drops of blood dripped from Yang Feng's body into the sky. Yang Feng glanced at the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden and said with a smile, "I'm not your opponent." Ripples appeared in the void, and a beam of ice and snow appeared, crossed time and space, and slammed into the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden. Countless ice and snow runes appeared and froze the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden into a huge block of ice. A level 8 stronghold appeared in the void, and a beam from the destruction cannon blasted into the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden in an instant and blasted her into pieces along with a block of ice. The two eternal sovereigns Xiaofan and Zero, dressed in armor, rushed towards the returning spirit sheep, the Mantis Arm Eternal, and the Evil Eye Eternal. There are actually two eternal sovereigns lying in ambush here. He's going to kill us all. Yang Feng, what a ruthless person. He's here to ambush the pursuers. This is a second ambush. What a ruthless method. When the eternal sovereigns saw Xiaofan and Zero appear, a chill welled up in their hearts. If the two eternal sovereigns Xiaofan and Zero had appeared when they ambushed Feng Juechen, then the returning spirit sheep would not have taken the initiative to attack Yang Feng. Feeling that Yang Feng's means have been exhausted, the returning spirit sheep brought the Destruction Sheep Alliance to kill Yang Feng in one fell swoop. Originally, when Yang Feng fought 4 eternal sovereigns alone, he was already at a disadvantage. But the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden was killed in a sneak attack, and the situation has been completely reversed. 3 rays of light flashed, and the returning spirit sheep, the Mantis Arm Eternal, and the Meatball Eternal flew in 3 different directions. Yang Feng alone can already contend against the 3 eternal sovereigns. Coupled with Zero and Xiaofan, they can kill the 3 eternal sovereigns here. The others can leave. But you must stay. Returning spirit sheep. A cold ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and countless runes flickered and turned into a devour black hole that swallowed the returning spirit sheep. Countless runes flickered and frantically devoured the returning spirit sheep's eternal force. Break! A fierce ray flashed in the returning spirit sheep's eyes, and he roared and slammed the wolf-tooth club into the devour black hole with a destructive force. Ripples flickered, and the returning spirit sheep blasted a huge hole into the devour black hole. Xiaofan turned into a mirror of ice and snow suspended in the void, and a beam of ice and snow shot out from the mirror and slammed into the returning spirit sheep. A layer of frost appeared on the returning spirit sheep's body and eroded his body and soul. The returning spirit goat let out a roar and the power of destruction erupted, shattering the frost. A whip of the ruler descended from the sky, slammed into the returning spirit sheep's head, and smashed it. When the returning spirit sheep's head was smashed, a tremendous amount of eternal force wove and quickly regenerated and formed a new head. How does it feel to fight 1 against 3? The devour black hole disappeared in an instant, and a sword pierced through the returning spirit sheep's heart. Countless runes appeared on the sword and frantically devoured the returning spirit sheep's eternal origin. I'll kill you! Yang Feng, next time you're dead. The returning spirit sheep glared at Yang Feng with resentment in his eyes and said with a ferocious smile. Within a dozen-plus breaths of time, the returning spirit sheep turned into ashes and disappeared. After slaying the spirit-returning goat, Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he looked towards the void. Wherever he looked, no eternal sovereigns dared to look at him. The eternal sovereigns who originally held malice against Yang Feng quieted down, not daring to attack Yang Feng. Although Yang Feng fought continuously and consumed a lot of energy, however, he had 2 eternal sovereigns, Zero and Xiaofan, protecting him. Moreover, who knew how many more trump cards he was hiding? None of the eternal sovereigns dared to throw their lives away. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and tens of thousands of eternal origin stones appeared. A tremendous amount of eternal origin stone poured into his body and restored the eternal force he consumed. His strength is recovering at every moment. Chapter 1430. An hour later, Yang Feng, who has recovered his full strength, smiled coldly at the void and clapped his hands. Distorted light flickered, and mechanical fortresses hidden tens of thousands of kilometers away emerged. Countless interstellar battleships and main battle robots appeared like a tidal wave. This is Yang Feng's other trump card. So many mechanical weapons. I wonder how powerful these weapons are. They may have the power to threaten eternal sovereigns. When the eternal sovereigns saw the dense crowd of mechanical fortresses, battle stars, and 8th-generation battle robots, they inhaled a breath of cold air. At a glance, it is clear that the huge mechanical legion is not to be trifled with. Although the battle robots are naturally not a match for the eternal sovereigns individually, but if they swarm together, they can block the eternal sovereigns for a while. Once the eternal sovereigns are blocked for a while, Yang Feng can take the opportunity to kill the rest of the eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared above a huge warship. The huge battleship flashed slightly and led the countless interstellar battleships into the distance. This is the Wind Absolute Realm. Is Yang Feng going to attack the Wind Absolute Realm? What a ruthless method! The Wind Absolute Realm's domain master Feng Juechen has already been killed by Yang Feng twice. I'm afraid that his underlying strength has been exhausted. This is the time when the Wind Absolute Realm is at its weakest. Damn it! It looks like Yang Feng is going to swallow this fat piece of meat. A look of regret flashed in the eyes of the Eternals who were watching this scene. Feng Juechen was killed by Yang Feng twice. Even if he has a contingency plan and can be reborn, but he must have suffered a great loss. The Wind Absolute Realm is at its weakest at this time. It is a fat piece of meat. Many eternal sovereigns have their eyes on this fat piece of meat, but they didn't expect Yang Feng to be so decisive as to take the initiative to attack the Wind Absolute Realm. In the center of the Wind Absolute Realm, in a secret room inside a temple, there was a flash of light, and an eternal mark appeared and entered a spirit pool inlaid with tens of thousands of eternal origin stones. Countless rays of light emerged from the eternal origin stones, absorbed a copious amount of spirit pool water, and formed Feng Juechen's body. Damn it, Yang Feng! Damned bastard! I definitely won't let you off. A fierce glow flashed in Feng Juechen's eyes as he roared out crazily. A normal emperor's aura spread out from his body. The eternal source energy pool, which was enough to condense an eternal body, had run out of resources. Right now, Feng Juechen could only cultivate as an ordinary sovereign and try to think of a way to condense an eternal body. Feng Juechen was an eternal sovereign to begin with, so he had no bottlenecks in advancing to the eternal realm. He only needed to hole up in the domain of absolute wind for 100,000 years and use the various resources in the domain of absolute wind to step into the eternal realm again. Ripples flickered in the outer space of the domain of absolute wind, and an enormous fleet suddenly emerged. Beams of light tore through the sky and bombarded the stars outside the domain of absolute wind. Rumble! 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 Amidst a series of earth-shattering explosions, the stars in the periphery of the domain of absolute wind exploded and turned into countless meteorites that fell from the sky into the domain of absolute wind. Feng Juechen, come out and accept your death. A cold and cruel voice came from the central temple of the domain of absolute wind. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng walked out of the void and looked at the domain of absolute wind. Yang Feng, you're really stupid to break into my domain of absolute wind. This will be your burial place. Feng Juechen's cold voice came from the domain of absolute wind. Mysterious runes flickered, and the center of the domain of absolute wind cracked open, and a 100-kilometer-tall green diamond giant that looks like it's made of diamond emerged. Domain master of the domain of absolute wind, you are the protector of this domain, the master of our domain. Please bless us eternally. Domain master of the domain of absolute wind, please bless us eternally. Countless prayers rang out from the green diamond giant's body as waves of prayers gushed out from the body of the green diamond giant. In the domain of absolute wind, countless intelligent races knelt on the ground and began to pray. The power of the entire domain of absolute wind poured into the green diamond giant.
The eyes of the green diamond giant shimmered fiercely, and second firmament eternal realm fluctuations of power slowly spread from it. It treaded on air and sent a fist barreling towards Yang Feng. Gusts of gale soared as numerous experts wearing wind god battle armors flew into the sky, fighting with the battle robots that flew out of the sky. This is your trump card, Feng Juechen? Too weak. However, it makes sense. I've killed you twice, and you've exhausted your foundation. What qualifications do you have to fight me? Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole appeared and swept towards the green diamond giant. Countless devouring runes appeared and transformed into rays of devouring light that enveloped the green diamond giant's body and extracted its origin power. The green diamond giant struggled frantically inside Yang Feng's devour black hole. Each of its punches and kicks contained world-destroying power, yet it still couldn't tear apart the huge black hole. Under the attack of Yang Feng's 8th-generation battle robots with average battle strength comparable to holy step rank powerhouses, the powerhouses wearing the wind god armor were slaughtered as if they were vegetables. In the face of Yang Feng's offensive, the resistance of the entire domain of absolute wind is simply too weak. Damn it, if I hadn't been killed twice, you wouldn't be my opponent in the domain of absolute wind. Feng Juechen's eyes shimmered with unwillingness. His figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Once Feng Juechen leaves the domain of absolute wind, it will be thousands of times more difficult for him to advance to the eternal realm in the future. But for now, only by escaping the domain of absolute wind can he have a way out. You want to escape? How can it be that simple? The rune in Yang Feng's soul sea representing the essence of fate flashed, and the corners of his mouth rose, and he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the temple. Go to hell! Strengthened by the essence of speed, a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse wearing a green armor slashed at Yang Feng with a sword. The devour black hole revolving around Yang Feng swept the beautiful powerhouse into it. After a breath of time, the beautiful quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse turned into dust and dissipated with the wind. Inside the temple, beams that can easily tear Empyrean rank powerhouses to shreds shot towards Yang Feng. Bone spurs, fire arrows, ice cones, and other attacks barreled towards Yang Feng like a tide. Yang Feng frowned slightly, then turned into a terrifying black hole that can devour everything, and a fearsome devour force swept downwards. Countless powerhouses in the domain of absolute wind were swallowed by the devour black hole. Their origin was instantly devoured, and they turned into dust and scattered with the wind. In the wake of the devour black hole, all intelligent life forms turned into dust and scattered with the wind. Eternal! He's an eternal! Damn it, only an eternal can fight an eternal. Why hasn't the domain lord appeared yet? Seeing this scene, the powerhouses in the domain of absolute wind collapsed. Countless powerhouses fled in all directions, not daring to make an enemy out of Yang Feng. Only an eternal can contend with an eternal. This is common knowledge in the eternal world. Existences below the eternal sovereign rank have virtually no way to fight back against eternal sovereigns. It is very difficult for them to even injure an eternal. Found you! Yang Feng easily crushed the countless barriers in the temple, then extended his hand into the void and grabbed Feng Juechen hiding in the void. Yang Feng, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. Spare my life. I can be your servant and manage the domain of absolute wind for you. I will offer you all the treasures in the domain of absolute wind. I also know the locations of more than a dozen treasure troves. Spare my life, and I will offer those treasures to you. Caught by Yang Feng, fear and despair flashed in Feng Juechen's eyes, and he trembled and pleaded without any backbone. No need. Everything you said, I can take it myself. Besides, I also want to see if I can really kill an eternal sovereign like you. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he stabbed Feng Juechen with his hand, and a copious amount of eternal force erupted and used Feng Juechen's true spirit to search for the location of the eternal mark. Found it. Yang Feng's eyes lit up. In the domain of absolute wind, with Feng Juechen's true spirit as the base, he locked on the eternal mark hidden in the domain of absolute wind, and a vast amount of eternal force erupted and forcibly pulled the eternal mark out of Feng Juechen's body. When Feng Juechen saw the eternal mark in Yang Feng's hand, his eyes shimmered with despair. No! Don't destroy my eternal mark. Yang Feng smiled coldly and squeezed the fingers of his hand,
An eternal force erupted and crushed Feng Juechen's eternal mark. A fearsome devour force erupted and devoured the pure eternal soul force released by the eternal mark. No. Along with a miserable scream, Feng Juechen's eyes lost their soul, and he died. In the flame absolute sky, a huge star fell, and a rain of blood fell. Great sorrow welled up in the hearts of countless intelligent life forms. In the domain of absolute wind and many other domains, Feng Juechen's idols exploded and collapsed one after another. All Feng Juechen's believers lost their strength in an instant. At the same time, a heart-wrenching feeling welled up in their hearts, letting them know that Feng Juechen has died. Chapter 1431. An eternal sovereign died. Feng Juechen has completely fallen. How could this be? He was slain by Yang Feng in the Wind Absolute Realm, and his eternal mark was shattered. He died for real. When the eternal sovereigns in the Yen Absolute Heaven saw the various anomalies that appeared in the sky, shock flashed in their eyes. The most frightening thing about eternal sovereigns is that they are difficult to kill. As long as the eternal mark isn't destroyed, any eternal sovereign can be reborn again and again. Eternal sovereigns who stay in their own domain can mobilize the power of the domain to enhance their combat power. It is because of this that no eternal sovereign has died in the Yen Absolute Heaven for hundreds of thousands of years. Now that an eternal sovereign has died, this caused a great uproar among the eternal sovereigns in the Yen Absolute Heaven. Mother Myriad Lotuses looked at the anomalies that appeared, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with shock. Feng Juechen died for real. Yang Feng is really too strong. When Mother Myriad Lotuses faced Yang Feng at the time, she never thought that an eternal sovereign like Feng Juechen would die at Yang Feng's hands. Yen Juechen died. How could this be? In the spirit returning domain, in a central temple, the returning spirit sheep has been reborn again. Seeing the anomalies of an eternal sovereign dying, its face turned unsightly. When the flower moon heavenly maiden saw the anomalies in the Wind Absolute Realm, fear flashed in her beautiful eyes. Feng Juechen died. He's not going to attack our domains one by one and kill us one by one, is he? Yang Feng took a step and came to in front of a bronze treasury in the temple. This is the treasury of the Wind Absolute Realm's Lord. Without the permission of the Realm Lord, no one is allowed to enter. In front of the bronze treasury, an Empyrean rank bronze statue awakened, released frigid killing intent in its eyes, stared at Yang Feng, and slashed at him with a battle axe. This soulless Empyrean rank secret treasure is really good. As expected of an eternal world. Yang Feng smiled faintly, extended a finger, and flicked the bronze battle axe. A terrifying power exploded out, causing the Emperor-grade statue to fly away. Rune chains suddenly flew out and wrapped around the bronze statue. They sank into the center of the bronze statue and began to corrode it. Greetings, Master. After a dozen breaths of time, the eyes of the bronze statue flashed red, and it knelt on one knee and said respectfully to Yang Feng. Yang Feng said coldly, "Open the door." "Yes, Master." The bronze statue waved its hand, and a series of cracking sounds came from the bronze gate. The gate opened, revealing an incomparably huge treasury. As expected of the treasure vault of the domain master of the realm of absolute wind. With the resources here, I can easily build 5 level 7 bases. It's a pity that level 7 bases won't be of much use in the War of the Eternals. Yang Feng swept the treasury with a glance, and his eyes flashed with regret. There were indeed many rare resources in the treasury. There were even many treasures of heaven and earth that were already extinct in the world of warlocks. He could refine more than 5 level 7 bases. However, unless you control a universe like the world of Transcendent, a level 7 base in a realm like the world of Transcendent cannot protect a realm. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with enigmatic light. In the eternal world, a realm is similar to a universe. Unfortunately, a realm cannot compare to a universe in the end. If Feng Juechen occupied a universe, then even if he died at my hands twice, I wouldn't dare to easily enter that universe to hunt him down. Generally, foreign eternal ones would engrave their eternal mark in their own universe. Within their own universe, they were almost invincible existences. They could easily mobilize the power of a universe and directly suppress an expert at the 9th heaven of the eternal realm. Feng Jueqing and most Eternals in the Eternal World place their eternal mark in their respective realms. In this way, although it is easier for them to advance to the Eternal Realm, but it is also easier to kill them. In the Eternal World, only the top powerhouses will go to other universes, seize other ownerless universes, and advance to the Eternal Realm in those ownerless universes. Ripples flickered, and Zero appeared beside Yang Feng. Looking at the resources in the treasury, she uttered with a scorching look in her eyes, "Lord, I want to continue evolving." After all, the Absolute Wind Realm is a realm in the Eternal World. There are countless precious treasures of heaven and earth inside, as well as many precious treasures that Zero needs to evolve. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Okay. You can use the treasures in here." Zero smiled sweetly, and countless threads flew out from her and sucked the treasures of heaven and earth inside the treasury into her body. Strands of mechanical silk wrapped around Zero's body, forming a huge cocoon. Sure enough, I was right to come to the Eternal World. If I hadn't come to the Eternal World, who knows how many tens of millions of years it would take for Zero to evolve to the next level. Yang Feng looked at Zero, who has already begun to evolve, and the corners of his mouth rose into a satisfied smile. "I can also advance now." Yang Feng looked up at the sky, countless runes shone on him, and a vast eternal breath spread in all directions. The entire Absolute Wind Realm churned, and a tremendous amount of life force poured in this direction. Black clouds churned and surged, a terrifying beam of light dropped from the sky and entered Yang Feng's body. "Not enough. This bit of power isn't enough for me to advance to the third level of the Eternal Realm. Eternal Source Rock, come out." A large number of Eternal Source Rocks flew out of Yang Feng, and a tremendous amount of eternal origin poured into him. In the starry sky outside the Eternal World, starlight, attracted by a mysterious law, turned into a resplendent beam of light, and entered Yang Feng. "Someone is breaking through. This direction is the Absolute Wind Realm." Yang Feng, did he break through and reach the third level of the Eternal Realm? In Yenju Tian, the Eternal Sovereigns stared at the phenomenon occurring in the domain of Absolute Wind with shock in their eyes. In the Yen Absolute Heaven, the third level of the Eternal Realm powerhouses are already top powerhouses. Once Yang Feng advances to the third level of the Eternal Realm, he will step into the ranks of the Yen Absolute Heaven's powerhouses. The returning spirit sheep stared at the anomaly with jealousy and envy in his eyes. Third level of the Eternal Realm. Damn it, if it was me, I would have broken through to the third level of the Eternal Realm a long time ago. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden looked at the anomaly in the sky with worry in her beautiful eyes. Third level of the Eternal Realm, how can he advance so fast? That's right, he cultivates the essence of devour. He devoured a large amount of eternal origin and Feng Jueqin's eternal mark, which is why he advanced so fast. I provoked such a terrifying enemy. What should I do? The mother of myriad lotuses looked at the anomaly, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with envy. Third level of the Eternal Realm. The greatly heavenly method is really mysterious. Unfortunately, I wasn't the one who obtained this eternal heaven method. Ripples flickered outside the Absolute Wind Realm, and a sun, carrying eternal sovereign rank fluctuations of power, descended from the sky and barreled towards Yang Feng. Obviously, there is someone in the Absolute Wind Realm who doesn't want Yang Feng to advance to the third level of the Eternal Realm. How dare you? To dare attack us, you're courting death. Shui stepped out of the void, her beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and she unleashed the Eternal Heaven Method Ice and Snow Heavenly Method. A mysterious mirror of ice and snow appeared, and a ray of ice and snow shot out from the mirror. Everything that the divine light of ice and snow passed through was frozen into ice. The sun, which is 1,000 times larger than an ordinary sun, was shone by the ray of ice and snow, and its flames were frozen and turned into a huge ball of ice suspended in the void. Taking advantage of the moment when Shui was pinned down by the sun, ripples flickered in the void, and a figure shrouded in twisted darkness emerged. A bow full of twisted darkness aura emerged, and countless twisted souls formed an arrow that turned into a stream of light shooting towards Yang Feng in the palace. Big Brother Feng. Shui's beautiful eyes flashed with fear, and she cried out. The mirror turned and shone on the arrow. However, although Shui's reaction was fast to the extreme, but she was still a step too late. Before the mirror's divine light shot out, the devil arrow had already reached the palace. 20,000 holy step Vajra rulers appeared, resonated with each other, and formed a huge barrier. When the devil arrow hit the defensive barrier, it easily pierced through it. The 10,000 Vajra rulers exploded, and only their mechanical cores ejected, escaping the disaster. Even the 20,000 holy step Vajra rulers can't contend against the might of an eternal. This is the power of an eternal, an invincible power. You want to kill me? Unfortunately, you're a step too slow. A cold voice came from the palace as a huge hand reached out and grabbed the devil arrow. A terrifying black hole appeared and swallowed the devil arrow. Yang Feng, he succeeded in his advancement. Let's go. He succeeded in his advancement. Waves of terrifying eternal will were transmitted through the void. The distorted and blurry figure shrouded in darkness slightly swayed and turned into a stream of light, fleeing outside. Since the two of you have come, then both of you can die here. When Yang Feng walked out of the palace, he looked like an invincible transcendent shrouded in a torrent of time, staring coldly at the void. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.